government. In what many older workers still fondly recall as the good old mob days, the Godfathers recognized Local 226 in exchange for labor peace and a reliable supply of skilled workers. They also provided Bramlett with the comps needed to sustain his ostentatious lifestyle of fast cars, Italian suits, and beautiful women. This sweetheart deal lasted until the mid-1970s, when Howard Hughes's Summa organization, the vanguard of the corporate succession that sent the Ma into retirement, began to pressure other casino owners into taking a hard line against the union. At the same time, according to allegations before a Senate racketeering subcommittee, Chicago gangsters were attempting to seize control of Local 226's lucrative health and dental plan. When Bramlett reputedly resisted them, he was kidnapped at McCarran Airport, taken out into the desert, and shot 3 times in the heart and once in each ear. Horried rockhounds later found his partially visible, decomposing face leering back at them from a hastily dug grave. The backslapping Union machine and passive rank and lee that Bramlett left behind were ill-prepared to GHT the giant corporations that were transforming Las Vegas's green felt jungle into a mass-market family resort. The RST-Denning clash took place in 1984. Against the background of a local recession and the new competitive threat of Atlantic City, the Nevada Resort Association attempted to crush Local 226 and allied unions during a bitter, often violent 61-day strike. For the RST time in memory, strike breakers were imported to keep the strip operating, while a local judge enjoined mass picketing and the Metro Police LLED the jails with 900 unionists. One strike veteran recalled the situation as a literal Marxist paradigm from judges to cops. The state was completely aligned with the casino owners. On the brink of catastrophe, Vincent Sarabola, director of organizing for HERE, parachuted his best young organizers into the battle. Linking 179. Up with the most dogged rank antlers, they rallied the 17,000 strikers to keep the struggle going through the 100-degree heat of early June. The eventual settlement, covering 46 hotels and casinos, was hailed by the AFL-CIO's president, Lane Kirkland, as a major victory. From the perspective of labor's national debacle in the early 1980s, it certainly was. But as D. Taylor, one of Sarabola's original commandos, explained to me, the culinary workers also suffered grave wounds. 6 casinos, led by Bob Maxey, then CEO of Elsinore Corporation, kept their scabs and deserted the union. Despite our public bravado, we knew that our members were demoralized and that the rest of the industry was simply biding its time until the next contract expiration to administer the coup de grace. The subsequent VE years, according to Taylor, were a desperate race against time to rebuild the union. Our highest priorities were restoring belief in the efficacy of the strike weapon and convincing old members that organizing new members was more important than higher wages. The Young Turks from the International, including a WizKid research team set up during HERE's famous clerical workers' strike at Yale University, made common cause with the 400 to 500 picket captains under Jim Arnold, who had been the backbone of local militancy in 1984. When contract time came up in 1989, they mounted such impressive demonstrations that the Resort Association backed down from new union-busting attempts. Local 226, moreover, won unprecedented contract language that year guaranteeing employer neutrality in organizing drives and immediate union recognition if a majority of workers signed union cards, eliminating the need for costly and bruising elections. The RST such agreement was negotiated by Steve Wynn, the Strip's wunderkind, and applied to the Mirage, the RST of the mega-resorts. In essence, we brought the more progressive Canadian system of union recognition to Las Vegas, says Taylor. The 1989 contract also created a split between the giant gaming corporations and an increasingly virulent group of traditional family-owned casinos. The notorious 5 families, the Binyons, Boyds, Gohans, Engelstads, and Alardis, still retain great political clout in Nevada, although economically overshadowed by the Fortune 500 mega-casinos. Since the 1984 strike, they have tried to undermine union gains by demanding givebacks and ring union supporters without cause. Cowboy capitalism, of course, has always been inclined to fascism. Literally so in the case of the Imperial Palace's bizarre proprietor, Ralph Engelstad, who 180 gloried the Holocaust in a huge private suite decorated with swastikas and floor-to-ceiling portraits of prominent Nazis, collects human soap and skulls from death camp victims, and in April 1988 threw a lavish birthday party for Hitler. Although Local 226, with the decisive help of Jesse Jackson and the city's black community, beat the most powerful of these families, the Binions, in a 10-month strike against the Horseshoe Casino in 1990, workers were locked in deadly combat with the Alardists at the frontier. Beginning in 1991, the frontier strike projected extraordinary scenes, including a demonstration by 20,000 Union supporters and a 300-mile march across the Mojave Desert to Los Angeles by 12 strikers. Not a single frontier striker has crossed the picket line, but the Alardists, despite the estimated loss of 40% of their gross revenue, remained intransigent. In a war of attrition carefully monitored by the entire industry, Local 226 was grimly determined either to win or to close down the frontier and sow salt on its ruins. In the end, in 1998, the Union won a major victory. Thunder from the back of the house. The Union Hall of Local 226 is surrounded by pungent symbols of this city's greed and despair. For most of the day, it is in the shadow of casino owner Bob Stupak's mad phallic fantasy, the Las Vegas stratosphere. Just south of the hall are the stucco tenements and converted motels that house the working poor who serve the city's non-union employers. Meanwhile, a colony of homeless men has established itself across from the Union parking lot. Some of them are what Las Vegans contemptuously refer to as reverse Okies, refugees from Southern California's structural recession. A few days before the assault on Ounce, the 1,000-member citywide organizing committee, the union's rank and lee engine, met to discuss strategy and demands. D. Taylor had just given a familiar sermon on why the union must reinvent itself as a social movement, in which each member is an organizer, when the local's president, Hattie Canty, stepped forward to speak. Scanning the room for the tired faces of African American and Latina women, she said, "Housekeepers. This is your time. You hold the keys to the 1994 contract. In order to be a true union, all departments must have a place at the table. This year you must be at the fore." Local 226, reacting the revolution in the size and composition of the 181 workforce, is in the midst of a profound transition. In the Bramlett era, the union was led by white men who primarily articulated the needs of high-paid tipped employees from the front of the house: doormen, bartenders, bellboys, waiters, and cocktail servers. The maids and kitchen helpers, then largely black, now majority Latino, were frequently ignored. With the coming of the mega-resorts, however, the back-of-the-house contingent has soared. 9 of the world's 10 largest hotels are now in Vegas, the 10th is in Moscow, and each depends on several hundred housekeepers per shift. Indeed, some 9,000 maids and cleaners constitute the second largest occupational category, after table waiting, in the city's booming economy. The election of Canty, a black woman who raised 10 kids while making beds in Maxim's, has given new prominence to the exploitation of housekeepers. According to the monthly labor review, maids and housemen exposed daily to back strain, falls, and toxic cleaning chemicals suffer 60% of the disabilities in the lodging industry, which, in turn, has among the largest number of occupational injuries. Housekeepers I met at contract meetings argued passionately that killer quotas having to clean as many as 18 rooms per day in some hotels must ultimately become a strike issue for the whole union. Empowering the back of the house also means enfranchising a new union majority, 25% Latino, 22% Black, and 7% Asian. And this extends beyond the Union Hall. For example, a union-run job training center established in 1992 was to provide young blacks from the West Side and North Las Vegas with the skills to enter previously Whittianly domains such as cocktail serving and specialty cuisine. Yet some union activists frankly acknowledge that Local 226 must be more aggressive in the face of persistent discrimination by the large casinos. Black workers, moreover, frequently express their fear of creeping Miamiization. Latinos, an almost negligible stratum in 1960, are now the largest minority in the city. Unlike African Americans, however, they have almost no political clout, and their poverty rate is considerably higher. As Hattie Canty emphasizes, the union is the major melting pot for the city's increasingly diverse ethnicities, and it must struggle ceaselessly to reinforce their solidarity inside and outside the workplace. Local 226 is also the dike holding back a deluge of minimum wage labor. Thanks to the downsizing of defense industries in Southern California since the end of the Cold War, the supply of labor far outstrips the demand. When the MGM Grand began hiring in 1993, it was overwhelmed by more than 100,000 applicants, 30% of them for 182 mere residents of the Los Angeles area. Evidence of a new immiseration: homelessness, crack addiction, youth gangs, even malnutrition can be easily discerned on the side streets of the Strip. Unionized workers are becoming acutely conscious that the survival of their middle-class standard of living, 2/3 of Local 226 members own their homes, is strictly dependent on their getting strength in the workplace. The Yellow Brick Road. With MGM, particularly, there's no underestimating the enemy. Make no mistake, Glenn Arnotto told me, MGM Grand is a brilliant template for deunionizing Las Vegas. Unlike the smaller grind joints and scab casinos, its hourly wage structure is comparable to the union contract, and it provides an in-house medical clinic for employees, who also enjoy a X-time vacation scheme and company pension plan. It has even semantically abolished the subordination of labor to capital. From dishwasher to housekeeper, everyone has been transformed from employee into cast member with a part and indoctrinated with an anti-union video. Meanwhile, the privatized sidewalks and an elite security force, recruited from veterans of the Metro Police Intelligence Squad, keep organizers at a distance. Maxey has also imported the Washington, D.C., RM of Black, Manafort, Stone, and Kelly to coordinate anti-union public relations. As Arnotto points out, their past clients have included such progressive causes as George Bush, Jesse Helms, Ferdinand Marcos, and President Mobutu. Yet he is content that Local 226 will eventually recruit a majority of the 6,000 MGM workers, out of a total cast of 8,000, who are eligible for union membership. Maxey cannot provide the 3 S's that workers crave: security, seniority, and solidarity. It will take time for green employees, including the refugees from LA and the kids fresh from McDonald's, to appreciate this, but hundreds of former culinary workers now working at MGM already understand the difference. Indeed, at the end of May, a group of MGM workers risked their jobs to attend one of the union's huge pre-contract rallies. "I've worked at MGM since it opened," Barbara Bigson, a hotel porter and single mother of 4, told the crowd, "but recently my hours were cut from 80 every 2 weeks to 27. There was nothing I could say about it. We 183 need a union to protect job security and guarantee us a voice of our own." Local 226's strategy for organizing ounce is a fascinating combination of CIO fundamentalism and high-tech anti-corporate guerrilla warfare. Arnotto, whose grandfather fought in the ranks of the Bloody Little Steel organizing drive in the late 1930s, admonishes his MGM contacts that the burden of the struggle will be borne by the internal cadre. Members of the inside MGM organizing committee are being recruited solely on the basis of their willingness to risk their jobs and more. At the same time, 40,000 other culinary workers are being trained as a disciplined street army. The May 29 protest was just a dress rehearsal. Nevada's Deputy Attorney General, Chuck Gardner, made a close legal analysis of MGM's sidewalk dictatorship, writing that the state has no authority to deed away fundamental constitutional rights like free speech and assembly. The union's research department has also been transformed into an offensive weapon. When MGM offered Barbra Streisand $20 million for 2 New Year's performances, for example, the department sent female members of Congress videotapes of waitresses at a casino formerly run by Maxi, the non-union Rio, who denounced him as among the worst offenders of women's rights and described how they had been sexually harassed and made to wear degrading uniforms. A dozen congresswomen urged Streisand to meet with union women. Although the liberals' godmother and the world's wealthiest voice, an LA TV station calculated that Streisand would earn $1,390 per second from the gig, ignored their request. The ensuing publicity drove Maxi into a day-long tantrum against Local 226's corporate terrorists. Focusing on Maxi rather than on the owner, Kirk Kerkorian, is deliberate strategy. Whereas OUN's CEO is renowned as a die-hard anti-union ideologue, Kerkorian, its 73% owner, with whom the culinary workers eventually hope to negotiate a contract, has a reputation as a business pragmatist. In the next stage of their campaign, union researchers put Kerkorian's bottom-line sensibility to the test by concentrating pressure on his highly leveraged corporation's access to capital. Here contributed political muscle around the country to block proposed MGM grand expansion plans. If organizers like Arnotto and Taylor have a vision of Las Vegas as the Detroit of the post-industrial economy, which will establish a high-wage standard for service sector workers across the country, they also 184 have a nightmare that the MGM Grand, the River Rouge of gambling, may be the beginning of the end for Local 226. As the old saying goes, the culinary workers don't need a weatherman. In D. Taylor's words, this is the Denning struggle for Las Vegas labor. It will be a very long, nasty campaign that could easily become the catalyst to a gigantic strike in this town. Part 3 Voices 187. Brian Frenner. Squeezing the juice out of Las Vegas reactions on growing up in small town, USA. Avaying juice was everything when I was a kid growing up in Las Vegas in the 1970s. Juice was not a tangible thing. You couldn't actually see it, but you knew when someone had it. If you had juice or access to someone with it, you could get into any show or restaurant on the Strip without paying. The joy of having juice lay only partially in the fact that you didn't have to pay. The real joy was knowing that you had the juice. Having juice also meant that you didn't have to wait in a line to see a show. Waiting in lines was only for the chump tourists. When I was 12 years old, I loved being able to go to a Las Vegas showroom and have the maitre d' walk my family and me to the head of the line and watch the look on tourists' faces as they wondered what was so special about us that we didn't have to wait like they did. The pleasure came from the fact that they knew we had juice. The frio of juice provided locals with perks and privileges and, most important, with a degree of respectability. Being Italian and from Las Vegas was a difficult predicament for a kid going to college in Los Angeles. I don't know how many times I defended my birthplace with the refrain growing up in Las Vegas is like growing up in small town, USA. The entire time I lived in LA, I defended my hometown more times than I can count. As time passed, I began not only to appreciate the town's outlaw image, which, by association, became my own, but actively to cultivate it. When someone asked where I was from, I instantly snapped, I'm from Las Vegas and, yes, I live in a hotel, and, yes, my mom is a hooker. 188. And, yes, we have a roulette wheel mounted on the wall above our replace dot. My Italian ancestry only added to the image. Once I found out where the questioner was from, I dug the knife in deeper by asking, is it true that people from anywhere, USA, really like wearing concrete shoes? While I fashioned myself as a renegade, I genuinely believed that my experience was no different than anyone else's. I began to consider that this might not be the case as I reflected upon how juice influenced my life as I was growing up. Those who had the power to do favors because of their juice did not become arrogant. Part of the obligation of having juice required the possessor to be generous. In fact, most of those who actually possessed juice took pleasure in taking care of friends. An Italian immigrant who worked in casinos his entire life, my grandfather had numerous contacts with those with juice. He dealt cards in illegal gambling halls in the Midwest until the police decided to stop taking bribes. Grandpa and many of his European ethnic co-workers moved to Las Vegas in the late 1950s to work where gambling was legal. I remember the countless times I walked into casinos with him or my mother and was introduced to someone who worked there whom they had known for years. It was somewhat uncouth for a person with juice to wait for a friend to ask for a favor. If the person with the juice had real class, he took the initiative to ask RST if you were hungry and wanted to eat in the hotel restaurant or see a show. "I want you to meet my grandson," my grandfather would say to one of the pit bosses watching over the tables. "I've known your grandfather since before you were born," the pit boss would reminisce. As a token of his affection and tribute to his long-time relationship with my grandfather, he would then ask, "Are you hungry? Why don't you go have something to eat?" That night dinner was on the hotel. While kids throughout the country played baseball and went to summer camp at the end of the school year, my friend Robbie and I rode our bicycles to the Aladdin Hotel on the Strip, where my mom worked, and where her juice enabled us to partake of a free lunch in the hotel restaurant. This was a spectacular outing for two 12-year-old kids. Because my mom worked on the fourth floor as an executive secretary for the casino brass, she was well equipped with the juice necessary to ensure a pleasant day. The RST leg of our adventure involved riding our bicycles down Las Vegas Boulevard, commonly known as the Strip. It was tradition for Robbie and me to stop on the sidewalk in front of Caesar's Palace, where at the base of the hotel's marquee were life-size 189 statues that included everyone from Caesar himself to his Roman servants. As tourists walked by gawking at the Roman art, Robbie and I involved ourselves in conversations with Caesar and his retinue. Without cracking a smile, we asked Caesar for directions or if he had the time and proceeded to yell at him for ignoring us when he refused to answer. Out of the corner of my eye, I looked for the puzzled expression on the tourists' faces as they tried to make sense of the entire affair. Most passers-by quickly understood that two kids were having fun at their expense, but occasionally some walked away with a look of disgust, holding RM to the conviction that they had beheld what happens when children grow up in Sin City. After Nally arriving at Mom's hotel, the RST privilege we enjoyed was carrying our bicycles to the gaudily decorated executive offices, where we stored them so that they wouldn't get ripped off. Our minds at ease with the knowledge that our bicycles were safe, we started the day by lying out at the pool, basking in the hot desert sun among the many pale-skinned Midwesterners in search of a good time. After cooling off from the long bike ride and accidentally splashing tourists trying to relax on their vacation, we headed back to Mom's office to get the obligatory complimentary ticket, or comp slip. The word comp functioned as either a noun or a verb. You could receive a comp, which meant you ate for free, or someone could comp you. Theoretically, comps functioned as an incentive to appease gamblers by keeping them in the casino to ensure that they continued betting. The longer a patron gambled, the more likely it was that the house would come out on top. Without batting an eye, my mom's boss comped my friend and me for lunch in the hotel restaurant. Like everyone with the power to comp, he understood the reciprocal nature of the relationship between himself and those for whom he did favors. With comp slip RMLY in hand, Robbie and I headed to the hotel's gourmet restaurant to feed our faces or, as Grandpa used to say, get the wrinkles out of our bellies. We were in heaven. After starting with a shrimp cocktail for an appetizer, we had the waitress bring on the New York steak. We topped off our lunch with the dessert of our choice and usually washed it down with a milkshake. Although as minors we couldn't legally gamble, we entertained ourselves with the crayons and keno tickets available at our table by blackening a selection of numbers. Waiting with anticipation to see if the numbers lighting up on the keno board corresponded to those we had selected, we fantasized about the things we'd have bought if we had really placed a bet. 190. With bellies unwrinkled, we headed back upstairs to Mom's office. She introduced my friend and me to the executive who supervised hotel security, and I'm not talking about a security guard who threw out the occasional loud-mouthed drunk who lost control at one of the tables. No, Mom's friend was the eye in the sky, the guy in charge of camera surveillance to ensure that employees weren't stealing and that players weren't cheating the house. He took us upstairs to his headquarters and showed us the Paniloff dials and switches he used to control the numerous television monitors throughout the casino that provided him with a bird's-eye view of the tables. Robbie and I were amazed. I remembered thinking that anyone would be crazy to cheat under those circumstances. The eye in the sky also showed us his newest piece of equipment, a lie detector. The polygraph machine was a fairly new invention at the time, and the hotel had just acquired one. Mom's friend was in charge of administering the test to anyone suspected of cheating or stealing. Contained in a metal suitcase with a number of wires, paper readouts, and knobs, it was an ominous-looking contraption. He offered to show us how it worked, and my friend and I took turns trying to outlie one another. He showed us a playing card and instructed us to lie in response to every question he asked. When he asked if the card was between 1 and VE, we said no. When he asked if it was red, we said no. By gauging our responses to each of his questions, he was able to determine which card we had picked. Man, my 12-year-old mind thought, if you take money from this place, you'll be one sorry sucker. Hearing the stories my college friends told of growing up in other cities, I began to consider that maybe my Las Vegas wasn't as typical as I liked to think. For instance, when I was 13, a classmate and I decided to take the day off school after we'd missed the bus. We were faced with the predicament that all kids cutting class face once they've made the fateful decision, what do we do now? Although ditching school was and continues to be practiced by ornery little cusses throughout the country, growing up in Las Vegas provided us with some additional options. Since we were in a town that offered few distractions for children, we figured our only option was the Las Vegas Strip. Kids who cut school in Las Vegas did not regularly go to the Strip. Because we understood that we were going to a place where children stood out like a sore thumb, we headed for the one hotel where kids were common, Circus. Although a gambling establishment like any other Vegas resort, Circus was the RST hotel to offer minors some form of 191 entertainment. On the second floor overlooking the casino, kids could enjoy a number of circus-like games for a few quarters and try their luck at winning a stuffed animal or glass urine. Of course, when we arrived at 8 a.m., all the games were shut down for the obvious reason most kids are in school at this time. As it turned out, we didn't care that we never had the chance to play any of the games. Without a horde of children to supervise, the security guards were absent from the entire second floor where the games were located. We took advantage of the silly fools who underestimated our cunning by proceeding to help ourselves to 4-foot Wile E. Coyotes and Pink Panthers. We didn't feel that we were actually stealing the stuffed animals. Having experienced the privilege of receiving comps for all of my 13 years, I grew up with the understanding that locals received certain entitlements. Unlike tourists, we shouldn't have to pay for such amusements. With our animals grasped our MLY in hand, we went on to another adventure. We hadn't got very far from Circus when we noticed the Hollywood-style camera crews in front of the Desert Inn Hotel. After spotting the 1950-something retruck red Ford Thunderbird under the hotel canopy, we instantly knew what was going on. They were filming Vegas, the cheesy television drama starring Robert Urich as Dan Tana, a private detective who GHTS crime and always gets the girl. My friend and I instinctively headed for the action, for we both knew that excitement lay ahead. We stood for hours waiting to see Dan Tana jump onto a craps table, pull out his revolver, and shoot it out with a Vegas bad guy. Unfortunately, we were sorely disappointed. Despite missing school, we received an education that day in the not-so-magic world of movie making. We were shocked to discover that Robert Urich was nothing like the character he played on television. Absolutely nothing exciting happened. We waited for hours, only to hear Urich repeat some stupid cliché over and over again, something like, "When the dice roll, that's the way it goes in Vegas." That's the way what goes? What dice? What the hell did Robert Urich know about Las Vegas anyway? He was just some phony baloney actor from Hollywood. Desperate for excitement, we gave up on the pretty boy actor and walked out front to fuel our fascination by peering at the Ford Thunderbird, which my brother and I used to swear we'd own one day. To add insult to injury, the security guards barked at us to stay away from the car. I snapped back, "What do you think we're gonna do, steal it? I can't even reach the gas pedal." I didn't care about Dantana's 192 stinking red jalopy anyway. In my 13-year-old mind, I wondered who could get excited about a car with phony license plates that read Vegas in stick-on letters. Needless to say, watching the television show after that day was a very hollow experience. While I was growing up, Las Vegas was still a relatively small town. The population was roughly 300,000, and people usually bumped into someone they knew wherever they went. Intimate social ties created an atmosphere that gave locals the feeling they had a stake in the town. Kids like myself who had grown up in an atmosphere where certain privileges were available to locals eventually began to see a change. Corporate gaming squeezed the juice out of Las Vegas, at least this was the impression among family members who worked in the casinos and, for that matter, the only impression that mattered. The idea that things were better in Vegas when the mob ran the town has now become a popular refrain among longtime residents. Because I experienced life there before and after this change, I can't help but wonder if it's true. Many credit one of Nevada's current senators, Harry Reid, with cleaning up the town. Early in his political career, as head of the Gaming Control Board, Reid initiated a campaign to run the mob out of Las Vegas. To outsiders, Reid was a clean-cut good guy who rode into town wearing a white hat, with 6 shooters strapped to his hips, determined to run the black hat-wearing bad guys out of town by sundown. The Aladdin was the RST hotel to be closed in Las Vegas because of ties to organized crime. The Gaming Control Board charged that the licensed owner was really a front man covering for mobsters who profited from the hotel. As a result of Reid's missionary zeal, my mom lost her job and significant economic hard times hit our family. Thousands of others also lost their jobs as a result of the hotel's closure. I'm not an apologist for organized crime, but I can't help wondering if Reid ever considered the working class people who suffered while he carved out a name for himself as a get-tough politician on the way to his current position as a U.S. Senator. Hard-working people like my mother who lost their jobs didn't know or care who owned the hotel. Almost 20 years later, I remember the anxiety in our home for the prolonged period of time my mother remained unemployed. In our house, Reid wore the black hat. My mom's boss at the Aladdin eventually rehired her after he had moved on to another hotel, but her experiences there revealed that the juice in Las Vegas was beginning to dry up. In the late 1970s, Steve 193 Martin had been hitting it big as a comedian across the country and was going to be playing at the hotel where my mom had begun to work. My friends and I listened non-stop to Martin's comedy albums and laughed till our sides hurt as we watched him on television dance around the stage wearing those stupid rabbit ears that made him so famous. Having worked in casinos for so many years, my family never had a problem getting into any show, but the fact that Martin was such a hot commodity altered the equation. Mom told my brother and me not to get our hopes up, but that she'd drop a hint to her boss that we'd like to see the show and he would probably provide her with a comp. When my mom came home that day, my brother and I were the envy of our entire block after telling our friends that we were going to see Steve Martin. Our status instantly skyrocketed when they realized we had the juice. My mom, brother, and I got dressed up, went to the showroom, and sat down at the table on the night of the show, but we never got to see Steve Martin. It wasn't until we were seated that the waiter pointed out to my mother that, although we had a reservation for the show, her boss had not signed a complimentary pass, and that the $150 admission charge was due in full. This amount of money for a 2-hour show was not in our family budget. The same man who comped 2 little kids to the hotel restaurant had become reluctant to go out on a limb in the new corporate climate by comping someone who was not a hotel guest. It was an embarrassing situation, both for him and for us. Rather than spend money we didn't have, the 3 of us looked at each other with disappointment and headed for the door. What had made Vegas acceptable to locals had been the acknowledgement that they were different from tourists. Those with the juice took care of those without it. Reed effectively ran the mob out of Las Vegas, opening the door for corporate gaming and altering a way of life that locals had come to expect and enjoy. Locals don't matter anymore in Las Vegas. When I was 8 years old, my mom took me to see Elvis at the Hilton Hotel. As we were waiting for the showroom doors to open, a hotel employee wheeled a rack of rhinestone-studded white leather costumes past us toward the stage. I was amazed. Wow! Those are the king's clothes. These were the very clothes that he wore later that night as he performed his famous karate moves on stage and handed out scarves embroidered with his signature to the pretty women sitting up front. I can still see one of Elvis's white leather jumpsuits and cape, but to do so I have to go to the Hard 194 Rock Hotel where they are preserved behind glass. Corporate establishments like the Hard Rock are changing the town, making Las Vegas respectable to the mainstream, but without having to court locals in the process. Las Vegas is no longer the small town where I grew up and where locals experienced the intimacy that made possible a chance encounter with Elvis's clothes. 195. Shannon McMacken. I didn't know anybody lived there. I cringe whenever someone asks, "So, where are you from?" I know the next few minutes of conversation by heart. Las Vegas? Oh, I didn't know anybody lived there. I shrug my shoulders. But the second question always follows, so what was it like growing up in Vegas? I never know what to say. I could bring up stories people want to hear, of my sister Suki babysitting me backstage of a Liberace show in between her dance numbers, or how I went to school with the Mob's Offspring, or the tacky grass shack bar with its blue rainwater fountain we had in our living room. Maybe people just want me to entertain them with a discussion of the conceptual meaning of Vegas. Instead, hoping to end the conversation, I nally come out with, growing up in Las Vegas was, well, normal. Then I change the subject, because the Las Vegas imagery that comes to most people's mind is far removed from the barren landscape I remember. Besides, it depresses me to be reminded that the desert where I collected lava rocks as a kid has since sprouted into 4 exclusive golf courses, that the mesa where coyotes howled is now condos, or that corporate kings stuffed dynamite into the Dunes Outland Casino, destroying the site of my senior prom. It is only since my hometown has become a worldwide phenomenon, and since people have started chuckling when I tell them where I was born, that I have realized that most people think there is something peculiar about growing up in Las Vegas. The fact is, I didn't know it was any different. I think my family exp. 196. Rents in Las Vegas could have been anywhere in the Southwest. My family settled a desert plot and grimaced at suburban growth. The difference was that we happened to dwell on the fringe of a town with an unusual industry. Suburban incorporation. Suburbia came to us in this time of running out of space. Dried worms on the sidewalk crawl out from the grass while the sprinkler blasts. The sun bakes the pavement in the desert heat. Swamp cooler rattles. Coming up for air with no time to duck back into the pool to shield my ears against the sonic booms of jets overhead. I was born in 1967, the year the RST Mall in Las Vegas, the Broadway, was erected next door to our house. The area was remote, with the exception of our street of homes. This pocket along Maryland Parkway was important because until then most locals, like my family, had lived in apartments directly off Las Vegas Boulevard, known as the Strip. My brothers and sisters rode the school bus down the Strip to Las Vegas's RST School on 4th Street. Like every other American schoolchild, they practiced A-bomb drills every morning after the Pledge of Allegiance. Then, in 1969, we were surrounded when Las Vegas's RST Master 197 planned community, Spring Valley, was built around our house. So, we moved deeper into the desert onto the edge of a mesa to get away from the development. Only dirt roads led past a cattle ranch and horse corrals to our new house, which sat with 2 others around a Bermuda grass golf course. That is, until they built Las Vegas's second master-planned development, Green Valley, around us. It seemed as though my family's strategic moves to nowhere always found us somewhere in the middle of development. All by ourselves, my brother and I tried to stop it. With orders from Mom, we tore through graded desert plots, me on the back of my brother's scooter pulling up subdivision marker stakes, orange plastic ribbons blowing behind. But our childhood eco-terrorist acts were to no avail, and what Mom dubbed Instant City moved in. From then on, my parents made it their intent to disregard these intruders and live life as we had before the encroaching condos. When the developers decided to widen and pave the road, taking out our circular driveway in the process, Dad decided to leave the VE-foot cliff that had once been our drive until we were adequately compensated. 8 years later, the developers, nally tired of looking at the unsightly overhang in the middle of what had become fancy, custom home lots, and paid us a bundle. Dad installed air conditioning soon afterward, so I guess he won that battle. The funny thing is that the developers' arrogance just made my parents do everything they could to white trash our house. It started when they sent notices soliciting homeowners' dues for the privilege of living in our new neighborhood. Apparently, they wanted us to pay for paving our roads, plowing our driveway, intercepting our natural spring to pump in city water, and installing those hideous yellow street lights that ruined our family's after-dinner stargazing ritual. Well, my dad would have none of that. He started hauling as much junk as he could ND to deposit on our 3 lots. There were the re-ravaged 40-foot mobile home, beat-up old cars, tractors, piles of useless, rusting stuff, and, of course, the enormous cement mixer that has long been a stir in our front yard. The war escalated. We continued our crusade against the Homeowners Association and their demand for dues. They mailed us the minutes of their meetings detailing the newest homeowner rules. These were typically an accounting of everything in our yard. If they mentioned anything we didn't have, such as live farm animals, Dad was sure to go out and get some goats. The developers' most devastating blow came when they staked out a 198 property line we thought was ours and graded over our pet cemetery. It was the area under the oleanders behind the house where, on those sad occasions, we slowly marched in the hot sun, tears owing, as Mom read Psalm 23, He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. My brother Corby dug a grave in the caliche where we put our rag-wrapped beloved pet in a shoe box, sprinkled sand, which the wind helped blow over the grave, decorated the plot with lava rocks shaped into a peace sign, topped it with a creosote bush cross, and placed a peanut butter jar of freshly cut garden roses at the base. These weren't green pastures being developed. It was arid land. We fought to keep it ours because cementing over the desert was death to my family's way of life. So we kept moving away from civilization and attempted to live off the barren land as primitive desert rat settlers. Unfortunately, everyone followed, with their own backyards. Our vision of paradise was open space, while others were migrating to Las Vegas to chase a paradise they'd heard was an oasis with clean air, and without traffic and violence, all eroded advantages that haven't existed in Las Vegas since I was a kid. 199. Desert landscape. I had the desert around my house memorized. I walked for miles into the low brush, always able to ND my way home from a familiar rock, sand, bush, or pattern on the desert ore. This was my stomping ground. I wandered through the thick creosote brush along the sandy sides of alkali washes using scattered lava rocks as my footpath. The game was to avoid scarring the sandy crust. Sometimes, though, my best friend Eris and I made a game of seeing who could pick up one of the hole-crusted, clay tiles that patterned the wash beds. I gently eased my fingertips under the corners that curved up from baking in the sun. Then, I lifted the tile out of its place, leaving a soft spot in the cracked surface of the wash. The trick was keeping the tile from disintegrating to dust. I busied myself with hunting expeditions under the canopy of wires draped between wooden telephone poles in search of fallen green or purple glass conductors. I also conducted thorough treasure hunts through the desert dumps, kicking up rusted cans and rummaging around discarded mattresses. The Union Pacific Railroad tracks offered curious NDS. Empty re-cartridges were so common, I pretended they were the clam shells of the desert. Not all of my entertainment came from the desert. The abandoned 200 golf course was our park. At dusk, when there was a degree of relief from the heat, my brothers and sisters descended onto the turf to play football and toss frisbees for the dogs. During summer thunderstorms, the golf course became a water park when acids caused storm drains to empty a gushing river onto the grass. My brother boogie-boarded on the slick surface while I rafted down the green grass. I remember how the golf course swelled into a swift current during the summer storm of 1975 that dropped nearly the entire annual rainfall within minutes. The newspaper ran a photo of cars oating down the strip. The desert's extreme nature didn't dissuade my parents from their romantic notion of living off the land. Once we moved into our second attempt at a country house, my parents immediately mapped out a garden in a maze of railroad ties. One of the RST chores was to make rock-hard dirt into fertile soil. My brother and I spent our summer sifting piles of stone from the sandy beds. After we had hauled in pure cow manure, our garden grew genetically defective vegetables and so much sun-tanned lettuce that we had to eat a leathery salad every night. Commenting on the absurdity of our desert garden never got me excused from the table without having to eat all of my vegetables. Planting a garden and digging in our family roots gave us no more rights to this land than anyone else. We homesteaded, sort of, but we 201 weren't pioneers who could scribble a deed and put it in a Prince Albert can under a pile of rocks to mark our claim to the land. Essentially, we trespassed and became attached to something that wasn't ours just because it was in our sight. It's no wonder we became possessive of our unencumbered 360-degree view of the mountains. No trees and cinder-block gated communities. With the exception of the howling coyotes, train whistles twice a day, or a funnel of wind auctioning loose sand, the air was still. It was a place where I could see the shadow of a cloud lying silhouetted over the land. With such simplicity, I could feel the landscape. Now that landscape has been obliterated, and I feel claustrophobic. There is no room to breathe. 202. The Strip. Dad booked lounge acts on the Las Vegas Strip. Mom jokes that she changed more diapers in showrooms than at home. She also tells the story about the time we made a rare appearance at church for my baptism. After the choir nished their hymn, my brother Casey leapt to his feet, started clapping and whistling just as he would for an encore of a snappy rendition of Tie a Yellow Ribbon. Going to see Dad's variety acts was just one occasion for visiting the Strip. Every Sunday we paid our reverence to the champagne brunches held in the showroom of a large casino where feathers from the previous night's chorus lined the oar. This was followed by a drive down Las Vegas Boulevard to admire the plastergers that once lined the Strip, the camel gur statues at the Sahara, the molded plastic clown at Circus Circus, the Victorian-era Gurines boarding a paddle boat at the Holiday Casino, the massive papier-mâché cutout of a water fountain at the Tropicana, and, my favorite, the Grand Sultan statue with his billowed cape that guarded the dunes. I always blew him a kiss, vowing that someday I would marry him. Our Sunday drives ended with a cruise of the custom home development near Wayne Newton's ranch, Casa de Shenandoah. Past the communities of tan-tract homes blending with pink stucco shops and mini-mall churches, we arrived at Newton's gated estate. A fountain sprinkled green and blue. Back home, we had indoor and outdoor fountains too. They came on with the ick of a light switch. The living room fountain was the perfect backdrop for the shows I performed as a kid. I'd ick that switch then emerge from behind the hidden door, my little tip-tap on the terrazzo barely audible over the gushing waterfall behind me. As I got older, the Strip became an amusing babysitter. While my parents saw a show, my brother and I would be left to play air hockey at the old MGM arcade. Sometimes they dropped us off at the upper level of Circus Circus, where we played carnival games while waiting for the live trapeze act to begin. Towering above the center of the casino, with the net stretched just over the slots, the performances were breathtaking to watch. Whenever a net-stockinged performer accidentally slipped on her swing, I held my breath, waiting for her to crash through the net and onto the green felt 21 tables below. In high school, my friends crowded into the white Naugahyde back seat of my '75 Cadillac Eldorado and we cruised the Strip. We pulled 203 into a casino, tossed the keys to a valet, and headed for a late-night 99-cent breakfast in the coffee shop. Gambling never crossed my mind until I returned home from college and a friend pointed out that if I pretended to put a nickel in the slot just as the waitress passed, I could get a free drink. When someone asks where I am from, the Strip doesn't immediately come to mind. Instead, I remember the composed rock garden of the desert over and that holler that came near dusk when someone called the rest of the family to watch the sunset against the silhouetted purple-hued mountains. The Las Vegas Strip was a distant landscape, far removed from the empty desert that encircled our house. Yet we went into town and utilized the amenities of the Strip. We swam in nearly every hotel pool, dined at the buffets, and played in the arcades just as any family uses Main Street in any town, USA. That's what these places are for. This isn't an option for locals anymore. The new mega-resorts have made the Strip inaccessible. It is impossible to cruise the Strip and toss your keys to a valet without getting into traffic jams and lines. And I thought the town was humbled by the oil crisis that forced it to put its lights out at midnight? Corporate boomtown. Descending into the Las Vegas Valley each drive home from college, I've watched a ring of lights exploding like a bomb toward the mountain edges. A mushroom cloud of construction dust diffuses the glare. The golden track lights of the city are like the glistening fruits of the gold rush. People, hearing there are well-paying jobs, migrate in a modern-day grapes of wrath to a dust bowl of construction. I know about the sad lives of these migrant workers from working for my dad's contracting business. He started this business after he sold 160 acres of the mesa where we grew up to metropolitan homes. After years of development of the desert, he cashed in and adopted an if you can't beat M, join M attitude. This is how the Desert Sands RV Park and Mini Market came to be. Unfortunately, the Desert Sands is home more to permanently parked trailers housing down and out migrant workers than to senior snowbirds touring the Southwest. While it seems the rest of my family had glamorous jobs, my oldest sister Suki danced and sang in the big production shows. My brother 204 Corby was a lifeguard at the old Marina Hotel, my sister Carrie designed bell-bottoms for a store on the Strip, and my other brother Casey played guitar in the lounges I worked at Dad's RV Park in Henderson to help pay for school. It's tough to be the college-bound kid in a Las Vegas family. It was a shock returning home from my RST year at a women's college to my summer job selling cigarettes to the workers' wives who sat hypnotized at the slots gambling away their husbands' measly paychecks, distracted only long enough to buy their crying children Twinkies. On payday, the workers settled their debts at the mini market and bought Budweiser. The next day, after hitting the casinos, they drank Schlitz. Hoping to ease graduate school debts, I went home again to help my dad build his dream, a little neighborhood casino with his own lounge. The Roadhouse Casino and Lounge sits on the Boulder Strip, where small casinos have lined the highway since the days when workers from Boulder Dam stumbled into Henderson to gamble their week's wages. The area's clientele is still working-class non-union construction workers who haven't been lucky enough to get a job building the mega-resorts, workers at the smaller casinos and bars, and others who can see the Strip from where they are but never seem to land there. Still, they earn enough to make blue-collar slot joints like my dad's Protable. 205. My job at the Roadhouse was to help supervise the construction crew of migrant workers. This was quite a task, which entailed arranging their accommodations, ushering them across the street to the RV park and unlocking a trailer, fielding phone calls from their parole officers, and scheduling their drug tests. Taking in ex-cons, Dad boasted that he was an equal opportunity employer. We were the last stop of third and fourth chances to a host of colorful and quirky characters. I learned more from the odd tales of these down-on-their-luck drifters than I ever did at school. My duties for the casino also included helping with the gaming application process. The Gaming Control Board has cleaned up Las Vegas by conducting intense investigations of gaming applicants, which required our family to deliver carloads of paperwork to their offices. I asked our gaming control board investigator many questions between his inquiries into the accountability of nearly every cent my dad ever made and spent. I was stunned to learn that although there had once been rules limiting games to back rooms and prohibiting people from making bets that would jeopardize their families, there now were no restrictions stopping major casinos with bowling alleys and movie theaters from building within a mile of a mall or a high school. There isn't a single regulation limiting the number of new casinos either. Every slot and poker machine, played or not, pays hefty city, state, and federal taxes. I was beginning to understand why states across the country were pushing to legalize gaming. It's a panacea for withering economies. Finally, I discovered the only gaming restriction, the only rule to be abided by before handing over a gaming license, is that the owner not have an unsavory background. You see, if you have been really bad, you're banned from town, and your mug winds up in the black book with those of the mobsters. While I sat at the gaming hearings, I watched a man being denied a license because he had once run a 900 number in a topless bar. Our application to build a blue-collar slot joint was granted without question. Within hours of our casino opening, the same construction workers who had labored for a year were begging me for an advance because they had already lost their wages. Loose change. Just as I had watched my dad do for years, I neatly folded my tip so that the numbers on the bill jutted toward my palm. As I smiled broadly and shook the maitre d's hand, I inquired if there were any seats by the 206 stage. He kindly returned my crisp $20 and informed me, "No, there is only assigned Ticketmaster seating." "When did this silliness start?" I demanded. "Since Steve Wynn got to town," he responded. "You can blame him." Back at my assigned seat, I was ushered in disbelief that the entire monetary structure in Vegas was in shambles. Greasing palms, slyly passing a few bucks, that was Las Vegas. Not anymore. The checking of coins has been subverted by a bigger payoff at the corporate level. What's the difference between paying off the maitre d' or the city? The past buck is still ingrained in the town. But it no longer works for the individual. As the curtain fell, the maitre d' in an apparent act of old-timer comradeship came to escort my friend and me to ringside Tom Jones seats, where we got a closer look at the cheap panties the ladies threw on stage. At least some things don't change. Vintage Vegas is gone. I knew this for sure when I did my Valley High senior class presidential duty and scoured the town for our reunion location. Finding a place that was familiar to the class of 1986 proved impossible. The dunes had been imploded, the landmark had been leveled into a parking lot, and the home of the Rat Pack, the Sands, had closed. From my hotel room, I had a view of the Sands marquee, announcing an auction of its stures. Its tower stood small scale, like a dollhouse toy, against the new mega-resorts and building cranes that littered the skyline. Fanciful papier-mâché shakers have been replaced with ominous porticos. Ridiculous attempts at tastefulness have painted the town beige. It's bland, for God's sakes. As baffed as I am by the demise of local history and color, I guess I understand the motivation behind bulldozing Bugsy's Rose Garden at the Flamingo and imploding the mob associations of the dunes. I can even comprehend blasting, not preserving, the landmark hotel, with its Jetson motif celebrating Vegas's atomic testing routes. Gangsters and bombs just don't tee the new corporate town, except as nostalgia. Besides, private enterprise has come to control native nostalgia. Locals' voices are lost among those of packs of rootless newcomers who don't remember the old Las Vegas. Sad as I am about the development of the desert and the corporate takeover of Las Vegas's glitzy glamour, I can't ignore the ironic changes to which my own family succumbed. We changed from desert rat renegades into conspirators of Big Daddy development. In the position of our nemesis, we are now prey to destructive acts of the kind we once directed at desert developers. Unfortunately, violence has supplanted. 207. Our childhood vandalism. In an armed robbery attempt at the Roadhouse, a disgruntled employee charged the casino cage, cut the electricity, grabbed the manager by her hair, and held a gun to her head, while shouting at everyone to hit the oar. The kindly security guard, a disabled old veteran, shot him dead. Blood soaked the carpet I had helped pick out. I remember Las Vegas as piecemeal landscapes, desert, strip, suburbs. Now a piece is missing. The desert has disappeared. The remaining elements are enmeshed, and gaming is bleeding onto the streets, soaking into suburban neighborhoods. Working at the casino, I've had a glimpse of this brew and see it intoxicating the town. It's a lethal risk when I think of what's at stake when people move out of all those cheap Arstime homeowner-tract homes and leave behind a valley of wagering ghettos. The goal of my games as a kid was to avoid scarring the desert's crust. When I lifted a clay tile from a dried washbed, I left behind a sandy spot in the cracked surface, a piece of a pattern missing. The game wasn't over, the winner was the one who could carefully tee the clay tile back into its spot. No one ever won. The clay tile disintegrated to sand, its imprint left behind. In the delicate composition of the desert, every piece serves a purpose. In Las Vegas, the space of the desert functioned as a buffer between gambling and the suburbs. Like the clay tile, once the desert is removed, it is impossible to wedge a piece of space back into place. Unlike a chip of clay taken from a washbed, there is no spot remaining to indicate the desert's removal. When a place vanishes, nobody wins. Everyone remembers nuances of their hometown landscape: ravines of cattails, natural washes, a boulder since removed that originally caused the curve in the road. But what is remarkable about Las Vegas is the speed and greed with which the natural imprints of the land have been obliterated. In this decorated desert, there are no remains of what once was, there is no lingering sense of place. 208. William N. Thompson. How I Became a Native. 1. 980, my little girl said casually, "Did Mom tell you about Kristen?" I said, "No." "Well," she said, "you know, I kinda asked Kristen if she was going to Lisa's Halloween party." When she said, "No," I asked her if she had been invited. She said she had been. Then she said, "I really can't go to parties, because, well, I shouldn't talk about it, but I have like a housekeeper who brings me to school and picks me up." He really isn't a housekeeper. He is a bodyguard. There are some bad people who told my dad that they are going to get us. Kristen's father was the president of a leading casino in Las Vegas. A couple of years earlier, such a conversation with my daughter would have sent chills up and down my spine. But then I was just another innocent Midwesterner, new to Glitter Gulch and the Strip, a neophyte to the tinsel town known as Las Vegas. I have settled in, however. I have a Nevada driver's license, I am registered to vote, and I have had my call for jury duty. I am a native. As soon as I got my job teaching at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, I started reading about my new hometown. I hungered for and absorbed the likes of the green felt jungle, the last misso, Easy Street, the House of Cards, the Girls of Nevada, Hunter Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Hank Greenspun's Where I Stand, and Ralph Pearl's Las Vegas is My Beat. I read all the local tourist guides, and I ran to get the paper each morning. I had an insatiable need to know, to learn. The books painted the picture of a quaint desert railroad. 209. Stop that had been transformed in the 1940s into a haven for gamblers with unsavory reputations elsewhere. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel led the group that sought to operate legally like in the small oasis town whose name means the meadows. And they settled in. And they tee in. They founded the country clubs and social clubs. They started the RST synagogue and a number of churches, and, of course, private schools. They became good Joe citizens. They were the Joneses next door with whom everyone kept up. The stories were quaint in a menacing sort of way, like a murder mystery on television. But I knew things had to have changed. Las Vegas had grown into a metropolis. It was in the fastest growing region in the United States. I was sure that the older professors would be able to tell me stories about the unsavory characters I had been reading about. And I did thrill at the stories that real natives who can actually be found told me. But, for me, the characters would be just names in the papers or names in the local history books. So I thought. For my few months in Vegas, the papers didn't give too much attention to its notorious inhabitants. They had other stories to report. The MGM retook 84 lives, the Hilton re-8 more. These tragedies had hit corporate casinos, not mob hangouts. No unsavory characters, just good old American enterprise, corporations after a quick buck, willing to cut corners on building codes in order to get their prots a little faster. Las Vegas seemed more typical every day. The hot gaming story involving the city's new solid citizen types concerned Tony the Ant Spilatro. The local press introduced me to the famous Nevada Black Book, the official list of unacceptable characters who were not permitted on the premises of any of the 216 establishments that held Nevada gaming licenses. Spilatro, allegedly the contact man in Las Vegas for the Chicago mob, took some friends out to dinner at Diamond Lil's restaurant in Sam's Town Casino. The police were tipped off and swooped in for the catch. But as they arrived, Spilatro drove off. He was later found innocent of the Black Book violation after claiming that the person at Sam's Town had really been his brother. Witnesses could not positively establish his presence there. Tony has two brothers in Las Vegas, Bobby and Fred. I heard about Fred in the papers too. In 1981, he was sentenced to 7 months in federal prison for income tax evasion. My little girl also brought the story home from school. She told me that her friend's father was going to have to go to jail. Gunshots were read into the homes of Bobby and Fred later in the 210 year. The parents of another of my daughter's friends told us how they wouldn't let their little girl play at Shirley Marie's house anymore. They were just afraid of what might happen there. A few months later, all the girls spent the night at Shirley Marie's birthday slumber party. There really wasn't anything to fear, and the girls could not get over just how nice Shirley Marie's parents were. We knew that they must have brought their kids up right. On awards night at Orr Junior High, their little girl trotted up to the stage time after time to accept this academic award and that citizenship award. Nevada's Attorney General, Richard Bryan, later governor of the state, and now a U.S. Senator, presided at the honors ceremony. I wondered if a stray thought or two about organized crime was running through his mind at the time. Probably not. He has been a native all his life. That Vegas summer, we sent our daughter back to the Midwest to be with her grandparents and old friends. It was a time of great happiness for her. She had not adjusted well to Las Vegas. But the departure did have one sour note. Her friend Lori was upset because her father had disappeared. The kids at school were sort of worried over Lori. We kept the news from our daughter over the summer, but she found out when she came back in the fall. The father, a wonderful family man who really loved his children, had been wasted gangland style. His head was found by a dog in the desert near Needles, California. Lori is doing well now. She is a good student. I took the girls to the high school football game a few weekends ago. They seemed to have a good time. The start of summer 1981 also brought our introduction to the Paradise Valley Little League. First came the tryouts. Would our boy make the majors or be sent to the minors? It's a Little League parent's nightmare. The non-native parents did a double take as the loudspeaker read the names of the players making the tryouts. Little Anthony Spilatro stepped to the plate. It didn't matter how well he did. In fact, he got a decent hit when it was announced that he was coach's choice for a major league team. He was Fred's boy. My kid made the minors. In fact, they had to expand the league to make room for him and other kids. His expansion team was sponsored by Rumba Pools. They were called the Rumba Bears, but they played like the Bad News Bears. In the quickly arranged expansion, the league officials grabbed anyone who wanted to coach. The Rumba coach was an unkempt young man of about 20, with shabby clothes and a totally unwashed, unshaven 211 face. He seemed friendly, so the parents thought it was probably okay. But we certainly became apprehensive when he was delivered, always late, to games and practices by his grubby friends in junky-looking lowrider cars. His younger brother was assigned to the team, and somehow this kid became the permanent pitcher. His stepmother became the team mother, but as they didn't have an address or phone, no one knew where to call to remind them that they had called a practice or that there was a game scheduled. When they did get to the games, things were worse. They couldn't keep the kids' names straight, lineups were constantly messed up, and several kids wouldn't get into the games, in violation of league rules. Many parents, myself included, were especially angry over this latter fact. The anger peaked when the coach appeared at a game stoned. The time to speak out had arrived. I reluctantly called Tommy Gazila, the league's vice president, and asked if my kid could be on another team. He asked me if the problem I had was with the Rumba Bears. I said it was. He relayed the fact that I was not the RST to call, I was the last. I had actually been the most patient of the parents. I wasn't yet a full-fledged native. The league officials called a meeting of all the parents. For some reason or another, one parent, Peggy, wanted me to be a critic. When I showed up at the meeting, she was delighted. She later told me that my presence had made all the difference, that the other parents knew that if the cool-headed professor was concerned, action had to be taken. I protested that I had kept my mouth shut at the meeting. She reiterated that my silence made my presence even more meaningful. But I had kept my mouth shut because I didn't want anyone to think anything about me at all. I was there only because Peggy had leaned on me. At the meeting, I remember nudging Peggy and saying, "Who is that presiding?" She said, "Oh, that's Bobby." I said, "Bobby." She put her finger up to her mouth, and uttered a noticeable shhhh. Then she whispered, "Bobby Spilatro. He's the league president." I whispered, "Who is sitting next to Tommy Gazila taking notes?" Peggy whispered, "That's Tommy's wife. She is the league secretary." I said quietly and with a chuckle, "At least the mob didn't elect all the league officers." She laughed and whispered, "She's Bobby's sister." "Oh," I replied. And I determined, once again, to keep my mouth shut. The more vocal parents let their tirades fly, and the coach hadn't bothered to show up to defend himself. So, bowing to the pressures of the crowd, the league officials agreed to replace him with one of the parents, who was quite willing to tackle the job. We took on the mob and we won, I thought. And we lived to tell about it. At the next game, Gazila and 212. Brother Bobby went around to all the parents almost apologetically, saying, "Hey, yeah, everything is okay." Peggy kept telling me that I had made the difference. "No way, Peggy. No way, Tommy. No way, Bobby." But then, the FBI just may be reviewing my telephone conversation with Little League Vice President today. John Moran was elected Sheriff of Clark County and Chief of the Metropolitan Police Force in 1982. During the campaign, he was accused of taking political contributions from Tony the Ant. He was also accused of associating with low-life mob types, among them Vince Rubano, who had been the MC of a fundraising rally and barbecue for the candidate. Indignantly, Moran denied the charges and took a lie detector test to prove his innocence. The Moran forces were up in arms about their opponents defaming Rubano, a well-liked local philanthropist. I wondered. A few weeks later, a nice-looking car pulled up to my house to drop off my little girl after school. The car had personalized Nevada license plates reading Rumba. I asked her, "Rumba?" She said, "Yes, my friend's father owns Rumba pools." I said, "What's his name?" "Oh, that's Mr. Rubano." Follow-up stories in the press indicated that this little league team sponsor had quite a long FBI lie. Just friends and neighbors. How friendly, how neighborly. I wondered as I pulled into the drive one Saturday night about 1 a.m. Just wanting get into the house and get some sleep before church. "What is that?" my wife said. I looked and there was a man standing beside a car right in front of our house. "I don't know, but let's get into the house," I responded. Watching the man apparently talking to someone in the car, I grew more concerned. He looked big and ugly. I kept peeping out the window. I did feel a little better when I saw a police car pass by, but it would have been nicer if the police car had stopped. It didn't. The man stayed there. Then there was a loud knock at my door. What the hell is this? I thought. Yeah, I yelled through the door. Police, the man said. I said, go to the window. He did, and he showed me a badge. He said he could tell that I was concerned, and he just wanted me to know he was going to be there all night, and it didn't have anything to do with me. I took him at his word. On Friday night I had gone to Safeway for some milk at about 8:30. The Saturday news reported that a man had been abducted from the parking lot next to the Safeway at 9 p.m. Friday and taken to Sunrise Mountain, where his body was found, done in mob style. The Sunday Las Vegas Review-Journal told the rest of the story. The poor fellow, 213, was a house guest of Mo Valzano's. The two were spending Friday with some friends at Mo's house, and they decided to have some ice cream. The guest went out to get it in Mo's fancy car, but he didn't come home. The police speculated that the abductors were after Valzano and had been watching his house. They grabbed his guest by mistake. The paper went on about how Valzano was a past partner of Sal Albino, Lori's father, in the Crazy Horse Saloon and was in a struggle with the Chicago mob over control of topless joints and porno bookstores in Los Angeles and Las Vegas. All during that Saturday night with the police watch in my front yard I was awake, wondering which of my neighbors was in trouble. Could it have been the neighbor who had had an accident and was facing over $30,000 in hospital bills? Could he have robbed a bank? Perhaps it was the neighbor who owned Chicago Al's restaurant, a name that would seem to invite trouble? The 21 dealer who had just gotten a divorce? Maybe the settlement hadn't been all that amicable. Or maybe the trouble came from the empty house that had used to headquarter the rock band. All night I worried and wondered. The Sunday paper relieved me of my suspicions about my immediate neighbors, all except one. The paper gave Mo Valzano's address. He lived next door to the residence directly behind my own. He lived on my block. The stakeout was protective. The police wanted to be sure that the murderers of Mo's house guest didn't come back to try again. Neighbor Mo is now trying to sell his house. He doesn't need it. He has another home, Terminal Island Federal Prison. Mo gladly pleaded guilty to minor drug charges in exchange for joining the Federal Witness Protection Program. If he survives, he is expected to live to testify about the activities of Tony the Ant and his friends. Mo won't be seen at the local Safeway for a long time. The case of Valzano and the mistaken identity problem worries me. But I am a native, and I am sure I shall adjust. In the meanwhile, I'll keep driving my Toyota Corolla, thank you. Just a safety measure. I tell all my unemployed friends in the Midwest to come out to Vegas. It sure is a neat place to be, good schools, lots of churches, good concerts, good parks, fabulous weather, and nice scenery. Any native can tell you, Las Vegas is a good family town. 214. Kit Miller. Inside the Glitter. Lives of Casino Workers. Maxine Ernst Showroom Usher. I come from a large Mormon family. We came over with the pushcarts. My people came across from England, and were converted back east in the days of Joseph Smith. My kids were raised within the church and they're raising their children that way. I came to Vegas from Utah when I decided that marriage was no longer right. I was 26 and I had 3 kids to support. My mom said, well, the waitresses here seem to do pretty good with tips, so why don't you come on down? My dad was here on a construction site. I found a little place of my own and with the help of a babysitter, I've been here ever since. I have been a showroom server since the year I came to Las Vegas 40 years ago. I worked at the Sahara, the Thunderbird, the Sands in its heyday, Caesar's Palace, the Hilton. I've seen so many stars. Judy Garland, Mae West, Elvis, of course, Sammy Davis, Jr., Wayne Newton. Anne Margaret was a favorite, and Liberace. I loved the dancers. Donald O'Connor and Debbie Reynolds always put on a good show. I've never interacted with the stars. Oh, I've been whistled at a couple of times. Tom Jones, Frank Sinatra, Harry Belafonte. Now I am in charge of a VIP area. It's a pleasant job. I go to work at 5 o'clock, have my dinner, then I go downstairs and seat people. I talk with them, help them enjoy the show, cheerlead for their side. I watch the show twice every night. How many people would love to have that job? In days gone by, the VIPs were the high rollers, and your local people who are high in politics. The VIPs as we knew them are long gone. Some say that because they've taken service out of the showroom, they won't be back. They like being catered to. Now they're sitting in theater seats, not dining tables. Back then, the average John Doe did not come to town with his family. You had people coming to get away from family. I'm making about $9 an hour, and there are no tips. I've got hospitalization, fantastic health benefits, and 4 weeks a year vacation. But working conditions have changed tremendously. Before, the owners knew you. If you ever got into a really tight spot, you could always go talk to him, and he would help you out financially. The hotels have become so big they don't seem to have time for us. All we are is another cog in the wheel. Even though I may have been in this hotel 24 years, I doubt if the bosses know us. We're just another face in the crowd. I've always been union. My dad was a crane operator and a miner, he was always union. When there was a student strike, my dad said, "You're not going to school." I spent the day on the picket line. Consequently, I will never cross a picket line, regardless of who's picketing. When I came to Las Vegas, RST thing my dad said was, "There's the Union Hall. Go join up." I went in that day. They sent me out to the coffee shop at the Riviera, where I worked for 3 months. In those days, the union was Al Bramlett and a few of his agents. He was a good OLE boy. He knew me as a union member who would get out there and GHT for the average working person. I remember when he said we were gonna get a health program, then a pension program. We all stood up and said, "Hooray!" We more or less idolized him. Who knows why he was killed? They were trying to start the dealers' union and were having a tough time. Dealers have never been unionized in this town, as much as they want to try. There's no church edict against casino work. I'm working to make a living. Just because I'm serving liquor, doesn't mean I'm drinking it. 217. Because I'm working in a casino doesn't mean I'm gambling. My family standards are as high as they would be up in Salt Lake City. My mother's family numbered 14 children. And they were always very proud of me. No one has ever said I should not go out and make a living for my children in the best way I know how. I'd go home and I was making as much as my brother who was a school teacher. I raised my family. I was able to buy a home. Everyone says, "Here's Maxine from Las Vegas. How is it down there? We're so proud of you, you've done so great." Family entertainment has ruined Las Vegas. These families are on a budget. They have 3 or 4 kids on their laps. When you ask if they want a cocktail, the RST thing they ask is, "How much?" and you want to kill them. It's lost the glamour. Now it's just baby strollers everywhere you go. I'm a food server in the showroom at the Excalibur. The women are wenches, the men are serfs. The show is medieval jesting, ting, horses. It's very loud. People are screaming for their night to win. I work a 4:10 p.m. shift. When I get to work, I go down to wardrobe and get my uniform, change into my peasant girl blouse and skirt. I clock in at the showroom and set the room up. We take our break and eat. Then we come back and do cocktail service and dinner. At the show, everybody eats with their hands. Cornish game hen, broccoli spears, roll and soup. I serve 67 people with a partner. I make about $2,400 a month after taxes. My little girl and I can live pretty good on that. We live in my mom's house with my brother and his wife and 2 kids and our elderly great aunt. Ashley has a nanny. She's from Poland, but Ashley understands her. I offered her the job when I was 3 months pregnant and she came over from Poland. She cleans houses in the morning, then comes over to watch Ashley at 3 o'clock. It's expensive, but I want her to have someone's full attention. I don't want her to get lost in the shoof. I grew up in Las Vegas. When I was 15 I got my RST job in the casinos. I was a coffee girl during the summer at the Union Plaza. I've been a coffee shop waitress, a cocktail waitress, a gourmet food server, a banquet, and a showroom server. I've worked at the Stardust, the Golden Nugget, the Dunes, the Marina, and in Reno at the MGM, the Nugget, the Sands. I'll probably stay in gaming all my life. 219. When the mob was running Las Vegas, everyone made money. I could make $300 a night in tips. They were strictly interested in gambling. They comped the shows, the meals. Now people only get comped if management screws up and has to make good. It's gone down the drain. The corporations have ruined it. They want every room to make a profit. It was a safer place to live when the mob was here. You'd never see bank robbers come in and try to rob a cage. The mob would blow their brains out right there. I got pregnant at 37. My boyfriend didn't want a kid. I said, fine if you don't want to be a part of her life. But I'm gonna go ahead and have my baby. He said, then you do it on your own. I had insurance and a steady job. I worked until the day I had her. My 3 girlfriends supported me all through my pregnancy, and they were at the birth. There are a lot of single mothers out there. I spend all my free time with Ashley. On my free days we'll go out for breakfast, go grocery shopping, go to visit someone. She's my little buddy. Gloria Harris, cocktail waitress. Cocktailing is like self-employment. If you stand in the station, if you don't go out and take care of your customers, you're not gonna make a decent salary. The Golden Gate is the oldest casino in Nevada. It used to be called the Sal Sajev, that's Las Vegas backwards. We've all been here a lot of years. Everybody's friendly, that's how we keep our customers. We give them our undivided attention and let them know we appreciate them being here, just have fun, hang loose. Downtown is down to earth. We're just a big caring family. When one of us hurts, we all hurt. A lot of our customers are elderly, locals. In the winter we get our snowbirds that come for 6 months. Some of them get rooms here at the hotel. Or they get their little apartments because they have animals. This is their hangout. Sure, they lose money. But we accommodate them with meals, and the drinks are free. The house gives a lot away, and we take care of them. If one of our customers goes into the nursing home or the hospital, we send them cards or go see them. The Golden Gate is a break-in casino. The kids get out of dealer's school and then they come here and they get hands-on. Working with real money, real people. After 6 months, they might go to the Strip, where they're dealing with much more money and the stakes are higher. 221. I wouldn't want to work on the Strip. Here I'm closer to home. I don't have to hustle bustle with the traffic, no thank you. I'm used to downtown. I've been here so long I'm part of the furniture. I've been at the Golden Gate 22 years. I spent 10 years as change girl and cashier and 12 years in cocktails. We take a class to get an alcohol awareness card. You learn how to identify a drunk, when to serve him and when not to. Everyone that seems drunk isn't always drunk, they could be on medication, they could be old or crippled. Alcoholics, you can smell them before you get to them. They stink. I work swing shift. I come on at 5:45, sign in, go downstairs, get my tray, let the girl know I'm here and her time's up. I make $6 an hour and I pay $65 a night in taxes, that's taken from my paycheck. How do you tell the IRS you're not making that? I make $75 a night in tips now. Before the Fremont Experience redevelopment I was making $35. I was in favor of the experience. Heck, yeah, do something. Or I was gonna have to learn how to belly dance real soon. Downtown Las Vegas was dead, almost a ghost town. We were hurting the last few years because of the mega hotels. They was killin' us, like when the big gas companies come in and kill the little bitty gas stations. They had more to offer. Then they started putting hotels in the neighborhoods. After that, why should you come downtown? I get about 4 hours of sleep. I'm off work at 2 o'clock in the morning, then I go home and lay out my daughter's clothes. She's 15. I check her diabetes. I turn on the news and see what's happened while I was at work. I lay down from 3:36:30. Then I get up and take my daughter to school at 7:20 and I stay up all day. Lots of days I watch my grandbabies while my kids are working. I'm originally from Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't gamble. I prefer the mall. Marianne Rodriguez, heavy equipment operator. I prepare the ground for these cranes that are building the Stratosphere Casino. I'm good. I know just what you need for compression, moisture. Getting the right mix is like baking bread. I don't read a recipe. I do it by feel. This loader is an extension of my thoughts. It does what I think. I did my apprenticeship at the Nevada test site. I applied 3 times before I got in. It was very competitive. I met my husband there. He was a crane operator. I think it's good to help women and minorities get into these jobs. Otherwise they don't get much of a chance at this work. But once you're in, you've gotta be good to stay. Last week I worked 80 hours. I'm really enjoying it. My husband's been gone for a year and a half, working in Oregon. He was thinking I got a piece of cake here, running the kids. Now he's back and he has to run the kids, pay the bills. He sees how hard it is. I was raised Seventh-day Adventist in Tennessee and Oregon. We lived in the mountains. We had no TV, no radio. I heard my RST country western song when I was 18. I didn't get a formal education. I was homeschooled from 8 to 18. At a certain point, my mom sat me down with the Bible, and within 2 months I was reading. Then she left my education to me. We would go to junk stores and I could get any book I wanted as long as it was nonfiction. I read thousands of National Geographic's. At school you get a lot of peer pressure about who you should be, what you can do. No one told me I couldn't do this or that. When I was a kid, I skidded 7 cords of wood a year on horseback. I was an artist with a chainsaw. I liked to figure out the hardest way to cut a tree. When I was 18 I left home and worked on ranches. The way I deal with the guys on the crew is a little unusual. I just give it right back to them. When I worked at the test site, I went through some hazing. Every inch of the walls was covered with centerfolds. One guy put up a real explicit one, just to throw me. I tacked up one of my own, of the male variety. His came down real fast. Did I gain their respect? Yes. Did he lose face? You bet. If I keep working overtime, I could make $100,000 this year. But I won't be able to ride these machines forever. Now I'm trying to figure a way to stay in this field, but do something else as I get older. My boss is teaching me to read plans. He doesn't look like Einstein, but he is. Bronk, my husband, and I have a 7-year-old son and a 9-year-old daughter. My mom lives with us too and helps a lot with the kids. We'd like to live on a little ranch we have in Oregon. But my daughter's really good in gymnastics, and here in Vegas she has the chance to develop that. I think she could make it all the way to the Olympics. Mario Bruncook. Today I became an American citizen. It's nice, I feel I'm part of something. Now I can get arrested at union demonstrations. I can get full minutes for the taxes I pay. I'm grateful to the US for opening the door, and maybe saving my life. I grew up in Uruguay. My grandparents went there as farm workers. Italy was overpopulated, and they were looking for land. We were a very close family. The main thing in my childhood was playing soccer. I left home when I was 14 to go to work. My RST job was in a casino, the Park Hotel, in 1954. It was owned by the city of Montevideo. I ran the elevator and was a bellman, cashier, cook. I learned to cook by hanging out with the cooks the casino brought in from Italy. On days off, we made barbecues on the beach. Then the public workers went on strike, 60,000 members, including our casino, and I started working with the union. The casino switched me to graveyard shift. In 1962, Che Guevara came to the Park Hotel. He was defending Cuba at a meeting of the Alliance for Progress, President Kennedy's Latin American plan. They were voting to expel Cuba from the Organization of American States. He would wake up at 4:30 in the morning, I brought him his tea, and we talked. He was a brilliant man, a doctor, and a great leader. I was very sad when he was killed. In the 1960s and 1970s, I helped the United Nations with refugees coming in from other dictatorships, Bolivia, Brazil. I was living in Brazil when Uruguay became a dictatorship. I came back to GHT it. Clandestine work. We'd paint signs in the street, take out all the lights in the city, bang pots and pans. We helped the families of people in jail, raised money. It was dangerous if you leaded in a bus and somebody saw you, you'd go to jail. There was a big demonstration, the tanks were waiting for us. We threw stones. They gassed us. A lot of people were killed. The military took me to jail. They tied a hood around my head, led it with water, suffocating me. They wanted names. I thought, I'm going crazy, maybe I'm giving names unconsciously. I threw myself through a window, got all cut up. I knew I had to leave the country. I went to Argentina, Costa Rica, Mexico, the United States. I worked as a cook in New York, New Jersey, Florida, Texas, often with no job security, no vacation. Here in Vegas I've worked in the Stardust, the Mirage. I work swing shift. I get to the Mirage at 3:30, put on my hat and coat, get my station ready. From 5:30 to 11:30, I'm cooking. I prepare 70 to 100 meals per night. They let me use the best ingredients: olive oil, meat. I make about $13 per hour. Now I'm getting very tired and looking forward to retiring in Mexico. If I stay here, I'll be poor. 226. A few years ago, I married Natividad, a Mexican woman. She's a maid at Treasure Island. She has 2 teenage boys. She's raising them old-fashioned. They go to church, come back, watch TV, no go out, no games. She's very Catholic. I respect it, but I am not. We're a happy family. On my day off, I make barbecue for everyone. Barbecuing is a religion for Uruguayans. Bernice Thomas, maid trainer. I organized the maid school for the Culinary Workers Union. The training is free. I've had all nationalities, all over the US, policemen, teachers. Lot of people come to Las Vegas thinking money grows on trees. You can get a job, but it might not be in your classification. So they'll always fall back on housekeeping. I'm from Tallulah, Louisiana. I was young, doing farm work, when I had this, I guess you could call it a vision. I said, I want a white house. I want a husband and a daughter. And I want a nice car. There were no jobs there, just farm laborer. I got married. His grandparents was coming to Las Vegas and we came too. I started out as a guest room attendant, a maid, 20 years ago. I was a GRA about years and I told myself, I want to be an inspector. Back in those days it was almost impossible to get an inspector job. But I always had faith and confidence in myself, so I got an inspector job. I did that about 14 years. Then I was promoted to assistant executive housekeeper. I always was flexible and willing to work. I had 8 children in the meantime, and I worked every day. When I was hired to organize the maids' school, I had been in hotels all my life, so this is something I just knowed with my eyes closed. We talked to the housing authority and found a place. It's a suite of rooms that we set up like hotel rooms. My 3 instructors set things up, I direct them. We mess up the bed, put dust and makeup on the door, lipstick messages on the mirror, McDonald's packages, beer bottles, it be really trashed. We train them how to make a bed nice, dust the entire room, don't miss a lick of nothing. Now maids have to worry about needles, blood, all kinds of things. We show them how to use gloves, put that linen in a special bag. We also have a class where they can learn English. We train 33 students every 2 weeks with a full class. They graduate if they can work up to hotel standards. When they get that certificate, the hotels usually will hire them. Sometimes they hire them right there at graduation. At the hotels, the maids clean 15, 16, even 18 rooms. The starting wage is $8.20 per hour. They get vacation time according to how many hours they've put in. It's a goal out there. But it's not easy. You have hard days, you get real disgusted. But the main thing is to do the best you can, keep a positive attitude and you will make it. That's what I teach the people here. I say, just think about how nice it's gonna be when you go out there and make that check. Think about that new car, the wardrobe. They'll get a job and come back and thank me for it, show me their new car. That makes me proud to feel that I done help somebody. I reached all my goals. I got a white house, a car, a husband, and a lot of kids and grandkids. Most of my kids live in Las Vegas. And I'm blessed that my mother and auntie live here now. On my off days, I drive them places, shopping, to church. Some hot days we just sit here in the shade and watch TV. Ippolito Charles pot washer. People don't really notice the work a pot washer does. It's like being a garbage man. No one pays any attention to him, but they sure would if he stopped picking up their garbage. I've been at Jerry's Nugget for a year. I was working at the Fremont Hotel, washing pots, dishes, cleaning oars. One day I just came in here and applied. That day I had an interview and I got hired. Got lucky, really. In the mornings I'm here at 7 o'clock. I ride my bike cause it's the only transportation I've got right now. I get to see the sun rise over the mountains. First thing, I cut vegetables for soup, cut up the snack bar, salad, and sandwich stuff. You just go from there, wash your pots and dishes all day. That's basically it. We get one 30-minute break. From 12 to 1:30, it's our lunch rush, we're usually just slammed. Sometimes it goes fast and sometimes you're just dragging. I picked up technique from a guy who worked here. You rinse 'em all off, put the worst ones to soak for a couple hours. 2 sinks have hot soapy water, you use some sanitizer. You get faster at it. These guys make the day easier, they're always joking around, singing Spanish music. In a year's time I learned more Spanish here than I've known my whole life. We teach each other. I'm making $8.43 an hour, that's 100% after working a year at 80%. We have full benefits, dental, medical, eyes. We can eat 2 meals here, but I usually just eat 1. Getting fat is an occupational hazard. I had an uncle who was a cook here for 27 years. He had a stroke right over there by the stew pots, and he had to retire. I'll try to become a cook. But it's hard to get on, and I don't want to change to graveyard shift. I'm from Vegas. My mom's folks came here in the 1940s. They sold vegetables from a truck. My dad's from San Antonio. He was in the Air Force at Nellis, a jet engine mechanic. When I was a little kid we had to stand near the door while my parents gambled. That was the life here. Now security gets a hold of M and calls you on the intercom, come get your kid. Sometimes I like to gamble, when I have money for it. Otherwise I'll just stick a quarter here and there and see if I hit anything. I never played the tables. I got a wife and a dog, 2 cats, that's my family. No kids, yet. We met at the Fremont. She was a waitress. We'd go out drinking and gambling and stuff, the Las Vegas life. Now I mainly like to be home, play with my dog, watch football. This weekend I've got $10 on the Cowboys. Roy Duncan, arcade manager. I'm a child of the projects. I can go over there today and see guys I grew up with, still right there. Still getting high, sleeping all day and running around all night. That puzzles me that they haven't tried to take their minds past that little area. I've always looked for training opportunities. My degree is in hotel management. I've been interested in it since I was a kid. I'm a supervisor at the Cotton Blossom at the MGM theme park. The boat is a replica of the one in Show Boat. Since I started here, we've changed from being a Cajun restaurant to a deli to a casino deli to an arcade deli. I'm responsible for basic repairs on the machines. I collect numbers from the meters, put it in a bank bag and return it to cast member control bank. I order the food. I'm also a team leader. We get our people together and say, it's real important to smile. I'm getting my PhD in Thinchology at the University of Ounce. They offer classes on management, computers, scheduling, speech. I do think a lot of kids are addicted to these machines. They have $3, they play the games, then they come to me and say, that machine took my money. A lot of times they're out of money and they just want to play the game. The most popular ones are Mortal Kombat. Killer Instinct is also hot. Mostly boys play them. I think we're overexposing our kids to these types of things. They need to have themes that cater to kids, that are less violent, less sexy. Once it's in your mind, it's something that's always there. My mama came from Louisiana. She left a lot of unpleasant things behind, she would never talk about them. She was getting FTY cents a day down south. When she came to Vegas in the 60s, she made $8 a day cleaning houses. Then $17 in the hotels. She raised us kids on her own. I was very fortunate to have a strong mother. But children nowadays don't have anybody. Parents are whacked out on something. The grandparent ends up taking care of the kids. When I was coming up, there was still some respect for the parents and grandparents. But there's no respect for nobody no more. This generation now is a crack generation. It's a cycled poverty that recycled itself into a worse situation. It's gonna take an intense effort from within the community to bring that back into balance. You get caught on drugs and you can't compete. People are shutting themselves out of jobs. Family is the most important thing. That's one of the reasons I went to the Million Man March. I took an oath to do whatever I can to help myself, my family, and my community, economically and spiritually. I never met so many beautiful men in my life. It was profound. I shook hands with people from all over the world, the Caribbean, South America, the Middle East. I came home with a great feeling of brotherhood. I want one day to own my own business. That's where you get ultimate freedom, doing what you want to do, not what someone's telling you to do. I could do pool cleaning, maintenance, oars. My sister makes beautiful jewelry that's been exhibited all over. Maybe we'll go into business together. My wife works in housekeeping at the Stardust. My daughter Libra is 9 and I'm involved with her school. We like to go out in the wilderness around here, Red Rock Canyon, Valley of Fire. Ever since I went to camp as a kid I loved being outdoors. Mario Baserto, sign maintenance man. It's possible to get electrocuted up there. You gotta have your meters, always test the wires. You can get shocked pretty bad, 480 volts. You just take your time so you don't slip or fall. I work for the Young Electric Sign Company. We maintain the lights for the Fremont experience. It is a VE block long canopy of lights where they run a light show every hour. There are 2.1 million bulbs up there, each one is only as big as my baby fingernail. There's 30 sections and 30 computers up on top. The life expectancy of the bulbs is about 20,000 hours. They're new now, but when they run out we'll have a lot to change all at once. My shift is graveyard, 11 p.m. 7 a.m. We come to the office, grab our radios, and get set up. When the last show's over, we get out there and start work. 3 of us take turns riding the lift 110 feet up, running computer tests and changing any bulbs that are out. It takes a week to check the whole experience. I've been at YesCO about 6 months. I was going to welding school when I heard they had job openings. I went down and they hired me right away. I'm an apprentice. I make $11 an hour, half what a journeyman makes. Graveyard was hard to get used to. I don't see my friends anymore. We used to go out to casinos, movies, clubs. I stopped having time for my girlfriend, so we broke up. In a couple of months I'll go back on day shift at the shop. I'll be working on all kinds of signs, changing neon and fluorescent lights, for banks, casinos, tennis courts. I like the work. I put my mind to it, and I learn all I can from these guys. They take the time to teach me. I was born in Las Vegas, I've lived here all my life. My mom grew up here, my dad's from Juarez, Mexico. He works at Timet, a plant where they make titanium. She works at an elementary school. I got one brother, one sister. When I get off work I usually work on my car. It's a '79 Corvette. I like the Corvette cause it looks cool, the girls notice you and it goes real fast. Next month I'm getting another car so I can overhaul the engine and restore it to keep as an antique. Then I'll enter it in car shows. I learned about cars from my dad. He used to X them up to sell. Since I was 6 I helped him. He'd say, "Give me a 516 wrench," and I'd have to figure out what it was. I think I'll stay in Vegas. YesCO is in 8 states. If there's an opening, I could move. But I doubt it. Las Vegas is the best place to live because of all the lights. Lilo Distler Picket Captain. The casinos won't hire older people. But if you're in the job, they can't terminate you. We've got a union. But they can make it really rough on you. They want only young ones. If you go to the non-union hotels, you won't end a cocktail waitress over 30. I came to the US from Germany in the 1940s and married an American. In 1955 I made my citizenship. I've been at the frontier since 1967. At that time, you needed 1,000 hours food service to get into cocktails. I served food at the Tip Top Inn, the Pussycat A Go-Go, and worked banquets in all the hotels. I never called in sick, and I was never late. I worked graveyard 22 years. It gave me time to go to college and study politics and computers. Now I'm on the picket line. We're striking for a contract. Pension, good wages, insurance. We're the oldest strike in the country. I work the line swing shift. I sign people in and out and see that everything's okay. I talk with people to keep up morale. We have 350 people picketing. They come 30 hours a week, after their shift or on their days off. If they have full-time jobs, they do 15 hours. The Sahara sends a free food truck, really good food. It's been hard. Summers it's very hot. You have to drink water, get shade when you can. I keep up morale. I say, what would you have if you go back in? You've only got one choice, stick with the union or go with management. They say, I'm gonna stick with the union. I say, so don't cry about it. We are a community. We have our Grey Panthers, a group of older men who all picket together. We have our strike shack. The frontier is being kept open with scab labor. They make $4.25 an hour. The scabs come from the street, they don't stay very long. When they settle the strike, I will go back just for spite, to get rid of the scabs. I want my shift back, and I want that scab out of there. Under Howard Hughes the frontier was 100% better. You could be elected Employee of the Month, get a free vacation, a $500 bonus, free dinner. They gave a Christmas party for all the children in the big showroom. You got a turkey or a ham, an extra day's pay. After so many years on the job, you get a gold watch, a ring, diamond bracelet. We had several uniforms over the years. One was taffeta with a big full skirt. Another was a Hawaiian dress. Customers dressed up too, in dresses and high-heel shoes. Back then they came with a lot of money. After a while in the business, you know how to handle people. They get drunk and say, "Bring me a double. Bring me a triple." I used to tell them, "Yes, there's a double in there." But there was no booze in there. My daughter is a cocktail waitress at the Horseshoe, studying to be a social worker. Cocktailing is not such a good job anymore. You've got more of a family crowd now. People don't tip like they used to. I'm very interested in politics. I don't like Republicans. It's for the rich, and I'm not rich. I'm pro-choice, to each his own body. Like affirmative action, the more you think about it, you have to have it. Otherwise people will never move up, they'll be pushed down all the time. I register voters. I've been pushing the Spanish people in the Union to register to vote, to get citizenship. My neighborhood wants me to run for office. They're all senior citizens. I'd like to run for county commissioner, or state assembly, but it takes a lot of money. When I'm not on the picket line, I'm home reading, or making dolls. I visit my daughter. I've been married 50 years, same person. My husband was with the police department. We don't go on vacations. We stay in town, go out to eat, watch TV together. I like to crochet and knit. I have made dozens of these dolls. Please take one to each of your daughters. Mark Zardarian room service. The interesting thing about this job is when you knock on the door, you never know whether the person on the other side has got a gun, it's a naked woman, or both. At the Sahara on swing shift, there are 3 guys running 2,100 rooms. It is much better than being a dining room waiter. I don't have those classic waiter nightmares anymore. You know the one. You've got 100 people in your station and you can't remember anyone's order. In room service I can pour a $100 bottle of wine without some kid tugging on me going, "Mister, I want some more butter." Sherry and I ended up in Vegas when we were attempting to walk across country. We walked across New Hampshire, Vermont, into New York and got heat stroke, water and food poisoning all at once. We ended up in the hospital and decided to get a van so we could see the country. We were in Vegas on our way to go camping in California, and I took one look at the strip and said, "Whoa, I could make money there." Being a waiter I just knew it was the kind of place the tips would be owing. And I was right. As far as the restaurant business goes, it's probably the best money in the world. We had jobs inside a week. We went down to the union and basically bought a job. It cost $100 a head to sign up, get your sheriff's card, health card, TAM card. Once we were in, it was so worth it. The wages and benefits were beyond anything I'd ever imagined. I had worked in states where the dining room waiter would make the subminimum of $2.25 an hour plus tips with no benefits at all, not even a meal. Here they were paying $7.50 an hour plus full health, paid vacation, guaranteed break, 2 meals a day, can't be read unless you're really screwing up. We were just gonna stay for 6 months at the outside. That was almost 7 years ago. People who order room service don't want to stand in line. They've had a long day at a convention or they've been gambling all night and they've got a hangover. Sometimes they just want to argue. You go into a room and there's 4 guys all bigger than you and they're in a bad mood because they just spent half their life's savings on the table stupidly. You gotta keep your eyes open. Then there's the porno convention. They answer the door and there'll be VE naked people standing there. They like to see the shock on your face. For us the idea is not to get in trouble. Just give them their order and leave. One night we saw a magic show on the strip, and the next day I blew a bunch of money at the magic shop. I do parties and I'm building a show. I have stage illusions and animals. Odin the boa, the iguana, the doves. My goal is to do it 6 nights a week for a casino. People say, oh, love at RST site doesn't exist. Well, it does. First day of high school in Alaska, I was at my locker and I turned around and there was Sherry. It was kind of like the movies. The background just faded out and everything was kind of hazy except her face. Now we've got Nicole. Our main concern is working to make the environment better for her. Part 4 Shaping Life. 243. Joanne L. Goodwin. She works hard for her money. A reassessment of Las Vegas women workers, 1945–1985. W. Hen. I received my RST academic position at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I thought the fates were having a little fun with me. I am a feminist. History is most interesting to me when interpreted with a gender analysis. My familiarity with Las Vegas amounted to a brief glimpse years earlier while on a cross-country trip. Unlike the millions of visitors, who looked to the city to experience its constructed fantasies, I preferred the tangible beauty of the area's high deserts and canyons to the amusements of Glitter Gulch. In fact, as a young progressive adult in the 1970s, the images of the city presented through the media ran counter to my views on social justice and equal opportunity. To be specific, I found the tourism industry's use of the female body to promote the city's economy an obstacle in the path to women's equality. I found the job opportunities of sex work, which I perceived to be the main lucrative occupation for women in Las Vegas at the time, degrading and hardly a choice. As I packed my things to move, I wondered how a feminist would fare in Sin City. 20 years later, not only had I changed but so had Las Vegas. Gambling and tourism still provide the economic base for this rapidly growing metropolitan area, but gambling is no longer unique to this desert town. Communities across the country now seek to enhance their local economies through gambling and entertainment tourism. The organization of the gambling industry also changed. Corporations bought out many of the individually owned properties and the pooled interests. 244. Associated with organized crime. With the O of capital stringently regulated, the post-war casino culture died. Job seekers still migrate to the area, but now retirees are joining them. The packaging and marketing of the female body continues unabated in Las Vegas, but the power relations that sustain it appear far more complex than I once thought. My move to this city, known worldwide for its commodification of marriage, divorce, sex, and entertainment, became for me not only an odd twist of fate but an opportunity to investigate its international popularity and its development during the post-war years. I came to Las Vegas because of a job, however, it was not to work in a casino but to teach U.S. women's history at the university. It may not surprise the reader to learn that the history of women in Las Vegas is in an early stage of development. We are still discovering where and how women participated in the area's growth, as well as their significant contributions to the region's history. Locals refer to women's activity in the development of the area since its earliest days, yet little of that history has been written. To further complicate the process of retrieving a past that includes women, too few traditional historical resources exist. Despite these obstacles, my initial interest in ending local sources for graduate student seminars rapidly grew beyond those borders. I now understand that the histories of working women in Las Vegas offer a new perspective on the interaction between post-war gender systems and the consumer economy of the post-1945 era. Americans' popular conceptions about women in Las Vegas in the years after World War II came from casino public relations departments and Hollywood screenwriters' imaginations. Aside from these sources, we know little about them. Las Vegas business leaders experimented with several images to promote the gambling resort town during the 1940s and 1950s, but the image that persisted was that of the glamorous showgirl. Created during the same era as the Hollywood starlet, this female icon became a standard in public relations material. Dancers and showgirls worked without additional pay to model for photos that went to newspapers around the country to promote the attractions of a Las Vegas vacation. Such pictures usually posed near the hotel swimming pool, with the casino sign in the background represented the glamour, excitement, and leisure available in Las Vegas even to average Americans. No mystery surrounds the popularity of these images. Pretty girls sell, Al Guzman, a veteran of the Las Vegas publicity business, told a journalist. You need to do something to get people's attention. A pretty girl will get an editor's attention, then. 245. Miss Houston. Maybe you've got some free publicity. The significance of selling Las Vegas through the glamorous image of a showgirl went beyond free publicity, however. It was part of a larger plan, initiated by Benjamin Bugsy Siegel with the Flamingo Hotel and by Wilbur Clark with the Desert Inn, to develop luxury resort casinos in the desert. The glamour girl replaced Vegas Vic and the Western theme used by early properties to portray Las Vegas as a wild, no-holds-barred frontier town. By the early 1950s, Las Vegas's image had more in common with Hollywood than with Dodge City. Promoters wanted Americans to think of Las Vegas as a vacation destination with something for everyone while the casinos consumed their discretionary income. Hollywood also played a role in constructing the public's image of women in Las Vegas. Movies with a Las Vegas theme or setting dichotomized female characters as either an innocent or evil. Anne Margaret's 246. Role in Viva Las Vegas provides an example of the innocent, while Sharon Stone's character in Casino starts out as a prostitute and proceeds to slide into a morass of addictions. While casino promoters scrupulously avoided references to mob ties, Hollywood satisfied the public's infatuation by mixing danger with glamour. The importance of organized crime to early casino dancing is well known. Periodic government inquiries into organized crime and gambling have kept this part of the city's past alive in the public's imagination. However, the organized crime version of the Las Vegas story has a male-only cast. When women appear, they are typically portrayed as marginal stereotypes. The glamorous showgirl became the best-known image of women in the marketing of Las Vegas. The prototypical white, all-American feminine beauty aroused admiration and respect from female as well as male viewers. The image was highly sexualized, although not yet nude, public and conceivably available. Publicists, as well as the women who participated in creating these images, capitalized on a new consumer market. This essay moves beyond an interpretation of women's experiences in Las Vegas as either glamour girls of a bygone era or pawns of a larger power system. It includes individual women's choices within a paradigm that recognizes sexism and racism. Taking these power relations as a starting point, it explores the tension between the representation of women's bodies and the experiences of women's lives. This essay is a first step toward a larger synthesis that examines the ways in which many women took charge of their opportunities and used them to their best advantage despite the existing inequitable systems of power. The essay challenges the popular assumptions about women's work with an analysis of the patterns of women's employment in Las Vegas between 1945 and 1985. Sex work is not included, because of the difficulties involved in acquiring historical material on the topic. I focus instead on the areas of work that occupied the majority of women and discuss the patterns of their work over time. Census data document the types of jobs women took and make national comparisons possible. Women who worked in the hotel casino industry during those years LL out the census data with their own words. They make the case that many women workers exercised far greater self-determination in their wage earning than has been acknowledged. Furthermore, they did so at a time when their alternatives in wage work would have been in less well-paid jobs in offices, cafeterias, and private homes. Finally, this historical 247 Account of Las Vegas's working women changes what we know about women's history and the history of the American West in the 20th century by challenging the thesis that domestic containment typed post-war American women. It builds upon research that NDS women received connecting messages regarding gender roles, family responsibilities, and sexuality. Rather than adopting any one model, post-war women followed many varied paths. 6. The Las Vegas story contributes to this revisionist literature by illuminating the way in which gender and race operated to create both restrictions and opportunities. Las Vegas changed from a small desert town created by the railroad to an international tourist destination during the 40 years discussed in this survey. The incorporated town of Las Vegas had fewer than 8,500 residents in 1940, yet it accounted for more than half of the population of the entire county. In 1931, when the state legislature legalized gambling, that enterprise made up only a small part of the local economy. Federal spending for Boulder Dam in the 1930s and the military during the 1940s proved far more important for local businesses. 7. With people moving into the area in search of jobs, the population doubled several times during the next 2 decades. The net in-migration declined slightly between 1960 and 1980 as the incorporated city's population increased 1.5 times. 8. Women did not make up a significant part of the labor force until the casino expansion of the 1950s. They numbered slightly over 1,000 and accounted for only 16.5% of the civilian labor force in 1940. That would change dramatically as the city's economy expanded with gambling in the years following the war. The influx of newcomers did not significantly alter the racial composition of the area. Most of the residents were white, and the combined total of African Americans, Native Americans, and Asian Americans remained under 10% of the population until 1970. The most dramatic change occurred with African Americans. Only 178 blacks lived in Clark County in 1940, but those figures increased to 11,005 between 1940 and 1960, to make up 8.6% of the county's population. Many came from southern states as part of the Second Great Migration during the war years. In general, male African American migrants took jobs in the area's wartime industries and later in the hotels. Women worked in the housekeeping departments of the Las Vegas hotels, in personal service, and, by the 1970s, in offices. 9. The post-war expansion brought women of all backgrounds to Las Vegas because of the jobs the city offered. 10. Las Vegas Standard Metropolitan Statistical Area, SMSA, figures show that women and men, 248, were evenly distributed in the population across most racial and ethnic groups. Yet the rate at which women entered the workforce grew faster than the rate of increase in the number of women in the overall population. For example, between 1940 and 1950, the number of working-age women increased 196% in the general population while their participation in the labor force increased 413%. That trend toward wage earning by women continued through the next decade, slowed between 1960 and 1970, and then resumed again by 1980. The narratives of women who moved to Las Vegas for work in the hotel casinos give us some indication of their motivations. Las Vegas provided plenty of work for women who wanted or needed to earn money. In fact, the rapid expansion gave service workers the mobility to move from job to job. Eileen Noreen came to Las Vegas in the late 1940s from California to work as a dancer, then as a cocktail waitress. She grew up taking dancing lessons near her home around Los Angeles and danced with a group called the Fanchonettes as a teenager. When the managers of the troupe decided to move their operation to New York City, she quit. After that, I danced independently in different clubs. Then I was asked to join the Dorothy Dorbin Dancers and I came to Las Vegas with them. They had a short engagement for 2 weeks at the hotel Last Frontier. When that ended, I got acquainted with the cocktail girls at the Last Frontier and found that they made a lot more money than I did. So I applied for the job and, thankfully, I got it. Eileen came to town at the beginning of development on the Las Vegas Strip. The only major properties were the El Rancho Vegas and the Hotel Last Frontier. The entertainment scene had not developed to the extent it would within 20 years, and the qualifications for talent varied from property to property. Although her career in dancing was erratic, she returned to California periodically to take jobs in small clubs. Her work as a cocktail server offered a steady job, with lucrative tips, in a town with considerable excitement. 11 Essie Jacobs and her husband came to Las Vegas because of the bright lights and, more important, because they hoped to end better opportunities for themselves and their family. They were two among thousands of African Americans who left the South during the war years. After they moved from Fordyce, Arkansas, her husband started to work, while Essie spent time with their children. Although she did not plan to take a job immediately, Essie mentioned women's employment when discussing the differences between Fordyce and her new home. "It wasn't mandatory for me to work down there in Fordyce, 'cause men's didn't." 249. Dunes Hotel cocktail staff believe in women's working. "But when I come to Vegas, with the cost of living and things, well, for two to make ends meet, two had to work. So, I decided to get me a job. So, I went to work at the Aladdin Hotel and Casino in December 1963. 12 A friend of her sister's, who also lived in Las Vegas, helped her end a job working as a maid in the housekeeping department of the hotel. The work in housekeeping was much easier, she said, than the nursing home work she had done in Fordyce." 13 Eileen Noreen and Essie Jacobs came to the city from different sections of the country. They both worked in service sector jobs, yet those jobs were segregated on the basis of sex as well as race. The separation of their work environments mirrored the segregation of the workplace and the social milieu of Las Vegas. Eileen was visible in the showroom and on the OR of the casino serving drinks to guests in the bar. After work, she socialized in the city's bars and casinos with co-workers and 250 friends. Essie worked in the back of the house, an area of the hotel casino that remained invisible to the tourists, yet provided the infrastructure for the hotel. Segregation policies restricted Essie from socializing in the casinos, but the African American community developed its own area for clubs and entertainment in the city's West Side neighborhood. According to both women, the unofficial income from tips made these otherwise traditionally female jobs more appealing. Close ties between Las Vegas and Hollywood brought many performers to the casino showrooms. Betty Bunch's career on stage and in the movies shared several characteristics with those of other white entertainers. She came to Las Vegas in 1956 as a member of the chorus line with the Morelandis Dancers. "I came over here to work. When that job was over, I went back to Los Angeles and auditioned for another show that was coming to Las Vegas. Finally, I realized that all the work was in Las Vegas, so I moved over here to stay." The dancers opened the show at the Sahara for a headliner. They worked 2 shows a night, 7 nights a week. The hard work was worth it for a variety of reasons, the salary among them. "We made $95 a week, which was a fortune at the time. We considered that being very well paid. The average secretary at the time made $45 a week." 14 Betty Bunch did the mainstream standards of racial and gender beauty promoted in the post-war United States. Until the mid-1960s, Las Vegas showgirls were not only white but frequently European. African American entertainers had a parallel system for producing icons of African American beauty. All black acts, black clubs, separate performance circuits and popular publications played to predominantly black audiences. Similar networks existed in Latino communities. Asian women not only worked as featured groups of entertainers but were occasionally found integrated into chorus lines. The segregation practiced in most American cities, whether de facto or de jure, also existed in Las Vegas. Entertainment venues maintained a policy of race segregation until the 1960s. Headliners such as Lena Horne played in Las Vegas casino showrooms, but she did so to all white audiences. The Las Vegas African American community, through the local branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, worked continuously to end race discrimination in all areas of community life. Eileen Noreen, Essie Jacobs, and Betty Bunch came to Las Vegas during the early days of the casino boom to take advantage of openings created by the expanding tourist economy. Sex and race discrimination existed in labor practices, yet each woman maneuvered her way around. 251. Them. By the 1970s, labor patterns began to change as the successes of the civil rights movement and sex equity legislation lowered the barriers to employment across the nation. The same economy that fostered gender and race stereotypes and maintained segregated labor practices continued to attract a diverse group of working-class women and men to the service sector tip economy of casinos, hotels, motels, and restaurants. Women increased their workforce participation nationally during the 1960s and 1970s, yet Las Vegas had higher rates of female participation in the labor force than the nation as a whole. Nearly half, 44%, of all women of legal working age in Las Vegas held jobs in 1960, compared to slightly over one-third nationwide. These percentages are aggregators and do not account for differences in marital status, race, or ethnicity. By 1970, the gap had closed, but Las Vegas still had a greater portion of women in its workforce than the nation, 47% to nearly 43%. The pattern of higher employment rates held true irrespective of a woman's marital or parental status. Women generally worked less after they married, if their husbands lived with them and the family income could support it. This was the case nationally for married women, too, at the time. Nevertheless, a higher percentage of married women worked in Las Vegas, particularly as shown in the 1960 census. The most significant influence on women's employment in Las Vegas proved to be the presence of young children in the home. Half of all women worked for wages when no children under 18 lived at home. 15. This included young single women, empty nesters, and the elderly. However, when children under the age of 6 years were present, the rate dropped to 28%. This employment rate was still 10 percentage points higher than the national average in 1960. Las Vegas and the nation had similar rates of employment of mothers with young children by 1970. It reached approximately 30% in both cases. 16. When children reached school age, 6 to 17, the proportion of mothers who went out to work jumped to 50%. Single mothers with children, but no husband present in the home, had the highest employment rates. The ages of their children made little difference in terms of their need to work. 70% of single mothers with children under 6 years were wage earners. When their children went to school, these women stayed in their jobs and continued to support their families. 17. Las Vegas does not appear to have offered any greater number or variety of childcare alternatives than other parts of the country at the 252 time. Some workers found family members to help with the children during work hours. When that strategy failed, some sent children back home to be cared for by grandmothers. Women with more discretionary income placed their children with private families for the day. A few well-paid women workers hired nannies or housekeepers. Employment figures from the federal census suggest strongly that wage earning played a central role in many Las Vegas women's lives, particularly when compared to the national average. What might explain these trends? One would need to conduct a more extensive analysis to answer that question fully. In the meantime, I propose the following hypothesis: no particular set of demographic, social, or environmental reasons created a situation in which a greater percentage of Las Vegas women worked outside the home. While it may be tempting to argue that liberal divorce and marriage laws weakened family structure, or that the 24-hour casino culture created stresses for families that led to separation and divorce, I propose a simpler alternative. Women, like men, came to Las Vegas for jobs. Working women held a higher percentage of jobs because the service tourism economy provided ample work in traditional lines of women's work. They could serve drinks, type letters, clean rooms, or wait tables in a small city that offered better tips and more diverse forms of entertainment than they had back home. Women worked in several industry categories, but the largest group, slightly over 40% of women workers, found jobs in those sectors most likely to be related to tourism, entertainment and recreation, hotel and lodging, eating and drinking establishments, and retail. Las Vegas's reliance on gambling and tourism created a narrow and unusual economic base, but the types of jobs women took within those industries varied little from those of women across the country in the decades before civil rights and employment opportunity legislation. A photograph published by Life magazine in a 1950 article on gambling in the United States shows the employees of the recently opened Desert Inn posed in a graphic illustration of the business's occupational structure. At the center stands Wilbur Clark, president and general manager of the Desert Inn. His all-male casino managers, or bosses, and directors ank him on each side. A second tier of workers includes both mixed and same-sex groups. Desk clerks, office workers, and showroom personnel include both men and women. Women-only groups include cocktail girls, waitresses, and change girls. Men also stand in homogeneous groups of dealers, bellboys, and waiters. At the far rear of the photo, in light too dim for them to be identified, stand the porters and chamber. 253. Maids. 18 in the hotel casino. As in the majority of business settings until the mid-1970s, jobs had traditional sex typing, and the boundaries were rarely crossed. The narrow range of jobs held by women, regardless of the industrial sector, illustrates the existence of sex-typed employment during the era. Half of all women workers in Las Vegas in 1940 took jobs in service, sales, or clerical work. 13% of women worked at professional jobs, such as teaching and nursing. 10% worked as proprietors, managers, or officials. Domestic service and operatives made up 10% and 9% of jobs, respectively, taken by women before the war. These occupational statistics for Las Vegas differ significantly from the national GERS. 3 of the 4 leading areas of employment at the national level, manual work, private service, and machine operators, did not GER substantively in Las Vegas. Conversely, sales work did not account for many positions at the national level until later. During the next 20 years, thousands of people moved to the area to work at wartime jobs and hotel casino construction on Las Vegas Boulevard. The population of the county increased from 16,414 to 127,016. Women, once a small part of the workforce, made up 48% of the civilian service sector. A corresponding expansion of areas of employment for women did not accompany this shift, however. 2/3 of the women employed in Las Vegas in 1960 worked in the same 3 occupational areas as they had in the 1940 census: service, excluding private homes, clerical work, and sales. Most women, 12%, worked as waitresses. Sales clerks and maids each made up 6% of the female workforce. A second tier of frequently held positions included domestics, secretaries, and cashiers, 5% each. Professional services, which included nursing and teaching, still attracted a significant, 12%, portion of the female workforce. The tourist economy of Las Vegas distinguished women's labor patterns from the national prowl. Nationally, 29% of women workers held office clerical jobs. In Las Vegas, they worked as waitresses, saleswomen, and maids. Las Vegas likewise offered few factory jobs, which employed 16% of women workers nationally. 20 modest changes in women's work patterns began to appear by 1970. Most women continued to work in traditional jobs as waitresses, secretaries, cashiers, retail clerks, elementary school teachers, and nurses. Domestic service, on the other hand, dropped off the list of the top VE jobs held by women. The shift out of domestic service indicated a broad 254. Thunderbird staff. Ending of job opportunities, particularly for racial minorities. A second change in work patterns emerged in the 1980 census. Managers, an employment category parceled with other areas of work in 1940, surpassed clerical work as one of the top VE jobs held by women. Cashiers, secretaries, waitresses, and maids followed it. A third change exists in the importance of a second tier of industries: finance, insurance, and real estate as new areas of job growth for women. These industries did not appear independently in the 1940 census, but 10 years later, they supplied jobs to nearly 1 FTH of women workers, and by 1980, the ratio had increased to slightly over 1/4. 3 elements contributed to the change in labor patterns. First, the organization of the gaming industry changed. The 1969 passage of the Nevada Corporate Gaming Act allowed corporations to invest in and own casinos. Restructured business procedures, as well as the expanding size of individual properties, created greater levels of administration than existed prior to the act. Second, the passage of the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964 made discriminatory hiring practices illegal and installed state equal employment opportunity offices. It took political MO. 255. Bylization, however, to bring the full force of the equity laws into effect. The Las Vegas chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People played a pivotal role in ending employment discrimination by race and obtaining a 1971 consent decree on hiring with casino operators. 10 years later, a similar decree opened up casino and hotel jobs regardless of sex or ethnicity. The third element to affect women's work opportunities was the culinary union. The consent decrees initially targeted the union as well as casino management, charging that it lacked initiative in opening all casino jobs regardless of sex or race. However, the union also played a significant role in maintaining job security and benefits for workers. Among the housekeepers interviewed, several placed the local union leadership alongside Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr., and President John F. Kennedy in promoting equal opportunities. What does this reevaluation of wage-earning women tell us about post-war America and women's opportunities? The tourist economy of Las Vegas in the decades immediately following the war offered a variety of lucrative jobs relative to one's education and training. From the glamorous and well-paid entertainment jobs to the traditional occupations of waitress and housekeeper, women said they could make more money doing similar or easier work than they did back home. It is also clear that the women who came and worked in Las Vegas accommodated themselves to the commercialization of the female body. None of the interviewees to date has perceived the showgirl or dancer as either a pawn or a victim. They express quite the opposite view. As consumers of American culture, they saw a kind of power in the showgirl image, one available only to women, that could lead to wealth and social unions. They admired the image uncritically and wanted what it symbolized. The representation of the female body was a key element of the post-war gender system and the politics of consumption. As such, it signed power relations between the sexes, but it did not operate solely to disadvantage women. The sex-gender system that promoted sexualized portrayals of women and prevented gender equality for all women offered individual women great economic advantages. The power relations of race created a different yet related cultural paradox of inequality and opportunity. That many Las Vegas women accepted this post-war gender model does not invalidate the feminist critique of the commodification of the female body. Nor does it imply a false consciousness on the part of Las Vegas women. The power of an image rests, not only in what it embraces, but also in what it excludes. The image of the showgirl, or 256. Pin-up or starlet, reinforced the status quo of sex and race relations in post-war America, while at the same time masking the wide range of values and behaviors experienced by women. This essay raises numerous points to be explored in the next stage of research, and one with which to conclude this chapter. Sex, wealth, and power. The triumvirate ruling post-war American culture are key components of the fantasies on which the Las Vegas tourist economy is based. Furthermore, it is Americans' contradictory responses to sex, wealth, and power that one sees in the public's attraction to and repulsion by Las Vegas. On the one hand, the city's particular mix of consumption and wealth ts squarely within many Americans' views of the economic opportunity and freedom of expression offered in the United States. On the other hand, the fantasies and illusions that casino owners and business leaders have capitalized upon in this part of the Mojave Desert also present an uneasy counterpoint to other cherished American values. For example, fortunes gained from gambling are considered suspect when compared to traditional capitalist enterprise. Licensing prostitution and gambling, as well as marketing easy divorces, are perceived to threaten the stability of social mores. Similarly, caricaturing women solely in terms of appearance and sexuality debases half of the population and seriously stalls advancement toward equal treatment. The tension between these competing systems has not hurt business in the city and may have expanded the city's appeal. As commentators struggle to explain the similarity and differences between Las Vegas and other American cities, Las Vegas has thus far been an anomaly in the American landscape, an outpost offering that which is forbidden elsewhere. Yet, looking at Las Vegas, one NDS it thrives from the support of tourists from all backgrounds. Women, as actors in post-war culture, have used those fantasies to create real material opportunities for themselves and their families. Although not feminist or proto-feminist, studying women as actors making choices in Las Vegas sheds light on both the realities and fantasies of social relations in post-war America. Mike Davis. The Racial Cauldron. Las Vegas's frenzied Memorial Day weekend in 1992 was winding down with the promise of a big storm. Spring lightning danced in the dark clouds above Charleston Peak and the Valley of Fire. As raindrops the size of silver dollars intermittently splattered the sidewalks outside, weary casino tellers counted $250 million in holiday revenue. Across the Mojave, 50,000 homebound revelers were strung out almost bumper to bumper, from Ivanpah Dry Lake to the outskirts of Los Angeles, 250 miles away. In a small park in the northwest part of town, several hundred Crips and Bloods, ignoring the storm warnings, were merrily barbecuing pork ribs and passing around 40-ounce bottles of beer. Earlier in the day, dozens of formerly hostile sets with names like Anybody's Murderers, ABM, Donna Street Crips, and Northtown Bloods had joined at a nearby cemetery to mark a gang truce and place hours on the graves of their homeboys. There were 27 local gang-related deaths in 1991. Now these erstwhile enemies and their girlfriends were swapping jokes and new rap lyrics. But gatherings of 3 or more people, however amicable, had been banned on May 17, 1992, by sheriff's order throughout Las Vegas's Black West Side, as well as in the neighboring blue-collar suburb of North. This chapter was originally published in The Nation, Vol. 255, No. 1, July 6, 1992. It appears here in slightly moded form. 261. Las Vegas. To enforce this extraordinary edict, Metro Police pulled up in front of Valley View Park in 3V100 armored personnel carriers borrowed from a nearby Air Force base. When dent picnickers refused to disperse, the cops opened up with tear gas and concussion grenades. The Las Vegas riots had resumed for the 4th weekend in a row since the Rodney King verdict had ignited a tinderbox of black grievances. The rules have changed. I caught up with some of the casualties in the parking lot of a burned-out market an hour later. As a fascinated crowd watched, Yolanda, who said she was 17, exhibited the bloody gash in her leg, while her boyfriend, David, hopped around excitedly with a crumpled olive green canister in his hand. "Check this out," he commanded somewhat menacingly as he shoved the offending projectile in my face. I read the label out loud: Model 429, Thunderage, stun grenade. "We were just having a picnic, a goddamn peaceful picnic," David repeated. Several kids stared hard, unblinking, in my direction. Someone lobbed an empty Colt 45 bottle into the sagebrush. Then a tall gur in a Georgetown sweatshirt grabbed my arm. "You better split, man. If you want an interview, come back tomorrow. I'll tell you anything you want to know about Lost Fuckin' Vegas." I asked his name. He laughed. "Just call me Nice D, Valley View Gangster Crips." Okay. I went looking for D the next day. West Las Vegas, population 20,000, is the antipode of the pleasure domes of downtown and the strip grit without glitter. It has no hotels, casinos, supermarkets, banks, or even regular bus service. Yet, like South Central LA, it scarcely resembles the Frost Belt stereotype of a ghetto. Its detached homes lack the verdant, astroturf-like lawns and backyard swimming pools of the white neighborhoods, but they appear to be lovingly tended, with groves of shade trees to protect against the blast furnace desert heat. Even the Spartan public housing units in Jerson Park have a tidy ambience that belies their poverty. I met up with D, who was 20, near the ruins of Nucleus Plaza, the closest thing on the west side to a shopping center. He recalled the night of April 30th, the day after the LA verdict, when protest turned to riot and gang members looted and rebombed buildings, including the Korean-owned Super 8 market in the middle of the plaza. A young brother, high school senior Isaiah Charles, Jr. went in to rescue a little 262 girl. She managed to get out, but he was trapped when the roof collapsed. The RE department had already run away, so the RE just burned for a long time. He showed me the charred remains of an adjacent NAACP Offs and AIDS clinic. Although the scale of arson damage in West Las Vegas, $5 million, was minute compared with that of Los Angeles, about $1 billion, the sheer fury of confrontation was, if anything, more intense. Accounts of that RST day's events have a Rashomon-like ambiguity, only here no third party emerges to resolve the contradictions. Everyone agrees that rioting did not begin until about 7:30 on the evening of April 30th, after police used tear gas to turn back several hundred young blacks trying to march from the west side to downtown. From that point on, the stories diverged dramatically, from the local newspaper's version, almost totally reliant on police reports, to the street-level perspective of young African Americans like D. According to Metro Police Lieutenant Steve Franks, who would shoot a teenager during the second weekend of disturbances, our intelligence was that if that group had reached downtown, they were ready to set re to the hotels. Had it not been for our officers, this town would have gone up in arms. D says, "This is total bullshit. We were only trying to demonstrate against the Rodney King verdict and apartheid right here in Las Vegas. The police just wanted an excuse to attack us." Having broken up the march, the police cordoned off most of West Las Vegas and drew weapons on anyone who approached their barricades. Hundreds of young people, meanwhile, had regrouped near the Jerson Park projects, where the local Kingsman gang was hosting an impromptu party for the various Crip and Blood sets, who had agreed the previous day, apparently influenced by news from LA, to stop rioting. According to D, a Metro squad car drove straight into the festive crowd. People went crazy. They started throwing rocks and bottles, then one of the homies opened up with his gat gun. The angry crowd burned down a nearby office of the Pardon and Parole Board, while other groups attacked stores and gas stations with Molotov cocktails. Lieutenant Franks claimed that snipers hid in trees and rooftops, and used human targets when they came out in the open to re. These yellow-bellied rats stood with young children around them and then opened re on police cars. Another police spokesman claimed that gang members tried to kidnap an infant from a white family living on a predominantly black street. I found no one who could confirm either. 263. Of these lurid stories, which the city's two daily papers disseminated uncritically to a horried white public. Nor were there follow-up reports of suspects in such crimes from among the 111 people arrested. At the same time, the media, as in Los Angeles, studiously avoided any reference to police misconduct during the disturbances. D, however, has vivid recollections. "Me and my friends left after the shooting started," he said. "Our car was pulled over a few blocks later. When we asked what we had done wrong, a big redneck cop said, 'The rules have changed, nigger,' and hit me in the face with his pistol. I was held 20 days in jail for obstruction. The cops threw away my ID and health card, so I lost my job at Carl's Jr. D got out of jail just in time to witness the renewal of violence on Sunday, May 10. Once again kids gathered near Jerson Park to play softball and party. Metro Police called in an armored personnel carrier and began shooting wooden bullets at the crowd. The following weekend was a virtual rerun, as a gang picnic at the Doolittle Community Center disintegrated into a wild all-night melee between cops in their V100s and hundreds of angry youths. D thought that these now ritual confrontations would only grow more violent over the summer. Like other black youths with whom I spoke, he believed that Clark County's Sheriff John Moran would do anything, however extreme, to break up the gang unification process. Indeed, D and the others were convinced that a recent drive-by shooting that wounded 4 members of the Rollins 60s, a local branch of the famous LA Crip set, was actually organized by the police. They also spoke derisively of the reverse buy program, in which undercover cops posed as drug dealers to entrap crack addicts, whom they then coerced into becoming police informants. D warned me that Las Vegas was on the verge of what he called an underground holocaust. Why? Mississippi West. Although Las Vegas's mythographers typically allied race, black entertainers and laborers played decisive roles in the transformation of a sleepy desert railroad town into a $14 billion a year tourist oasis. But the sensational rise of the modern casino economy went hand in hand with the degradation of black rights. Glitter Gulch was built by Jim Crow. As exiled LA gamblers began to buy up the old Fremont Street casinos in downtown Las Vegas in the late 1930s, local black residents were 264 barred from the blackjack tables and slot machines. When Tom Hull opened his El Rancho in 1941, the Strip's pioneer casino and resort hotel restrictive covenants were being used to evict black families from downtown and force them across the Union Pacific tracks into West Las Vegas, a wasteland without paved roads, utilities, or reprotection. Thus, by the time Meyer Lansky's gunman ruined Bugsy Siegel's good looks in 1947, segregation in Las Vegas was virtually total. Blacks could wash dishes, make beds, even entertain, like Lena Horne and Sammy Davis, Jr., but they could not work as dealers or bartenders, stay in a hotel, live in a white neighborhood, or go to a white school. The all-white police department, which had a national reputation for brutality, enforced the color line in a town that African Americans began to call Mississippi West. When in 1944 black GIs guarding nearby Boulder Dam tried to defy the racist rules that kept them out of downtown bars and casinos, they were attacked by police. In the full-fledged riot that erupted, 1 soldier was killed. A quarter-century later, in October 1969, heavy-handed police tactics, together with disgust over continuing job discrimination, again ignited a riot. 2 people died, and Governor Paul Laxalt called in the National Guard to seal off the west side. For nearly a year afterward, Clark County's schools, only partially integrated, were rocked by battles between white and black students. While racism was building in the premier city of the Silver State, those with power could ignore its ugly features, but now racial turmoil was tarnishing its image. The major hotels and their complicit unions reluctantly signed a consent decree in 1971 guaranteeing open employment. In the same year, the Nevada legislature passed a long-delayed fair housing law. Clark County schools followed a year later with an integration scheme that overrode white resistance to busing. After 30 years of wandering in the wilderness, black Las Vegans thought they could see equality ahead. Like so much else in the desert, this has turned out to be a cruel mirage. Although token integration is the rule, the majority of blacks are locked out of Las Vegas's boom economy. In recent years, as the rest of the Sun Belt has slipped into recession, Clark County's population has increased at warp speed, 1,000 new residents per week, and Nevada, the most fortunate state in the nation, according to the local Officio, has repeatedly led in job creation, 8% annually between 1987 and 1990. Employment on the Strip has soared with the construction of mega hotels like the 4,000-room Excalibur and the MGM 265 Grand, the biggest hotel in the world, with 5,005 rooms, while the so-called South Nevada Industrial Revolution has seduced dozens of high-tech computer and military aerospace RMS from California. But only a handful of black families have found their way into affluent new-growth suburbs like Green Valley. Despite the 20-year-old consent decree, blacks remain vastly underrepresented in the higher-paying hotel jobs and construction trades, as well as in the new science parks. Although minorities make up 20% of Nevada's labor force, 25% in Clark County, they hold only 14% of public sector jobs, and Governor Robert Miller acknowledged the bankruptcy of the state's affirmative action efforts. Concurrently, the growth in the city's Latino population from 5,800 in 1970 to 32,400 in 1990 and a huge influx of jobless whites from nearby states have severely crimped traditional black employment in the low-wage service industries. Not surprisingly, black Las Vegans of all classes worry about creeping Miamization, with their community, despite impressive political gains, becoming more socially and economically peripheral. For too many native sons like D, the recent boom has been an embittering prisoner's dilemma, offering equally futureless choices between menial labor and the underground economy. As in Los Angeles, the shortfall between the spectacle of Proigate consumption and the reality of ghetto life has been made up by street gangs and rock cocaine. The RST Crip set, transplanted from Watts, took root in Gerson Park in 1978-79, crack hit the streets of West Las Vegas in 1984, shortly after its arrival in south-central LA. Now an estimated 4,000 Crips and Bloods, together with 3,000 Latino and Asian gang members, are locked in a grim twilight struggle with police a few dozen blocks from the Liberace Museum and Caesar's Palace. Lynching, Las Vegas style. Chan Kendrick is a scraggy, angular southerner with a jawline beard who might have stepped out of a Civil War daguerreotype. A veteran civil liberties activist, he headed the Virginia ACLU for many years before moving to Las Vegas to run the organization's Nevada chapter. He makes no bones about which area is morally farthest below the Mason-Dixon line. Police abuse here is worse than anywhere in the contemporary urban South. In an average month I get more complaints about police misconduct in Las Vegas than I received altogether during 12 years in Richmond. The situation is just incredible. 266. According to Kendrick and other critics, the Metro Las Vegas police force, formerly headed by Sheriff Moran, whom a local reporter described as being as accessible as the King of Nepal, is little more than a mean guard dog for the casinos and the Nevada Resort Association. Kendrick is constantly challenging the use of nuisance, loitering, and vagrancy laws to keep undesirables, especially young blacks and homeless people, off the strip. Likewise, he GHTS to force the police, particularly its rogue narcotics squads, to respect the constitutional constraints on search and seizure. In a notorious 1989 incident reported by the Las Vegas Review-Journal, 10 policemen, presumably looking for illegal narcotics, raided the home of 58-year-old Barbara Melvin. They announced their arrival by tossing 2 powerful concussion grenades through her bedroom window, then broke down her front door. While her FTH grade grandson cowered in terror, they called her nigger and bitch, tore off her nightgown, knocked her to the oar, and kicked her between the legs. After trashing the house and ending nothing, they seized $4,500 in cash and left. Melvin was not charged with any offense. She led a complaint with the police, but it was dismissed with a form letter. According to the Review-Journal, the cops also kept $4,001 of the confiscated money. The case that most haunts West Las Vegas today, however, is the killing of casino owner Charles Bush in July 1990. Bush was asleep when 3 plainclothes police, wanting to question him about the arrest of his pregnant girlfriend for prostitution, broke into his apartment without a warrant and choked him to death. The official police explanation was that Bush, surprised in his sleep, had fought with them. At the coroner's inquest, attorneys representing Bush's family were prevented from asking questions, and the strangulation was ruled justiciable the 44th time in a row since 1976 that the police had been exonerated in the death of a suspect. Despite a storm of criticism over the coroner's verdict, the Clark County DA would not indict the 3 cops. 6 months later the Nevada Attorney General's office brought them to trial for manslaughter, but the all-white jury deadlocked 11-1 for acquittal and the case was dropped. The local U.S. attorney ignored the ACLU's petition for prosecution under federal civil rights statutes. As Kendrick points out, the legacy of the Bush case is even more disastrous than the Rodney King verdict. It shows that the Las Vegas police are allowed, on the flimsiest of pretexts, to break into black people's homes and kill them when they resist. 267. 4D and his friends. Meanwhile, the Bush case is just another lynching, Las Vegas style. They point to the hypocrisy of a new state law that doubles sentences for gang-related felonies while local law enforcement plays patty cake with the mob up on the strip. They complain about the humiliation of being strip-searched in front of girlfriends and neighbors. And they acidly contrast the feds' apathy in the Bush case with their zeal to crush Killa Daniel and the other ABM Crips from North Las Vegas, really small-time hoods, according to D, who were recently indicted on federal conspiracy charges of distributing 12 grams of cocaine. But their bitterest feelings are reserved for the politicians who think Black Las Vegas's grievances can be swept under the rug with a few more token gestures, like liberal former Mayor Jan Laverty Jones's grandiloquent promise of 42 new jobs in the casinos, or Sheriff Moran's offer of better communication with the West Side. 4D, who felt that the only people telling the truth about radical-level reality in America were rappers like Ice Cube and Chuck D. Things are already near the ultimate edge. The time for lies is past. We built Las Vegas for them, and without equality, we will tear this motherfucker down. 268. Constance Devereaux. Inside Gene. G. Heading into prison, the RST time was easy. I was a stringer for a no-defunct trade publication, and enough people knew about my interest. So when the story came along, my editor at Nevada Contractor thought of me right away. Prison seemed an unlikely place to hold a job fair, but, as he explained, the construction business in Las Vegas is notorious for its transient workforce. Men fresh out of prison have an incentive to show up for work regularly. It's one of the conditions for probation. And they couldn't be any worse than the people we hire right now who've never been to prison, one employer told me later. Remember who buys the ads, were the editor's words. Try to build up the employers. My only goal was getting inside the prison. In November 1989, I was a graduate student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Reporting for the newspaper was my part-time job. My real interest was doing research on the rehabilitation of convicted criminals. Looking back, it is amazing that anyone took me seriously, a RST-year graduate student with little experience in research, much less with convicted criminals. The director of prisons laughed at me when I RST presented him with the idea. We met in his office a few weeks after the job fair. I needed his approval to begin the study. In 1989, much attention was being given to a set of educational theories and methods based on Socratic questioning. The Greek philos. 269. For Socrates used a style of teaching that relied on asking questions rather than simply feeding information to students. The idea was to teach them how to think rather than just memorize facts. Some people surmised that we could even teach people to make better life choices by following these methods. Many of the critical thinking courses now taught at universities were an outgrowth of Socratic methods revived and developed in the 1970s and 1980s. At the time of my research, little had been done to explore these methods in a prison setting. Admittedly, the notion that a course in philosophy could turn robbers and rapists into law-abiding citizens may have sounded icky on the surface, but there was enough research to suggest that similar programs showed promise. The immediate benefit for me in teaching such a course at the prison was to collect data for a master's thesis. Still, I thought the methods had long-term potential for rehabilitation. As I elaborated on the study, I was impressed with the way the director's deep tan set off the gold at his wrist and pinky finger, just as his bronzed skin was shown off by a ashing white smile. My experience with prisons was more limited then. To my unschooled eye, his jewelry, expensive-looking shoes, and trim good looks proclaimed, Las Vegas. I would not have assumed that he was head of the entire state prison system. Despite his initial reaction, the director okayed the project, saying, "I don't suppose you could do any harm." He saw only one solution to crime. Criminals get old, and they get tired of doing what they do, he told me. Like anyone else, they want to retire. It's age that rehabilitates a criminal. Age and gender, as it turns out, are highly correlated with crime. More than poverty, lack of education, poor upbringing, or any other factor, being male between the ages 14 to 35, allowing for variations at the extremes, puts one in the demographic group most likely to commit repeated crimes. Females of the same age have yet to achieve equal representation. The director's undue conclusion was that regardless of rehabilitative intervention, once a person is past the age of crime, participation in illegal activities begins to taper off. The logical conclusion is that criminals should be locked up until they are 36, a simplistic solution at best, because we can never tell who will be rehabilitated and who will continue to commit crimes long past that age. Nonetheless, the director seemed assured, and despite his somewhat disparaging remarks, I gathered that he was happy enough to encourage a novice researcher. If 270. Your program helps even one person, he added, you will have accomplished a great deal. That such a study took place in Las Vegas is significant. Nevada has one of the highest incarceration rates in the United States. By 1989, the retributive mood of the American criminal justice system nationwide, signaling society's loss of faith in criminal reform, was well entrenched, having supplanted the rehabilitative models of the previous decade. Retribution seems always to have been the favored method of dealing with criminals in Nevada. A lot of people would just as soon string them up and end the problem there, was an opinion voiced with troubling frequency. Surprisingly, the prevailing attitudes of average Las Vegans were not necessarily wreaked by those responsible for running the prison. Although a recurring theme among Nevadans at large, take 'em out into the desert and let 'em die, frontier justice was seldom proposed in my conversations with the prison administration and staff. It is also significant that what had begun as a 6-week preliminary study developed over the course of 2 years into a well-respected program funded by UNLV at a time when an inordinate proportion of the school's funds were devoted to maintaining its basketball supremacy. Officials of the Department of Parole and Probation thought enough of the program to recommend expanding it to other institutions, even suggesting the possibility of legislative funding. In 1991, widespread budget cuts at the state level severely curtailed such hopes. Jean Prison closed in January 1992, and its inmates were dispersed to other institutions around the state. Lacking alternate means to support the program, I concentrated instead on my studies and home life. By then I had moved to Los Angeles to be with my husband, following a commuter marriage that had begun a year and a half earlier while I was attending UNLV. Leaving the prison was not as easy as I had expected. If you want to make a difference here, said one student, a longtime habitual offender named Ben, stop talking about us and them. We are all participants. An axiom of serving time observes that prison changes you, it's in the way you move through a room, the way you look at people when speaking to them. Once you've served time, you forever carry the prison inside you. In a different way, it was true for me. The prison followed me to Los Angeles. In the eyes of the inmates, the classes I taught at Jean were promises made, hopes proffered, expectations raised. They were not about to let me forget. Not long after moving to Los Angeles, I began 271. Commuting back to Las Vegas to continue the program on a part-time basis, RST at Indian Springs, then at Jean Prison when it reopened. Ben was right on many levels. Despite the guards, the fences, and barbed wire, the line between inside and outside will always be fuzzy. Over the course of a lifetime, everyone commits occasional, if insignificant, crimes: the intentionally misparked car, the stop sign we didn't see, the purloined memento of a summer resort. Beyond these mundane crimes are the sad unkindnesses of daily life, feelings trampled, cruel words, little lies. What damages us most as human beings is seldom officially classified as crime. More philosophically, society is in need of prisons. They are an object lesson, a means of dividing good from evil, of separating normal from deviant. Such divisions require the compliance of an entire society. Locking up criminals, some say, is only the excuse for building prisons. Ben's words took on particular meaning when an intruder broke into our home and murdered my husband, Edward, in February 1992. How would it feel if it happened to you, if someone you loved was killed? This question often stands in the place of arguments defending a harsh system of criminal justice, advocating punishment rather than rehabilitation, read, leniency. It is intended to stall all discussion, to stop it cold. It's played like a high card that wins the hand. How would it feel? What would you do? The following account is taken from my journals covering the period from November 1989 to September 1992. If I have learned anything from my experience, it is that prison reveals far more about society and oneself than it explains why people commit crimes. Life, of course, is never so simple. Jean Resort, April 10, 1990. From a distance, Jean Prison looks like a desert retreat, squat condominiums set against the hills just behind the Gold Strike Casino. In Camwatch Sand, they arrest only the perceptive eye surveying the foreshortened landscape east of Interstate 15. If it were not for the sign announcing Southern Nevada Correctional Center, one might mistake them for the quarters of casino employees. Jean Prison, often referred to simply as Jean, takes its name from the virtually non-existent township in which it lies. The prison houses approximately 560 men, more than the rated capacity of 519. Many of 272. The men have been convicted of sex crimes. Because sex offenders in Nevada receive comparatively longer sentences, they are represented in higher numbers than men convicted of other crimes. Even so, the system at large has no treatment programs targeted specifically at sex offenders, save for the informal group sessions conducted by one of the psychologists at Jean. In preparation for the research project, set to begin in May, I have been given limited access to the inmates' records, including their criminal and prison histories. Of the 42 men who are signed up for my class, more than one-third are serving time for crime-related sexual deviance. Today I was to complete my review of their jackets, they call them, and to meet with the warden prior to beginning a series of interviews and pre-tests next week to lay the groundwork for the study. Today marks my fourth trip to the prison. The 26-mile drive south from Las Vegas to Jean, mostly through empty desert, gave me time to reflect upon my earlier visits. During the November job fair, I wasn't able to see much of the prison. The event took place in the visiting room adjacent to the administration building. Parking my car, I could see the prison yard through the fence and barbed wire. My only frame of reference was a visit made many years earlier to Auschwitz. Angry coils of razor wire surround the compound at both sites, in each case raising the hair on the back of my neck as I imagine life within its canines. At Auschwitz, gaily colored hours planted in memoriam belie past horrors. Likewise, the prison yard at Jean, visible through her imposing metal veil, is jarringly peaceful in contrast to my imaginings. The scene inside is less dramatic: voices, laughter, men passing from prospective employer to prospective employer. An area sectioned off near the entrance displays inmate-crafted leather bags, paintings, curio boxes, and other items for sale. Behind the guard checking my ID hangs a placard, "Rules for Visitors of Nevada Prison System." The dress code for female visitors warns, you must wear underwear, specifying, panties, a bra, a slip, if wearing a dress. Low-cut blouses, short skirts, sandals, and stirrup or stretch pants are not permitted. As I pass through the metal detector into the visiting room proper, a young man steps up to greet me. Identifying himself as inmate Parker, he offers me coffee and introduces me to some of the participants. Young and articulate, he is unlike any stereotype of a convict I can conjure. Where are his tattoos? Why is his English so perfect? The remainder of the job fair is taken up interviewing employers. 273. How will hiring an ex-con benefit your company, and trying to end some time alone with the man who organized the event, parole and probation supervisor Don Peters. I am looking for an opportunity to pitch him on my research. In the end, I give him my card and extract the promise of an interview the following afternoon. The next day, just after lunch, I meet Peters at the prison administration building. We pass through the metal detectors of the guard station and into the prison yard. Aren't you afraid to go there with all the criminals? Friends and family members have been asking. Despite outward signs of support, my husband, Edward, has been expressing concern for my safety. Overshadowing any sense that I ought to be afraid, walking among murderers and child molesters, are my attempts to look like a serious scholar as I discuss my work. Jean is a medium security prison. It's the last stop in the system for many inmates before they hit the gate, prison lingo for being released, as opposed to hitting the fence, or escaping. The prison, sometimes jokingly referred to as Jean Resort, because it is a relative garden retreat compared to the other prisons in the Nevada system, was originally intended as a minimum security facility. Built in 1978, Jean was originally supposed to be located much closer to Las Vegas in order to accommodate a work furlough program where prisoners would work in town by day and report to prison lockup at night. The tax-paying, law-abiding citizens of Las Vegas vehemently opposed the plan, and Jean was newly built in its more isolated present location. The walk to Peters's office is uneventful. No riot, no guards beating prisoners, no free staff taken hostage. A few well-tended petunias are enclosed by the twin paths leading from one of the housing units. In the center of the yard, sparse and sporadic trees out Jean's garden sobriquet. To my eyes, there is more menace in the unseasonably hot April sun than in the men strolling in denim-clad twosomes around the prison yard. They resemble anything but my idea of convicted criminals. These are dangerous men, Peters tells me later in his office, as if reading my thoughts and giving me warning. He is showing interest in my project. Every one of them will be out of prison one day, so we better make sure they're rehabilitated before we let them out and they end up living next door to us. He offers this as his selfish reason for creating the job fair and for supporting projects like mine. Before I leave, Peters introduces me to his staff and tells me that the inmate coordinator will contact me to arrange scheduling. In the mean 274 time, he suggests that I meet with the warden as a formality. Although the Department of Parole and Probation is under separate jurisdiction and conducts programs within the prison as it sees fit, the support and cooperation of the prison administration and staff can only be at my project. Nevada's penal system consists of 3 separate departments operating more or less independently. The Department of Prisons is responsible for incarceration of adult offenders and is overseen by the director, who reports to the Board of Prison Commissioners. The Department of Parole and Probation maintains an office in each prison to oversee the release of inmates, ensuring that men eligible for probation or parole have met the necessary requirements. To qualify for probation, for example, an inmate must end a job, hence the November job fair, as well as a place to live. Juvenile offenders are under the jurisdiction of Youth Correctional Services, a division of the Department of Human Resources. At the end of the interview, Peters escorts me back across the yard, following a gravel path denning its inner perimeter. For the RST time, I take a good look around. The roughly rectangular yard runs about 150 yards north to south and is surrounded by low, 2-tiered housing units of FTY cells each. A glass-enclosed guard station separates the A and B wing of each unit. Peters's office is in Unit 6, at the southeastern corner of the yard. At the southern tip lies the gymnasium. A small area in front of the building is sectioned off as the weight pile. We see a few bare-chested men hefting weights, sweating in the sun. Just north of Unit 6 are the laundry, barber shop, and law library, all 3 housed in a single small building. Just beyond is the culinary facility. Its glass front and cooking odors as we pass recall the most ordinary of school cafeterias. Next is the infirmary, then the psych ward, Unit 7. Inaccessible from the yard, its narrow, high windows are covered in bars and wire. The absence of bars throughout most of the rest of the prison is conspicuous in contrast. The guard tower and administration building lie at the northern tip of the rectangle. Farther along the path are the education building, the glass and wood shop, and the chapel. 2 additional towers, one to the south, the other to the north, lie outside the perimeter of the prison yard. Jean is part of a 6-prison system. 40 miles northwest of Las Vegas is Indian Springs, a medium security facility, officially the Southern Desert Correctional Center. Northern Nevada, with a smaller population, has more than its share. 275 of prisons. Nevada State Prison, NSP, in Carson City was the old max, but a new one was built in Ely this year 1990. NSP has been redesignated a medium security facility. It stands in shouting distance of the only women's institution in the state, the Nevada Women's Correctional Center. The Northern Nevada Correctional Center, also medium security, is located in Stuart, Nevada, near Carson City. The system also supports 8 work camps for nonviolent offenders nearing release or serving short-term sentences. Walking beside Peters, it is easy to imagine the prison yard as the whole world as though nothing else existed. The effect of the fence and barbed wire is to discourage the eye from looking beyond. I make a conscious effort to look through the fence at the twin casinos outside, the Gold Strike, a few hundred yards below, and Nevada Landing, just across the interstate. What an odd place to put a prison, I think. And then, what an odd place to put a casino. I imagine them as a trio of cautionary symbols, the casinos, garishly painted ladies of the night promising pleasure and prot, and Jean, the sober sister standing in the shadows to scold those who take those promises seriously. Public Enemy, April 12, 1990. Sammy Martinez is the inmate coordinator at Jean Prison. His weathered eyes and hard-set, chiseled features make it difficult to guess his age. Businesslike, although shy, he seems to hide behind his thick Mexican accent. I was to meet with the warden on my visit 2 days ago. Because of a conflict, we reschedule for Thursday next week. In place of the meeting, I took the opportunity to spend time with Sammy, who will be working closely with me over the course of the research project. Sammy's regular day job is scheduling guest speakers for the Street Readiness Program, designed to prepare inmates for life outside the prison. According to Sammy, the program is a novelty, the brainchild of a Nevada State Prison System graduate, a lawyer who once served time. Nationwide, very few programs address the practical problems an ex-convict will encounter in his day-to-day life: opening a bank account, paying bills, developing successful relationships, dealing with employers. The Street Readiness Program is intended to reorient prisoners to life on the outside, a goal less lofty than rehabilitation. The program might actually do some good, Sammy tells me, if it was done the way it was designed. We bring the guys into class for FTY 276 hours and then give them a certificate saying they've completed the course. What can you learn in FTY hours? But it's something to show the parole board, and everyone pretends that it actually does some good. Tuesday's meeting with Sammy quickly developed into an informal gathering of the entire VE-Man staff of the Parole and Probation Office at Jean Prison. Over the next few hours, they give me a quick lesson about prison life. The RST thing I learn is that inmate in Sammy's job title refers to what he is, not who he serves. It's a common mistake, he tells me. Because we work in an office, no one guesses that we live here on a permanent basis. Officially, I'm supposed to call him Inmate Martinez. That gives me the uncomfortable feeling, though, that I'm participating in his shame, like being asked to sew Hester Prynne's garments or to carry stones for the crowd gathering around the biblical adulteress. I notice that Don Peters calls him by his RST name, so I decide to follow suit. JB is the resident law clerk. He briefs and researches legal matters for other inmates. In an aside, Sammy tells me that JB is a bit of a rabble-rouser. Just 2 months ago he refused to submit to a piss test. For drugs, JB adds. They threw him in the hole for a week, Sammy continues. But he challenged them and won. JB's accent is as thick as Sammy's, although purely American. He speaks in a sing-song of grammatical errors, evoking wind-blown hills and dying scrub grass. He mentions a small town near Carson City as his birthplace. JB tells me he wants to be a lawyer. He's currently completing courses for his academic associate's degree through the community college. In response, the rest of the off staff shout with derisive laughter, "They ain't going to let you be a lawyer." First off, you're never getting out. I haven't ventured to ask the men in the group what their crimes were. How do I introduce the subject politely into the conversation? Wadia in 4, sounds far too blunt, but I already know that all of them are serving life sentences. They prefer to hire lifers for the offs jobs, Rick explains. Once they train you, they like to know you're going to be around a while. Rick grew up in Las Vegas. His family is one of the city's oldest and most respected. He appears to be in his 40s and well-educated and wants to cultivate the image that Gene is an interesting although exceedingly annoying interlude in his life. 277. Angus, Canadian-born, of Scottish descent, is JB's cellmate, so is afforded the special privilege of hanging out in the parole and probation office although he doesn't actually work there. Angus is nearly half as wide as the narrow office. He spends a good deal of time at the weight pile, he tells me. He is also the most criminal-looking of the group, if one puts faith in TV images of a criminal type. The jutting brow, deep, dark circles under his eyes, and a slight forward hunch to his massive shoulders suggest the ability to intimidate by presence alone. But he is as articulate as Rick, if given to more frequent use of expletives. Little Ricky, also known as Rick 2, or the Kid, is barely 18 but appears to be many years younger. He spends little time with the group and leaves soon after being introduced. Ricky works under the direct supervision of Sammy, who tells me later, the Kid is a bit loco at times. I ask him what he means. Every conversation he has eventually ends up being about suicide. Does anyone take him seriously? I ask. No one talks seriously about suicide, Sammy tells me. You're serious? You do it. What is he doing here? I ask. Sammy's given me the lead. When he was about 13 he stole a neighbor's shotgun and opened on a bunch of people. Why? He says his girlfriend was cheating on him. Is that true? It's true that he shot all those people. Who knows why? I think he's just trying to impress the cons. Earlier the guys explain the difference between inmates and convicts. Inmates cooperate with the prison cops. They do what they're told and try to stay out of trouble. Convicts never cooperate with cops. Think James Cagney. Inmate is a derogatory term. Convicts are looked up to. Sammy's reputation as a convict was earned a long time ago. He no longer has to live up to the demands of the role. Convicts don't hold responsible prison jobs, for example. The other men respect Sammy all the same. Rick, the elder, is a self-confessed inmate. It's much safer that way, he explains. No sense in putting on airs you can't live up to. Part of being a convict, the men tell me, is defending the role, sometimes with your life. Little Ricky aspires to be a convict but, according to Sammy, doesn't quite know how. The problem with these kids coming into prison today is they don't know how to act. You don't just come 278 up and start talking to a guy who is sending out signals that he doesn't want to be talked to. They don't understand any of the signals. These kids don't pay attention to the code. They don't show any respect. The test, April 19, 1990. I arrive for my meeting with the warden on time, but the appointment, set at 2 p.m., begins at 2:35. The warden is on the phone when his secretary leads me into his office and invites me to take a seat. I gather he is talking to his daughter. He makes no sign of ending the conversation until the door opens again and the assistant warden walks in, trailed by an officer. The latter is the only one to acknowledge my presence. As they talk, I politely stare at a cactus outside the warden's window. Over time, the yard crew have adorned the spiny leaf points of a VE-foot yucca with multicolored gum wads. Nearly every leaf tip sports a hardened ball of gum, giving the cactus a cartoonish appeal. The conversation begins to sound interesting. We've been over at Unit 5, the assistant warden says. Warden, is everything moved out of the cell? Assistant warden, most of it. Some of it still has to be checked. Warden, when do we transfer? Officer, tomorrow, sir. I need the signatures from Unit 7. Unit 7 is the psych ward, where they teach you the Thorazine-Schoof, the zombie dance, the catatonia two-step. JB has his own colorful description of inmates on psychotropic drugs. You can always pick them out on the yard by the way they walk. They're so full of dope, they don't probably remember they're in prison. I notice the warden is watching me. Is he locked down in psych? He asks. The officer responds, he's put away for now. The warden now addresses me directly. One of our boys in Unit 5. He took a clothes hanger and straightened it out, then pushed it through his cellie's head from ear to ear. Right through the middle. Now why do you suppose he did that? Who gave him the hanger, is all I can think to ask. The warden addresses his assistant, this can wait till I'm nished here. It happened before you came. About 2 weeks before, Sammy tells me later. They're still tying things up. This guy is way out there. He had a sinister stash, you know? He hid some dope up his ass. Later he 279 sold it on the yard. During recall he went back to his house, his cell, for a nap. When he woke up he forgot that he'd sold it. Thought he still had it hidden. When he couldn't ND it, he accused his cellie of stealing it while he was napping. Told him he better return it, or else. Versions I and 2 April 27, 1990. Over the past 2 days I've been conducting interviews with inmates. I'm interested in hearing how they explain why they committed the crime that brought them to prison. I haven't seen their jackets, so Sammy LLS in the details. Joseph is from a small, central Nevada township. Tell me about why you're here at Gene. I have already asked VE previous interviewees this. Most of the men address me as ma'am, but Joseph is the RST to whom it comes naturally. He hesitates before answering. I wait, hoping that I haven't betrayed scientific neutrality in edging my chair away from his pervasive, greasy body odor. His very large frame nearly obscures his chair. I was transferred here from Ely, he tells me at last. They say I molested my daughters. My stepdaughters. Tell me what your thoughts were just prior to committing the crime. Joseph hesitates again. Finally, I'm not sure I can. Why is that? Well, see. At the time I didn't know I was committing a crime. What do you mean? Joseph thinks for a moment. Well, I admit I did like when the girls would sit in my lap. I always gave them a squeeze or a kiss. I never had no kids of my own and I sure loved those little girls. When I threw their mama out for getting drunk all the time, she took those girls with her. I missed them a lot, but they weren't my kids. I would have taken Evelyn back if she could have stayed from being drunk. About 6 months later they came to me and told me what I done was wrong. Holding them girls, sitting on my lap, giving them hugs. That was abuse that I done. I didn't know I was doing anything wrong, so I'm not sure how to answer your question. But it's true. I did do those things. Later in the day, I interview Doug. Doug is from a well-to-do family of doctors. This is really hard on my family, he tells me. My family is pretty well known here. I come from a good family. I didn't need to pull this crime. 280. Tell me about why you're here at Gene. Drugs, Doug says simply, then explains. I got greedy. I was working for this company that sells stereo equipment, except that was just a front for what they were really doing. Doug is about 20. He has sandy brown hair that curls around his ears. A full beard and mustache cover most of his face. His eyes, a clear, bright blue, are his most striking feature. My friend, who was working at this place too, had a plane, Doug continues. One day the boss asks us if we would like to do some extra work and earn really big money. So, we started smuggling drugs. Trips down to Mexico. Then we would bring them up here and drive them someplace, sometimes to Vegas, sometimes north to some little desert town. It was always the same guys we met. They'd pick up what we had and a couple days later we'd get paid. Then, one night it's these different guys. We were suspicious, but what the heck? My partner starts walking towards them with the delivery. The guy in the other car starts driving towards us. Runs my friend down. I ran to my friend and grabbed his gun. I just started shooting when the car came back for me. I never killed a guy before. I still have nightmares. Sammy tells a different story. Yeah, he comes from a rich family, but his jacket says he's here for raping his girlfriend. Beat her up pretty bad too. Some kind of justice. May 6, 1990. The routine of the prison has come to occupy my days. At 8 o'clock each morning I arrive at Jean through the side entrance to the admin building, avoiding the obligatory exchange of pleasantries with the warden's secretary. The walkway to the side entrance also gives me a view of the yard and the men hanging out near the gate, as if anticipating their eventual release. At the guard station, my satchels are examined for contraband drugs, money, or weapons that might be hidden among the books and materials. Under the scrutiny of the guards, I feel the same hypersensitivity as when I notice a police car behind me on the road, a misplaced sense of guilt, as though the very presence of armed authority implied wrongdoing. The routine search takes longer some mornings than others, depending on the thoroughness of the prison cops. Sammy and Rocky always wait. 281. For me at the end of the walkway outside the guard station, on the other side of the gate. Whatever time is left before class begins at 8:30 is spent in the parole and probation office talking with the staff. The time spent with the men in the morning, or between sessions, is invaluably informative. They tell me about prison life, and I talk about books and philosophy. Sometimes I talk about my life outside the prison, although I have recently discovered that the administration greatly frowns upon my doing so, if not expressly forbidding it. Last week, when Sergeant Gunderson searched my belongings at the guard station, she noticed the wedding photo mounted under plastic on the inside lid of my briefcase. It shows Edward and me anking the children. He holds my youngest in his arms, while the elder beams proudly at his new father. The photo was taken on Bridger Street in downtown Las Vegas, not far from the Justice of the Peace. Edward's sense of dignity would not allow us to consider any local wedding chapel as an option. He is wearing a dark sweater in the photo and looks a bit like Robert Young. I'm wearing a pink and navy suit, my eyes squint tight from the sun. The photo is recent enough to qualify me as a new bride. My other wedding photo was taken next to the Lady Luck Casino and Hotel on 3rd Street, just before we treated the boys to a trolley ride, then lunch at the Golden Nugget. Edward keeps that photo on his desk back in Los Angeles. Have the inmates seen this? Sergeant Gunderson asks me the day she discovers the photo. She points and repeats the question to my puzzled silence. For security reasons, she explains, you shouldn't be bringing any personal items, like photos, into the prison. Security. I repeat, enacting the word into a question. Do you think one of the men might steal it? They can use it against you. You better take it out of there, she adds as she clears me through the gate. I'm inclined to ignore the sergeant's warning. Most of the students have already seen the photo because of my habit of sometimes leaving the briefcase open during lectures. Like students anywhere, they are curious to know about my life apart from teaching. They also feel free to comment on my decision to stay in Las Vegas for my degree, rather than return to Los Angeles with Edward, incredulous, too, that he would allow it. Decision-making is the primary subject of the classes at 282. Jean. The students want to know how I apply the principles in my own life. I ask Sammy and Rick what the sergeant meant about violating security. You show photos to friends and coworkers, Rick explains, not to convicts. You aren't supposed to be friendly with us. Sammy's explanation is more cynical. Gunderson just wants to give you a hard time. You come here smiling and in a good mood in the morning and all of a sudden she's RoboCop. Maybe she's jealous, Rick suggests. It's unlikely she'll ever get married. I press the men to return to the subject. The friendlier you are with us, the easier it would be to con you into bringing us things to turn you into a mule. You know, get you to smuggle for us. Is that what you would do? I ask. You shouldn't ever trust us, Sammy says. But it is hard to reconcile the Sammy and Rick who greet me each morning with the violence of their past crimes. I had now found the opportunity to ask. Should I be forgiving? Will it matter once they've served their time? Many years ago I knew a man who had been to prison for killing his infant child. He had shaken the girl in a tea of irritation when she wouldn't stop crying. I found this out after knowing him for several years. Is it true? I asked. I knew him as a patient, kind, and generous man. That was a different person, he answered. I accepted his response. His good character seemed adequate proof. In the present I wonder to Sammy and Rick, how are you ever supposed to get back to normal if I treat you like criminals instead of like men? We're not normal, Rick counters. We're criminals, Sammy adds. In the hours I spend away from Jean, I wrestle with these thoughts. Las Vegas, I easily discover, is an unfortunate place to encounter one's conscience. Downtown, homeless men are rousted and beaten to keep streets clean and safe, and alleged pimps are shot in their beds as they sleep. A neighbor tells me about a scheme to steal her boyfriend's truck. He deserves it, you know. That truck is his whole life. Reading between the lines I realize that someone new has been occupying his passenger seat. 283. It'd be more like a joke, the neighbor explains. I'll drive it down to Lake Mead and leave it there. Then I'll mail the keys to his new girlfriend. Another kind of justice, I wonder? Who am I to judge? May 21, 1990. We spend a good deal of time exploring eternal concepts like justice, freedom, or how to deem crime. I am curious what these things mean to men serving time. Should we judge others? I ask one day in class. One man raises his hand. What do you mean by the word judge? He asks. The dictionary says, to decide or punish. What do you mean by that word? I decide not to correct him. But it leads me to question my own understanding. What do I mean when I say to judge? It has a very specific meaning at Jean Prison. On the outside, as my students refer to everything beyond the second fence, things are judged to be good or bad, right or wrong, and sometimes points in between. On the inside, to judge is always negative. Judging is synonymous with punishment. What does it mean to judge? A V-year minimum sentence. Today marks the midpoint of the project. Some of the men have already dropped out. They don't like having their brains picked, Rick tells me during our discussion after yesterday's class. Sammy, Rick, and JB give me regular feedback on the students' reactions to the class. Too many questions, is JB's response. All that philosophy stuff is just a bunch of questions. Never any answers. Those who stay seem to like the challenge. Compared to university undergraduates, the men at Jean are model students. They are hungry for something. They devour each concept with such intensity as if the things we discuss in class really mattered in their lives. At the same time, there is an underlying disquiet that I'm not sure how to deal with. Just don't call anyone a cop, JB reminds me half-jokingly. The guys have told me that the surest way to get cut is to insult someone's mother or to call him a cop. The latter is tantamount to accusing him of being a snitch, a rat, a cheese eater. I am beginning to appreciate the underlying humor of prison jargon. When the outbreak comes, it is from an unexpected source. The class is on break, and Vic, an early dropout, has been talking to me. He wears 284. An expression of exaggerated sincerity. Sammy dislikes him intensely and over the past several days has been trying to discourage me from letting Vic hang around during breaks. He's showing off to his friends, talking to the pretty schoolteacher. He's not bothering me, I counter. If he was still in the class it wouldn't be a problem. But only students are allowed in the classroom. He's not supposed to come in here, Sammy says, falling back on the rules. I dismiss his objections. When Vic shows up today, Sammy storms out of the room. A few moments later, he's back. You're not supposed to be here, Sammy tells Vic. It's okay, Sammy. I invited Vic here. Only students are allowed in the classroom, Sammy insists. Look man, I'm just talking to her. You're not supposed to be here, Sammy repeats. I didn't know you were wearing a badge, man. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Sammy shouts at Vic, who backs out of the room. I expect the guards to descend. The other inmates make way for the two men, but the GHT I'm expecting doesn't materialize. At the door to the classroom, Sammy turns back as Vic disappears. He called me a cop, Sammy mutters. Well, you were going on a bit about the rules, I point out. Yeah, but he's not supposed to be here, Sammy insists, much more subdued. This is obviously a territory issue and I stake my ground. Sammy, we're in my classroom. Yeah, but he called me a cop. Prison Blues June 5, 1990. Convict stripes RST appeared in the 19th century in New York at Auburn Prison, built in 1816, and were later adopted at Sing Sing, built in 1825. The characteristic uniform remained in general use throughout the United States until the 1950s. Uniforms, of course, make it possible to differentiate inmates from outsiders at a glance. Appropriately, the inmates at Jean wear denim. Officially, the uniform consists of blue jeans and a blue work shirt. Rules are relaxed, however. Jeans are mandatory, but t-shirts, pullovers, cotton Henleys, and bare chests are equally displayed, depending only on whether, per 285. Sonal taste, and financial capacity. The Department of Prisons issues the standard uniform when the inmate RST enters prison and thereafter, as needed, when the old one wears out, the worn uniform must be presented as evidence before a new one is issued. Additional clothing may be purchased at the inmate's expense or donated by family. Visitors and staff are prohibited from wearing denim and discouraged from wearing any blue clothing. The uniform at Jean may make identification of inmates easier for the guards, but it carries no stigma for anyone who has spent time on a university campus. In attire, inmates differ little from students, and blue jeans appear far less intimidating than the quasi-military khaki of the prison guards. Convicts are distinguished more by an abundance of tattoos for some, covering every available inch of skin. Sammy compares life at Jean to the joints in Texas. There, the inmates wear white, resembling, I imagine, so many milkmen behind bars. He says the prisons there are completely self-supporting. Inmates grow the cotton for the uniforms, harvest it, and mill it. Women prisoners sew the uniforms. Everything the prison needs, from soap, to brooms, to dairy products, is produced by inmates, so all inmates must work if they are physically able. Sammy picked cotton in Texas alongside other prisoners, watched by retoting guards or bosses on horseback. The bosses spur the men on to increased productivity with liberal use of racial slurs, pitting niggers against greasers. The men work faster in order to gain privileges. You want to be in one ho? That's what we called the RST squad, the RST to bring in 10 acres. You get better treatment, better privileges. You get to be the RST to eat. Sammy, a model employee in the parole and probation office, prefers prisons in the West where they don't make you work. The cops don't harass you. If you want to stay in your house all day, that's up to you. Those that do work get good behavior time or reduction in their sentence. When Sammy left Texas in 1982, many of the bosses he knew were leaving. An order came down from some federal judge that they couldn't use racial slurs anymore talking to us. A lot of the guards just plain quit rather than obey the rule. Upon release, Sammy moved to Nevada, and within a year, he was doing time here back in prison. But Sammy is not the only well-traveled one among my students. It's all gangs in California, says JB. It's a whole different way of doing time. 286. Angus agrees. I won't ever do time in California again. The gangs have infiltrated and control everything. It's like the guards aren't the ones in charge. It's worse for the blacks and Mexicans, JB says. Right up front they put you in a segregated housing unit cause they gur you're in a gang. And if the gang sends you on a hit, you go. Otherwise you go into PC protective custody. That ain't no cakewalk either. Protective custody is an option for inmates who feel in danger of harm from other prisoners. Requesting PC, though, calls attention to yourself, often resulting in heightened scrutiny from the guards. In practice, it is much like serving time in the hole, or solitary confinement. And even that doesn't last forever. Most of the men agree, if you have to do time, Jean isn't a bad place to do it. I have no point of comparison. Jean is the only prison I know, and it ain't no cakewalk as far as I'm concerned. Jean is a dangerous place, all the more because I'm never sure where the danger lies. Beneath the prison's outward serenity hums a pervasive anxiety. I am drawn to my students as a teacher to her pupils and as a person to other human beings, but at the same time I recoil from my knowledge of their crimes. Still, IND room for compassion. Signs above the drinking fountains at Jean warn about lead, microbes multiply inside the air ducts. I hear rumors of abuse by the guards and amorous trysts between inmates and free staff. Many of these things seem to happen behind the scenes, but I am convinced they do occur. The occasional military helicopters making practice runs over the desert only add to my image of Jean as a war zone, a no man's land, a point of no return. Exiting through the gate at the end of the day, I hear the voice from the tower call, "Attention on the yard. Recall. Recall." Then the sirens begin. Like mice caught in a torrent of rain, men rush to their cells. Others dare the guards with practiced nonchalance, hurrying only after the second warning. I have come to regard Jean as a city of the condemned, set within the wider illusion of the impassive desert and a distant neon mirage. Little Pigeons, February 3, 1992. Los Angeles is a world apart from Las Vegas. Las Vegas is Jean Prison, the searing desert, and the neighborhood casinos, where a $10 bill buys me a roll of quarters, 2 free drinks, and the chance to win enough coins to cover my laundry for the week. 287. Los Angeles is Edward, the damp air that no one notices but me, the bumper-to-bumper slow dance on Highway 101, and the feeling that I've left a part of myself behind. Edward says my work at the prison has left me morose. I say it's made me wiser and more aware, but I agree that IND conversations with his parents much less interesting. Really, Bernice, I can't think where you should plant the perennials. Jean closed in January, the same day the governor announced statewide budget cuts, including the prison. When I arrived for classes that day, the yard was on lockdown in anticipation of protest riots by the inmates, and a small cluster of reporters and cameramen stood outside the fence. Everyone was denied entrance. I drove home wondering about the fate of my project. Only the previous week, Sammy and I had passed time between classes reading horoscopes from the newspaper. Get out while you can, mine read. Yeah, well, mine says, someone is thinking of you. Want a trade? The last time we spoke, Sammy told me, we're all little pigeons. You just have a bigger cage to roam in. Doesn't that make a difference? I asked. You tell me. I saw Sammy and Rick once more, after the prison closed and before I left for Los Angeles. I went to collect my papers and books, which now sit, unused, in the corner of my office. Edward says they stink of cigarette smoke. But I know it's not smoke. It's prison smell. Everything seems to look and smell like prison to me. It's all you talk about, Edward complains. The prison, your students. Your prize pupils. His explosive sarcasm seems to surprise even him. In better moments, he remains supportive. I just worry about your safety. Jean closed just 3 months ago, but already some of the inmates have returned. The prison should reopen at full capacity later this year. Some people say that Jean was included in the budget cuts to detention from health violations discovered as a result of inmate lawsuits. According to the story, repairs were quietly made during the time the prison was closed. Already the Parole and Probation Office has contacted me about restarting the program. I'm not sure how to tell Edward. 288. Edward, July 11, 1992. Part of me remained sane the night that Edward was killed, although the sane, rational part stood off at a distance, observing my reaction, taking note of what people said and did, keeping myself upright and responding to questions, while the other part of me wanted to scream, tear my clothes and hair, or run away and hide in the same dark place where Edward had secreted himself to play his cruel and silly joke. Later, I thought about the way people in movies scream when they happen upon a scene of death. The scream of anguish, of fear, of realization that the person lying prone on the ground is in fact dead, indicates a level of understanding I was incapable of. Edward was a big man, 6 foot v. 210 pounds, strong enough to bend the bars on our bedroom window the day we locked ourselves out. But everything stopped making sense the moment I found him lying cold and still on our bedroom floor. I must have slipped through some tear in reality. Sounds echoed strangely in my head and I moved laboriously through thick fog shrouding my eyes and my brain. "What are you doing, Edward?" I heard myself ask the thick, icy red liquid under his body, offering no obvious clue, although the suspicion that something was horribly wrong struggled its way into my consciousness. I ran for the phone. "Something's wrong with my husband," I told the 911 operator. "There's blood everywhere, you have to come right now." "Is he breathing?" the woman at the other end asked. "Breathing? What a silly question," I thought, answering. "I don't know. Check to see if he's breathing. If he's not, hold his head back." She gave me brief instructions for artificial resuscitation. I hurried to the bedroom and, kneeling by Edward, gently tilted back his head, exposing a slow trickle of yellow matter collecting on the wooden oar. "No, no. She needs to come now," I heard myself saying. I gently lowered his head and ran back to the phone. "You have to come now," I insisted. "Stay there. We're sending someone." It never occurred to me that someone was responsible for Edward's death until the detectives pieced it together for me later. A burglar, surprised in the act, shot him times in both legs, his stomach, his chest, and his head. Edward is dead, but the scene in my bedroom still fails to make sense. 289. The night Edward was killed, I spent more than an eternity in a police holding tank while the detectives verified that I was not responsible for his murder. "You realize," they explained later, "most of the time, the person who NDS the body is the one who committed the crime. We needed to be sure." Practical, of course, but it only compounded my shock. Mercifully, the children never wakened until the police came. They were whisked away to be questioned themselves. Some time later the detectives drove us home. They left me with a cigarette and a piece of advice. "Don't hold on to this incident. Remember that your children need you." Returning to Jean was my way of ending answers. Ben's words, of course, came back to me. If I had wondered what it was like to be one of them, my question in part is answered. The fact that someone else was responsible for Edward's murder does not mitigate the fear and shock I felt while the detectives arrived at the same conclusion. The answers are not as simple as understanding why someone killed my husband. In some ineffable way, however, I have a clearer notion of what prison is about. While friends and family are sympathetic, I believe my students at Jean understand far better than anyone else how I feel, what I have lost. I see my pain reflected in their sympathetic gestures and eyes. There is no dividing line. Lux Eterna, September 5, 1992. Leaving Jean prison at night is a very different experience from the day. The yard looks otherworldly, like the lights of a spaceship illuminating an isolated tract of land. There are no patches of darkness along the paths or under the sparsely leafed trees. Watching over us all are the men in the towers, whom I have never seen, even in the daytime. The guys on the yard tell me that they sit up there behind darkened glass, eyes trained on us as we make our way from Unit 6 to the main gate. It is a strange sensation, knowing you are always being watched. I'm not sure I trust these invisible men. At other times the yard takes on the surreal tension of a gulag, lights scanning the perimeter in search of possible escapees. Once through the second gate, the world resumes its normal shape, although normal is a relative term in Las Vegas. I stand in the parking lot with the tower still in view. The stucco admin building is silent and dark. The glare of the Gold Strike Casino shouts out to the sky. 290. The Gold Strike is invisible from inside Jean prison at night. The inquisition of lights trained on the yard causes everything outside to recede into black. Standing outside, looking in, I realize that I am part of the blackness that surrounds the barbed wire gate. As I drive away from the row of buildings hugging the hills, Jean's dome of lights and her neon companion triumph easily against the nighttime sky. I think about Edward and wonder, at the same moment, about the men inside. Do they ever see stars? I am 10 miles closer to Baker when, at last, they fully conquer the sky. 291. Amy Williams. Looking into a dry lake. Uncovering the women's view of Las Vegas. A Film Journal. August 1994. I'm standing at the edge of what I think must be a dry lake. The air is perfectly still and brutally hot. The lake is waterless, but full to the brim with light. I'm 90 miles from Las Vegas, and I don't want to go any further. I think, this is it. This must be the place. I've been making excursions to Las Vegas to interview women for a documentary LM. I ask each of them, where's the woman's space in Las Vegas? There had to be something else, something other than the absurdly oversized MGM Lion, the world's longest laser, and the Stratosphere Tower. Its unished erection stands at 850 feet and growing. Most of the women look at me, bewildered. They wonder what I'm after. I'd been wondering this myself on these long, hot drives from Los Angeles through the endless Mojave. Las Vegas means the meadows, doesn't it? One woman offers. She's a former nude dancer at the Palomino turned real estate broker. She sold the entire city block on which the Gentlemen's Club stood to its gentleman owner, earning a $14,000 commission, the exact same amount of money she earned in 1 year of taking her clothes off. The woman's space. It's what you make it. So much opportunity here. I stand on the edge of the lake that once was and wonder what the meadows looked like before the Mormon men came. 292. Glitter Gulch sign. September. She's in her 70s, they suppose, although no one really knows. She's been cocktailing for over 40 years at the Golden Nugget. Her father helped build the downtown hotel, but no, she won't be interviewed, because I'm just too busy. Honey, what are you looking for, anyway? I shrug and look down at my own legs, and wonder what they would look like after 40 years of 8-hour shifts in heels. The cracks in the dry lake seem to break wide open and laugh at me. What are you looking for? I realize I've been standing on the edge, peering in. It's time to take. 293. The plunge. I stalk back to my truck and let blast Sheryl Crow's Leaving Las Vegas. Maybe it's time to move to Las Vegas. Become a Vegas woman myself. October. I'm 33 today, and the weather is nearly bearable to sleep in, so that's all I do. Double digits should be significant in a town where numbers take you to the next level, the Bingo Palace, the Bright Promise. I'm still ending ways to survive in Las Vegas, with this terror of being crushed by pyramids instead of history or hand-me-down culture in giveaway plastic cups that catch your change of mood, your desire to eat. Thanksgiving. It's that wild, Wild West thing. Think about it, who built the West, a change girl at the Riviera tells me. She turned tricks until she started taking women's studies courses at UNLV. She's third-generation Nevadan. Her grandfather worked the mines. When the men were mining for silver, the women were mining the men for gold. So much opportunity. Like so many bulbs that burn out on the strip, there's something missing. The broken signs spell it out: loosest slots in town, most progressive poker. Bodies on billboards. Boobs on the backs of taxi cabs. It's what enhances your image of womanhood in this town, from a very early age, she tells me. It's all a form of female labor, however you look at it. Whether you're making beds for M or in the bed with M. This town has been built on the backs of women. Early December. It's getting colder now, a desert dry cold. The nights are clear and black at my little apartment on a ranch in Calico Basin, 17 miles from town. The green laser that shoots out and up from atop the Hilton parks its beam against the great red granite of Red Rock Canyon here. Canyon residents are protesting. The casinos now own the sky. Now that I live here, I'm starting to embrace the contradictions. The slapstick housing developments surrounded by faux stucco and transplanted palm trees. The unsung beauty of the desert at dusk. The excess of the strip and the minimalism of the worker communities. I drive by dust-poor downtown. 294. Residence motels with names like Paradise Motel, Desert Moon, and, my personal favorite, the Blue Angel. I met the Blue Angel herself one day, maneuvering a shopping cart across the expanse where the pool once was. "Don't you take my picture, bitch." Above her a plaster cast Marlene Dietrich in a blue gown waved a wand over the whole scene, revealing that one of her wings was chipped. My Blue Angel glowered and spat. I pretended to take a picture of the pool. Another dry lake. They're all over Las Vegas. December. To be a woman in Las Vegas is to be swinging madly on the Madonna versus whore pendulum. On the one hand you have the showgirl, gawgirl ethos. Glitz, glamour, a female mayor even, with big hair and nails. But to get that you have to look that, or have married into it. If you don't, your other options are a confusing contest between sexuality and anonymity. Unless, of course, you choose to ignore the whole scene and go about your business, which at some point follow the yellow brick road to the yellow brick walled community to the yellow brick ceiling, 'cause there ain't no glass ceiling here, it's cement. Sugar will lead to the strip. It's the mother of all strips, according to Robert Venturi, who's been learning a lot from Las Vegas ever since. 1. You can run but you can't hide, mother will haunt you. She literally and figuratively cuts the town in two. Not to mention what she does to women's bodies. All those maids bending, those waitresses serving, those clusters of women standing on street corners. Rosalind, who runs the Friendship Corner, as a shelter for the homeless, wonders out loud, if all the women stopped doing the work in this town, what would happen? Rosalind used to make beds at the Lady Luck Hotel. She broke her back, stepped on a crack in the dry lake, and was out of work. Out of luck. In the streets, where no one wants the tourists to see you, so you hide. So many opportunities, so you survive. Motherhood in Vegas is the Madonna thing. I'm one mother at her place of work, a women's bathroom. She's the full-time attendant at the Barbary Coast, whose main job during graveyard is to keep the other women who work that shift from coming in and catching a wink. Wink, wink. We've got you. All you single mothers who see this town as a place to be a full-time mother. Work swing shift and be home in time to get your kids off to school. Then off to work with you until dawn. 295. Winged Angel. One beat mom tells me after 10 hours of bussing tables, there are two types of women here. The hard-working, usually 2 or 3 kids, who are happy to have a chance, and those who have had some bad knocks, lost their dreams. I try out titles for my LM, Lost in Las Vegas, Beyond the Neon, Stripped and Teased. January 1995. It's a new year, and I've been hanging with the corner block girls, a local gang of girls who have dropped out of high school. They're the 296 young ladies of the meadows, and they stride tall through the dead grass. The lionesses of another ounce. When they waited for the school bus, they were leered at from limos or offered drugs to be in adult entertainment videos. They laugh at the thought, they have loftier goals. They won't end up like their mothers, working 3 jobs and cashing their paychecks at Palace Station to play slots. This town is about greed, it's so stupid. All that money, and look where it goes. The corner block girls check out guys on the corners in North Las Vegas. They have guns and know what they want. All that money, and their parents don't care what they do, they're always working. In a neighborhood called Naked City, popular myth has it showgirls once lived here and sunbathed nude. Taggers tell the real story of real estate in Las Vegas. In the shadow of the Stratosphere Tower, the Rapunzels attend an alternative high school here. They dropped out of their own accord, because high school was stupid. The school is called Horizons. In Naked City, it's no telling how far that can be. Maybe as far as across town in one of the master-planned communities, where I interview the mistress of the mansion. The decor is all white leather and simulated marble countertops. She can't complain, the neighborhood is safe, the schools are well stocked, the streets are lined with precision palm trees and little man-made lagoons, no dry lakes here. With names like Paradise Cove, Green Valley, Desert Shores, the lakes, these redundant developments beckon with the illusion of green grass, bodies of water. The desert, it seems, is not welcome behind their locked gates. I love telling my filmmaker friends from Los Angeles that the real art scene is in Las Vegas. The maddening mirror, the self-referential amid exploding signiers. But mostly, the second chance. The post-quake, post-riot, post-mortem on the America that was and still is. February. I find myself staring at an elderly woman dressed in pink, clutching a pink purse full of quarters, as one by one, they disappear into the video poker machine at Smith's Food. I've seen her here before. I ask her how often she plays. She tells me she's been here every day since her husband died. It was the only thing that could get her over it. I sit down beside her, and for the rest time since I've been here, I do it. I pay a paltry sum for the possibility of pleasure. She's right. It LOLs the void. Tonight, we, my producer and I, go to Crazy Horse 2, one of the 297 posher of the gentlemen's clubs. We meet Corky and Cassandra, their stage names, 2 erotic dancers. Corky is retiring after 20 years, and Cassandra has been here only a few days. Corky reads Jung and talks about her shadow self. She sees what she's doing as a gift. The service we are performing is not sexual, it's psychological, and that service is to make men feel okay about themselves. She is the self-prescribed avatar of the self-empowered woman. I love her perfect breasts, only $2,000, honey, and platinum red hair. I decide I could probably do this. Funds for the documentary are fast disappearing, and at $800 a night, it starts to look appealing. Then I watch her lap dance, a strange, contorted ritual between unclothed female and uninching male, the men are not allowed to touch. Corky says it's about power, getting off on that. I watch her lift her leg over a guy's shoulder, whisper in his ear. I wonder what she's saying, something about archetypes? I watch young men in dockers drinking rum and coke. An older, Mexican man in a big hat slinks up to me and whispers that he just put in the new carpet. How do I like it? I look down and see small renditions of Will Rogers riding multicolored broncos. I look up and watch another lap dance. I contemplate just who the horse is and who the rider. On a break in the dressing room, Corky unleashes lore of her many years of doing this. We were raised as women thinking that every man, all they wanted was us sexually. Think about it, what did your mother say? They only want one thing. Well, we don't think of them as human beings. And they don't care about us as human beings. In the club, we have a chance to change all that. I look at the array of women, all shapes and sizes, in G-strings, slinky red slips, a metallic silver bikini. I have to admit, there's something incredibly human about all this exposed esh. A kind of homespun erotica. They all seem so resigned to their bodies, so comfortable with their thighs. One girl is screaming at her boyfriend over the payphone in the corner, another is wondering if, at 4 months pregnant, she's showing. Cassandra's different, doe-like, shy. She sits alone in the corner of the dressing room, and it takes a while to get her to talk. She confesses she thinks she's the only virgin in the place. When she dances on stage, she closes her eyes. Covers her breasts with her hands when she walks off. She says she hasn't made much money because she just can't get the hang of it. Walking up to them, asking them to dance, you gotta be able to take rejection. I hate the lying part. Some of these girls, they tell the guys what they want to hear, that they look just like their boyfriend. 298. Billboard. That they'll meet them after work, but it's all just lies to get them to pay more. You have to act sexual when you're not. Some girls say it's like acting, but it's not, it's lying. I ask her why she's doing it, and like most of the younger ones, it's the money they never had. I was broke, my car needed zing, me and my boyfriend could never go out or anything, it was a way to get my life going. Cassandra also owns a show horse, something she's wanted all her life. Dancing helps her pay the steep boarding fees. She never 299 won any shows cause I never could afford the good-looking horse. I visit her at the stables one afternoon, and she's right, the horse is a beauty. So is the rider. That night I can't sleep. I keep seeing Cassandra on her horse, then at the club. Like some pop incarnation of the prophetess Cassandra at the Gate of Lions. Corky in the lap of some guy, toying with his humanity. I get out of bed and stare at my body in the mirror. Even against all that I've read and coaxed myself into believing, I am fundamentally disgusted with what I see. Camille Paglia, beware, these not-so-gentle women at gentlemen's clubs may have something, and it's not in some Demi Moore movie, some tiresome debate over pornography and victimization. It's basic, they work hard in a world where no one hides. Hollywood wants me to believe that inside every woman, there's a stripper waiting to escape. I'm making this LM to confront that myth, but my quest for the woman in Vegas has become a search for myself. I am fast learning how not to get sideswiped by illusions. Strip away the strip, and you have prot, pure and simple. Inside every gambler is a yearning for escape. Another life. The kind that widows dressed in pink pull from their purses and place daintily into the slit that is the slot, the 7-Eleven collection plate, pass it on. The secret to Las Vegas is not lost wages but what you gain. It's all here for you in ways you never knew until you looked at yourself naked. And liked what you saw. March. Inside the Culinary Workers Hall, I'm taping a strategy meeting, led by Hattie Canty, president of one of the largest union locals in America. She's giving maids who have been read for wearing union buttons a pep talk. She worked as a maid herself for 15 years, raising 10 children when her husband died of cancer. Vegas is the last union town in America. At 40,000 members strong, it sustained a 6.5-year strike, one of the longest strikes in U.S. history. The culinary workers are today's equivalent of the mine workers of yesterday. The Frontier is one of the last family-run hotels, and the matriarch, Margaret Ilardi, wasn't budging. But the culinary union is nothing to mess with. ILM Hattie in the park on a sunny Sunday afternoon with her grandbabies. Being black in Las Vegas was never easy, and what was referred to as Mississippi of the West included a segregated strip up until the late 1960s. Eartha Kitt and other black performers had to sleep in black family homes after they performed. They drained the swimming pool at 300. The Sahara Hotel after Josephine Baker swam in it. Hattie still lives in the city-approved development she's been living in for 30 years. Its foundation is sinking. She's been promised a new house, but it's taken years to plan. The New Yorker sent Annie Leibovitz out to photograph Hattie for an article. They took a picture of her 10 kids and 13 grandkids. Hattie was nonplussed. She casually told Annie, "I would have had 11 kids, but I lost one 8 months pregnant, reaching up, trying to clean curtains. But I never missed a day of work, and I was never late." You're a woman. You reach up in Las Vegas, and you pull down on that long-armed bandit. And sometimes you end up the president of a union. Sometimes you stare at 2 sevens and a cherry. July. The Sahara Tower reads 100 degrees at midnight. That can't be right. There's something wrong about a city that never sleeps and never cools down, even after the sun is long gone. But the LM is starting to heat up. Seems the working title, stripped and teased, is causing problems among some of the women. They don't want to be associated with anything controversial or degrading. We're not about that. I try to explain the title as ironic, a play on words, but it dawns on me that Las Vegas is a place with no irony. I stare stupidly at the Stratosphere Tower, its absurd phallus still growing. Everything here is what it is. There is no subtext. After 6 months here, I'm feeling this withering away of resistance. I no longer cringe at the sound of slot machines when I walk through a casino. I'm not as outraged at the incongruities between showgirl billboards and chain-smoking divorcees suffering from PMS, poker machine syndrome. I've arrived. I am a Las Vegas woman. I've learned to live in between the clanging contradictions and hold my head up. Hell, I just get through the heat of the day and I'm proud to say I drove without air conditioning. Without irony. We can live this way when we have to. October. I meet a showgirl from Holland who moved here from Paris and married an American. She reclines on billboards all over town, proclaiming that 301. She's the showgirl for the 21st century. This no doubt means her nudity is of the postmodern kind. The Stardust Hotel, where she dances in Enter the Night, has entered into a whole new arena of using woman as object. Her image is also splashed across an entire wing of a Western Airlines Airbus. Fly the friendly showgirl. We screen the movie Showgirl for a group of real showgirls, and LM their reactions. For a LM that so obviously misses the mark for all the obvious reasons, it still cut deep for these women. They laughed at the LM, but couldn't laugh afterwards. Their lives are so badly, so bodily misrepresented. They are all trained dancers, many of them from ballet companies. Here they are in Las Vegas because it's steady work. One of them, on pregnancy leave, points to her swelling belly. This is real life, right here. We make FTY dollars extra if we dance topless. It's what you do, but not who you are. What was once all show is now technique, tough choreography. Fewer dancers, more lasers. In the 20th century, showgirls might, in fact, become extinct. November. Then there's Anna, a Mexican-American mother from Texas, who moved here after her kids had grown, in search of her own adventure. Actually, she went to Reno RST, but when her son was incarcerated in Jean Prison, 30 miles outside of Vegas, she moved down here so she could visit more often. Jean is an interesting study of an unlikely town. A friend once remarked that the town of Jean represented America's economic future, prisons and casinos. Except for a 76 mini-mart, that's all there is there. Anna gets up at dawn to collect bread from a charitable outlet and distributes it around her neighborhood, to single moms, shut-in seniors, and disabled folk. She also ran a youth camp out of her home because the kids had nothing to do here. She gets no government help, no grants, no salary for what she does. She herself lives on food stamps. The Mother Teresa of the other Las Vegas takes in bundles of clothes from all kinds of sources and redistributes them to those who need them. She even XES VCRs and coffee machines that others have discarded. In a city of pawn shops, Anna stands apart. She knows her customers, and they all know her. She's so busy, she laments, that her garden, a burst of brilliant color, isn't thriving as she'd like. You can grow anything you want in this place, you'd be surprised it just takes time. 302. Statue of Jesus and Mary in front of Our Lady of Las Vegas Catholic Church. December. The woman's space? I'm at that dry lake again, shooting the null scene of my LM. The sun is setting, streaks of ochre and baby pink across an impossibly huge sky. I take off my shoes and feel the cracks of the earth between my toes. I see the faces and hear the voices of all the women I've interviewed, a chorus of laughter, bitter stories, some tears. Dancer bodies of precision, disciplined calves, lines across foreheads, varicose veins. I want to capture their déance, their fatigue. I want to bring them all together for a drink, put it all on a number and forget that the wheel is spinning. It's been over a year since I started this project. I've come full circle, and as the light nally fades, I see their shadows, disappearing across the desert. This is the women's Las Vegas, right here in the middle of nowhere, in the realm of the possible, and these, like so many eating shapes, are the women without whom the City of Lights would just be a dry lake. Postscript: Amy Williams is not only still a Las Vegas woman, she married a Las Vegas man, and they now have a 3-year-old baby. She completed her documentary Stripped and Teased, Tales from Las Vegas Women in 1999. Part V: From Pariah to Paradigm. 307. Hal Rothman. Colony, Capital, and Casino. Money in the Real Las Vegas. M. Martin Scorsese's 1994 LM Casino opens with a ball of aim. Sam Ace Rothstein, the character created from the life of the former Stardust Casino headman Frank Lefty Rosenthal, played by Robert De Niro, strides authoritatively out of Tony Roma's restaurant on Sahara Avenue near the Strip and across the parking lot to his Cadillac. He enters the car, turns the ignition, and kaboom! A human in M's hurtles out of the driver's seat, preceded by a blown-off door. As Rothstein writhes on the ground and the camera pulls away, Joe Pesci, who plays Nicky Santoro, closely modeled on the mobster Anthony Tony the Ant Spilatro, offers a denouement. "This was the last time two little guys like us ever got this kinda chance and we fucked it up," he tells the audience, and indeed the story that follows as a narrated ashback offers a mythologized version of the last days of the mob in 1970s Las Vegas. Derived from Nicholas Pileggi's book of the same name, itself largely based on Rosenthal's reminiscences, Casino purports to tell the truth about the demise of organized crime's control of gaming in Las Vegas. One in this formulation, two vain and greedy hoods bring down a vast and powerful sub-Rosa empire. The individual failings of Santoro Spilatro and Rothstein Rosenthal are responsible for the demise of lucrative scheming operations at a number of casinos. The end of organized crime's purported control of the town is a casualty of the arrogance and stupidity of the two main characters. Their inability to keep their heads down and their pants zipped ruins the perfect setup. 308. Unearned, unaccounted for, and untraceable money, forever. With its emphasis on individual failings, Casino is more fairy tale than social commentary or hard-bitten true crime drama. This simple construction, with its characteristically Hollywood focus on the relationship between the two protagonists, patently misleads anyone who seeks to understand the workings of Las Vegas and Nevada. It ignores a crucial question: since when do people who have real power anywhere in the United States, no matter who they are, blow each other up in public? In this specific situation, there is an even more salient question: why would a sub-Rosa organization such as organized crime reveal the limits of its power in a public display of violence that would clear up any remaining doubts about the ownership of various casinos? The list of questions that stems from this portrayal is endless, and all lead to one conclusion: Casino-istion. In the movie, the behavior portrayed in the LM makes sense. In life, such explanations fall remarkably short. Both the book and movie versions of Casino misunderstand the fundamental realities of Las Vegas and Nevada. Entranced by the power of narrative and the drama of larger-than-life girls, Pileggi and Scorsese assume that violence is power and mistake amboyance for control. In the process, they fail to grasp the essence of the Silver State. Money is all important in Nevada, but not only the money that owes like a river into the counting rooms of the casinos. Of even greater importance are the sources of capital that finance the construction of the Las Vegas Strip. Life in a colony. The most basic reality of Nevada is that the state is a colony, a point driven home by a trip to Hoover Dam, where vehicles inscribed with the insignia of the Los Angeles Municipal Utility District sport Nevada license plates. The fundamental relationship between Nevada and California is as clear as the insignia on the side of these cars. California runs Nevada, so completely and brazenly that the most needed resource in the desert state, water, is stored there for consumption in the great economic engine to the west. The control is so complete that the relationship seems natural. California entities wear Nevada license plates and no one notices, proof positive of the vast power of the Golden State in the adjacent Silver State. Nevadans need look no farther to see where their bread is buttered. In Nevada, there is nothing unusual about this scenario, it is a capsule. 309. Of the state's history. Founded as a result of the Comstock Lode and the need for another state in the Union to assure Abraham Lincoln's re-election in 1864, desolate Nevada has survived by catering to the needs of outsiders, in particular, Californians. From the mining industry, called extractive for a reason, to the development of divorce and gaming as the basis of the state economy, Nevada has always derived its sustenance from trading raw materials gold, silver, and the possibility of quick freedom in personal or economic terms for the niched products of American society. Nevadans have fashioned a world apart, one that cannot afford to rest too hard on any one image, in an effort to attract the interest of their neighbors. There is a malleability to Nevada, and especially to Las Vegas, that is unparalleled elsewhere in the nation and possibly the world. In Nevada, as in other colonies, the relationship between core areas and their peripheries dominates life. The economic structure of a colony is different from that of a core area. A colony is dependent on a core for much, and often all, of its sustenance. In industrial economies, core areas produced products that were marketed in both cores and peripheries, and colonies were on the receiving end of the delivery system that brought them expensive niched goods in exchange for much less expensive raw materials. Two colonies ship out their raw materials until the source is exhausted, but the appetite for niched products remains insatiable. After the demise of traditional extractive commodities, successful colonies end a way to market other amenities or they decline. One of the clearest ways to survive is to provide services that the core culture eschews, scorns, or does not permit, but that are very popular with its people. In Las Vegas, the lure of fun, excitement, and a little bit of danger created an economy that allowed the distribution of the niched goods that signify the veneer of modernity and civilization in an outpost. Nearly everything that sustains the institutions of dominant cultures on a colonial periphery comes from outside. Nevada's power, water, food, economy, and raison d'etre as an independent entity come from beyond its boundaries. Nevada imports almost everything. Most important among the myriad commodities that Nevada has always imported has been capital. The Silver State, fountain of so much wealth for others, has always lacked indigenous capital. Since gaming became legal again in 1931, and especially since the end of World War II, capital formation outside the state has driven not only the growth of the gaming industry, but the growth of the entire state. In Nevada, the old journalistic adage to follow the money leads directly to where? 310. The power resides. The history of the rise and fall of the sources of capital that have supported the growth of Nevada's gaming industry illustrates the basic irrelevance of Spilatro and Rosenthal to the evolution of the industry by the 1970s, precisely the moment when they became closely linked to gaming in the public imagination. In effect, the LM Casino obscures a far more significant story. The town was lost, in Pileggi's and Scorsese's terms, before Rosenthal took over the Stardust and Spilatro arrived on the Las Vegas scene. In Las Vegas, especially, capital regimes have been denitive. Since the return of gaming in 1931, Southern Nevada has experienced a sequence of capital regimes. A federal regime came deemed by spending for the Boulder, later Hoover, Dam and then by the development of heavy industry to support World War II. In 1946, the arrival of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel inaugurated a second capital regime, the mob era. From 1946 to 1969, mob Nansing held sway, from the pockets of mobsters, who had no access to outside Nansing to build their casinos, and later through the mob-controlled Teamsters Central States Pension Fund. 3. In 1969, with the passage of the revised Corporate Gaming Act, which made it possible for large publicly held corporations to own casinos, the corporate regime began. Like the mobsters before them, the Nanciers, such as Howard Hughes and Kirk Kerkorian, nanced their operations out of their own pockets, but soon corporations such as Hilton, Holiday Inn, Ramada, and Sheraton bought existing resorts. In the 1980s, the impresario Steve Wynn raised the ante with junk bond funding, broadening the reach of the gaming industry and taking it mainstream. Each regime provided the dominant source of capital in its time period, shaping the forms of the community and inventing a different Las Vegas that suited the needs of its capital brokers. Each incarnation created a neonative population tied to that particular formulation. Members of each of these groups thought of their Las Vegas as the only real one. Tied to time, place, and framework, each group of these people felt dramatically displaced in the aftermath of the transition to new capital regimes. Federal money. As in most Western states, the tale of where the money comes from begins with the federal government. In 1931, the economy of Southern Nevada was precarious at best. The turn-of-the-century mining booms in places such as Rhyolite, Goldalt, Tonopah, and Bullfrog had ended. 311. After World War I, and the sale of the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake Railroad to the Union Pacific created another in the seemingly endless series of colonial relationships that dominated this periphery. The sale hurt Las Vegas, because in 1927, in response to the National Railroad strike of 1922, the Union Pacific moved much of its shop from Las Vegas to Caliente. Early efforts to develop tourism also met with mixed success, and Las Vegas remained a dusty little town with no distinct purpose and little claim on the attention of the nation. After the railroad departed, Las Vegas came as close to becoming a ghost town as it ever would. For federal spending prompted a rebirth of colonial Las Vegas, as two events, the construction of the Boulder Dam, now Hoover Dam, which began in 1929, and the New Deal, which offered development programs across the nation, led the way. In Southern Nevada alone, the federal government invested $70 million between 1929 and 1939, $19 million in the dam alone. Although the construction workers at the dam were eventually based in Boulder City, a few miles from the Colorado River canyons where the dam was constructed, Las Vegas benefited greatly from its presence. Boulder City developed its own retail district, which catered to the daily needs of dam workers, depriving Las Vegas businesses of that source of revenue, but Las Vegans recognized that the of visitors that began to pass through Southern Nevada to view the construction of this magnificent Edis would continue after completion of the dam. Federal support for the many who came to Las Vegas in search of work at the dam but failed to end jobs, and, later, World War II military spending replaced mining and the railroad in Southern Nevada's economy. 5. This capital regime resembled that in many Western locales. During the 1930s, federal projects were a dominant source of income throughout the nation, and especially in the West, and many towns were in the same position. This dependence on federal spending began earlier in Southern Nevada, because work on the dam preceded the New Deal, but in many ways Southern Nevada's experience in the 1930s was typical. 6. One thing made 1930s Las Vegas atypical. In February 1931, the Nevada state legislature legalized gambling. This was not an innovation but a return to the norm. Although illegal from statehood in 1864 until 1869, gambling had been legal from then until 1913, when progressive-era efforts to legislate morality put Nevada in compliance with the rest of the nation. Yet the revival of gaming took the state further. 312. Down the colonial path than its liberal laws concerning prostitution, marriage, and divorce and its characteristic ignoring of prohibition had done. The reinstatement of gambling gave Nevada an industry that could augment and ultimately redirect the federal capital so essential to the state. Especially after the dollars from the dam began to dry up, after its completion in 1936, this source of revenue proved increasingly important. 7. This RST modern capital regime illustrates the perils of colonial existence. Lacking industry or infrastructure, Las Vegas depended RST and foremost on money from the federal government. Almost as an afterthought, in its effort to create a viable economy, the state of Nevada permitted activities that were seen as scandalous at best. Southern Nevadans, especially, recognized the perils of dependence. A change in federal policy could eliminate not only individual livelihoods but also the economic viability of the region. Before air conditioning, attracting newcomers to a town where summer temperatures routinely topped 110 degrees Fahrenheit was a difficult task without the lure of easy prosperity. As a result, Las Vegas shaped itself to the needs of the outside. In the 1930s and 1940s, this was not unusual in the West. It was as true of Los Alamos, New Mexico, and Richmond, California, as it was of Las Vegas. The difference was that Las Vegans recognized that their opportunity to capitalize was time-bound, and that other strategies would be necessary for long-term sustenance. Perhaps the much-trumpeted Nevada individualism promoted an attitude that developed industries to augment federal largesse. Perhaps federal dollars seemed one more panacea in the long line that had come and gone. In any event, Southern Nevada especially welcomed the federal money and engaged in strategies to encourage those dollars to stay in the area, while its people looked for new ways to diversify their income base. After the completion of Boulder Dam, Nevadans cast about for a new strategy. Tourism and divorce led a gap in the 1930s, but the prosperity of the dam years did not return. Only after Pearl Harbor, when the federal government again located important projects in southern Nevada, did Las Vegas recover from its post-dam doldrums. An air base northeast of town was commandeered by the federal government, which ultimately spent more than $25 million on the construction of facilities there. The Las Vegas Gunnery School, as the installation became known, supplied the Pasek Theater with gunners, graduating 4,000 every 6 weeks by 1942. Another wartime project was the Basic Magnesium, Inc. 313. BMI, factory, supported by federal dollars, in Henderson, a newly founded town on Boulder Highway, leading to the dam, between Las Vegas and Boulder City. 8. By the end of the war, federal dollars drove the local Las Vegas economy, while catering to gamblers and people seeking quick divorces provided backup. Federal dollars were the dominant capital regime of the era, driving local decision-making. Access to the federal money, in the form of construction contracts, service work, or the opportunity to liberate dollars from the pockets of workers, was a clear charter for economic success. Federal dollars were so important that the community gave in to decidedly non-Nevadan demands. In 1942, Las Vegas closed its red light district to accommodate the military, and after November 1942, bars and casinos were closed from 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. An unlikely prospect in southern Nevada. But closure was worthwhile if the consequence of failing to comply was being off-limits to military personnel. 9. In this manner, the colonial nature of southern Nevada was once again illustrated. As it had once catered to the mining industry and the railroad, it had come to cater to the demands of the federal government. The mob arrives. Meyer Lansky's mob henchman Bugsy Siegel launched the Second Capital regime in Las Vegas in 1946. Lansky and his associates had had an eye on Las Vegas as early as 1941, but in most accounts, Siegel is credited with envisioning the complicated relationship between gaming and status that would make the Flamingo Hotel and Casino a world-class destination resort. Siegel transformed Las Vegas from a Western, institution-free center of vice into a world-renowned spectacle of gambling, entertainment, and fun by melding the themes of Monte Carlo, Miami Beach, and Havana with the resort-like character of the clubs that preceded the Flamingo on Highway 91 south of town on the road to Los Angeles. In the process, he inaugurated an era in which the capital to fund gaming resorts, which became the dominant industry in Las Vegas, came from the pockets of organized crime and later from legitimate money the mob could control. 10 locals did not object to this seemingly nefarious involvement in what was becoming the primary local industry. In southern Nevada, the need for capital was so great that almost everyone looked the other way. Even straight-laced Southern Nevada Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormon, culture welcomed these newcomers. The mob had cash, and 314. Lots of it, a necessity in a colonial periphery such as Southern Nevada, and Siegel benefited from his association with Hollywood. His arrival opened a new pipeline to the capital for which Las Vegans thirsted. Even his association with Murder, Inc. was not sufficient to deter locals, who embraced anyone who had money to invest. 11 Initial investment by organized crime was masked by local involvement. At the end of 1945, when Siegel purchased the El Cortez, his investors included a number of locals as well as Meyer Lansky, Gus Greenbaum, an Arizona bookmaker, David and Chicky Berman, and Israel Icepick Willie Alderman, who ran typical 1930s gaming roadhouses called carpet joints in Minneapolis, and Mo Sedway, a Siegel associate from Los Angeles. The purchase of the El Cortez initiated a pattern. In every subsequent purchase or development of a resort on the Strip, participation by connected illegal gamblers, who had become legal in Nevada, was evident. There was a visible relationship between locals and newcomers in nearly every new casino that effectively linked outside capital with some form of local respectability. Locals who could easily be licensed or individuals with ties to organized crime but no significant criminal record held visible and often sizable percentages of new casinos. Most of these owners appeared to have recently come into money and possessed expertise useful in the casino business. Who truly owned their percentages was not a good question to ask. The funding of the Flamingo Hotel and Siegel's death illustrate the point. The construction of the Flamingo went well over budget. The initial estimate of $1.5 million ballooned to almost $6 million, aggravated by expenses such as the $1 million that providing a private sewer line to each room added to the cost. In 1946, when Siegel tried to extort $2 million from the Chicago mob to complete construction, he had $1 million of his own money in the project and $3 million that his connected friends had invested in $50,000 sized blocks of stock. Siegel was murdered in Hollywood as a result of the cost overruns. Not a dime of legitimate money nanced the Flamingo after Siegel took it over from Billy Wilkerson, the founder of The Hollywood Reporter. 12 This pattern of nancing was typical of Las Vegas casinos and hotels throughout the late 1940s and 1950s. Even resorts with legitimate origins, such as Wilbur Clark's Desert Inn, became part of a vast organized crime network. Clark, his brother, and 2 investors had begun to build the Desert Inn in 1947 with $250,000. They soon ran out of money, and for nearly 2 years, the framed structure sat in the hot desert sun, looking more like an ancient relic than a nascent casino, as they searched. 315. For capital. Clark even tried to get funding from the nearly defunct New Deal-era Reconstruction Finance Corporation. In 1949, however, he met Morris B. Mo Dalitz, and within a few months, Dalitz and his partners in the notorious Cleveland Mailed Road Gang contributed $1.3 million in capital and owned 75% of the project. When Wilbur Clark's Desert Inn opened in April 1950, local residents called it the most brilliant social event in the history of the Strip. Clark became a gloried front man at the resort that bore his name. The Desert Inn opened a pipeline of money from similar points of origin, and hotels such as the Sands, completed in 1952, the Tropicana, which opened in 1957, and the Stardust, following in 1958, soon had similar nancing histories. 13 These were the roots of the world that Scorsese and Pileggi recreated in the LM version of Casino, set 20 years out of date. It was a world of individual investment, sometimes hidden, and, as a result, untaxed, with deliveries of paper bags and briefcases full of money to Italian surnamed individuals in distant cities. These individuals held points in Las Vegas, percentage investments that were concealed, but returned monthly prots schemed off the top of the casino's prots and never recorded in its ledgers. Insidious and nefarious to be sure, most of these were also small-time interests, amounting to as little as a few $1,000s a month in prot. Jack Entratter, the ostensible head of the Sands in the early 1960s, held 12 points in the operation. Entratter, a former head waiter at the Copacabana in Miami Beach, had become a player and philanthropist in Las Vegas. The social hall in the oldest synagogue in town, Temple Beth Shalom, was constructed with his donation and is named for him. He owned 2 of those points himself. The other 10 he held for various people, including the real power at the Sands, an old associate of Meyer Lansky's named Vincent Jimmy Blue Eyes Allo. 14 The mythic Las Vegas was a personal world where everyone knew everyone else, and all knew who buttered their gurative bread. There was much to celebrate in this world for the people who had come to Las Vegas after the war in an effort to legitimize their lifestyles. After the construction of the Flamingo, the town became a magnet for every gambler, hood, and small-time shady entrepreneur in the country. In every other state in the Union, doing things that were commonplace in Las Vegas could land you a jail term. It was a relief to be in a place where their activities were legal. Such people came by the thousands, swelling the population of the city and creating what amounted to a company town. Even the political culture of the city was transformed. 316. Because the casinos were the only major source of campaign contributions. In effect, Las Vegas became one big carpet joint, a place where the mores of illegal gaming culture became the norm and where the only casinos that lost money after Siegel's famous initial ASCO at the Flamingo were ones run by people who did not understand the rules of this imported culture. 15. Las Vegas became the center of gaming in the Western Hemisphere. The social cost was masked. Although many casino employees gambled away their paychecks, most of the casino's winnings came from visitors, not locals. This obviated the problems associated with the redistribution of money that accompanied gambling by residents and gave the industry a positive impact on the state economy's bottom line. Nevada's preeminence in gaming was assured by political change elsewhere. With the rise of Fidel Castro in Cuba and the closing of the Havana casinos, there was only one location in North America where big-time gambling was legal and its operators were legitimate. After infrastructural improvements such as the expansion of McCarran Airport in 1963, Las Vegas was poised to take advantage of the growing wealth and changing cultural mores of American society. 16. This new importance led to a much greater demand for capital than had existed during the 1950s, as well as to obvious changes in operations. Until 1963, when the Fremont casino scheming scandal was derailed by illegal FBI wiretaps, Las Vegas was a small-time operator's paradise. 17. Accustomed to seeing their occupation as risky, the individuals who ran casinos continued to operate as fly-by-nights. They looked at the short-term prot that could be put in their pockets as the best prot, almost instinctively feeling that although they were entirely legal in Nevada, this idyllic environment could not last. They believed that like any gambler's lucky streak, their run of success would soon end. 18. But in a world of growing interest in recreation, in which gambling was increasingly seen less as a moral violation than as a legitimate pastime, such operators had to cater to a more general audience. To do so required different values in management as well as a lot more money. The limitations of the individual capital phase of mob rule were evident in the layout of the city. After a spate of hotel construction during the 1950s, beginning with the Sands in 1952, and including the Tropicana, the gaming take for which was found on a piece of paper in the mob boss Frank Costello's pocket after a 1957 attempt on his life that ended with the completion of the Stardust in 1958, no new strip hotels were constructed until 1966. A New York stockbroker, Edwin Lowe, 317, built a resort eschewing a casino, the Tally Ho, but it soon ended in bankruptcy. The limitations of small-time mob rule and the capital to which it had access were evident. Siegel, Dulles, and the other early mob entrepreneurs dug into their own pockets and went to their friends for capital, but as the market expanded and the amount of capital necessary to build a competitive resort grew, the pockets that had previously funded the growth of the industry were not sufficiently deep. Nor would the financial markets support the development of gaming resorts. The only source of such capital in southern Nevada was a local bank, the Bank of Las Vegas, founded in 1954 and reorganized as the Valley Bank in 1964. Although most of the bank's capital came from outside Nevada, its willingness to serve as a conduit for outside money helped legitimize the financing of the gaming industry. Among the RST projects the Bank of Las Vegas funded were the development or expansion of the Fremont, the Sands, the Desert Inn, the Dunes, the Stardust, the Riviera, and the Thunderbird. 19 Despite the great importance of this local source of capital and its leading banker, E. Perry Thomas, who was instrumental in financing and handling transactions, the growth of the resort corridor had outstripped local funding. The capital to support the large-scale development necessary to turn Las Vegas from a huge carpet joint into a resort had to come from somewhere else. The money was relatively easy to obtain. The Teamsters Central States, Southeast, and Southwest Areas Pension Fund, run by Alan Dorfman, the stepson of a mobster and an associate of the Chicago mob, provided the source. The initial conduit was Morris Schenker, an attorney who served as counsel to a small Texas insurance company, American National Insurance Corporation. Schenker was a conduit of the Teamsters president, Jimmy Hoffa. Through the Bank of Las Vegas, American National became an early source of capital for casino funding. Schenker soon held a stake in a number of casinos. Thomas received a $5 million loan from American National, which helped open the door for the pension fund and facilitated the building of an economic empire. By 1963, the fund had more than $167 million in assets and was administered by a 16-person board. Hoffa clearly influenced the board's investments. In 1963, more than 60% of its funds were invested in real estate, compared to the 2.3% typical of similar investing consortiums. 20 The beginning of Teamsters Pension Fund investment in real estate financing dated to 1956, long before Hoffa and Dorfman turned their attention to Las Vegas. A $1 million, 10-year mortgage granted to 318 Cleveland Raceways at 6% interest was the pension fund's RST loan. Bill Presser, a Hoffa ally and the Teamsters boss in Ohio, encouraged the loan, which was quickly paid back after the passage of the Landrum-Griffin Act of 1958, which spurred an investigation by Robert Kennedy. Further loans were made in 1957 on similar terms. One financed the construction of the Castaways Motel in Miami, Florida, another went to Benjamin Dranau, an old friend of Hoffa's, who owned a department store that was currently in the middle of a difficult labor negotiation with another union. As did many such loans, the one to Dranau had to be written off. By 1961, the pension fund was out $766,000 of the $1 million original loan. 21 Under Dorfman, the pension fund consistently made atypical loans, which frequently turned out to be losers. Early Teamsters pension fund forays into Las Vegas had little to do with the gaming industry. In 1958, the Las Vegas Sun's publisher, Herman Hank Greenspun, who was one of a very few American newspaper publishers to challenge Senator Joseph McCarthy's reign of terror and had been loudly and publicly critical of the mob, received $250,000 to finance the development of a golf course. If the loan was offered to quiet Greenspun, it failed. He continued to expose organized crime and corruption in southern Nevada. Teamsters money funded other developments as well. On April 14, 1959, the 100-bed Sunrise Hospital opened, built by the Paradise Development Company, whose officers included Mo Dulles, Allard Rohn, a casino executive who had been indicted in the United Dye and Chemical stock fraud case, and two young Las Vegas businessmen, Erwin Molaski and Mervyn Adelson. The Paradise Development Company needed capital and the pension fund provided it. with Hoffa assuring its profitability by delivering the Teamsters' healthcare plan to the new hospital. Although the arrangement looked like a front for organized crime, the hospital was a benet to the community, and the people of Las Vegas welcomed it. 22 Subsequent construction, especially the 1967 Boulevard Mall, also drew accolades from the community. With its unique local access to capital for development other than casinos and resorts, the Paradise Development Company effectively planned the future of non-resort Las Vegas by turning Maryland Parkway, a two-lane road that paralleled the Strip about 2 miles to the east, into the main commercial thoroughfare for the growing city of Las Vegas. The denizens of the city, from workers to executives, came to live in the area that grew up to the east of this new commercial center. 23. The enclosed Boulevard Mall. The 319 RST Modern Shopping Center in Las Vegas was the capstone to this set of accomplishments. With its completion, Las Vegans could believe that their city had the amenities to match their resort. This was the most complicated dimension of mob rule in southern Nevada. In a colony that lacked sources of internal capital, was in the middle of substantive growth, and was dominated by an industry that, for cultural reasons, mainstream Nansing would not support, fresh capital was essential, and people embraced it, no matter what its origins. That the Teamsters Pension Fund invested in social projects such as the hospital and mall, albeit profitable ones, made that infusion of capital even more important. To most of Greater Las Vegas, which had grown from roughly 8,000 in 1940 to 269,000 in 1967, and which was increasingly populated by casino service workers, who thought of legalized gaming as the solution to the economic doldrums and their legal woes elsewhere in the country, the hospital and mall were community assets, and the source of their Nansing and the profit that derived from them were expected consequences. The hospital, the mall, and other similar developments began to normalize Las Vegas, giving the people of the town a sense of typicality that had been hard to sustain in the 1940s and 1950s. For that, Las Vegans were grateful, and they were usually willing to overlook any machinations in the sources of their normalcy. The new source of money and the amboyant, visionary style traceable to Bugsy Siegel and the Flamingo led to the development of distinctive new hotels. Most important of these was Caesar's Palace, funded by a loan from the Central State Pension Fund, and run by J. Sarno, an eccentric but brilliant entrepreneur. Sarno had begun to borrow from the pension fund in the late 1950s to finance hotel projects in Atlanta and Dallas for his national cabana chain. By the time he conceived of Caesar's Palace, he had the combination of vision and access that allowed him to dream of even more grandiose projects. Sarno envisioned a new level of distinction in the casino industry. Caesar's Palace would be the quintessential high-class joint, and its $19 million price tag was the most ever spent to develop a Las Vegas resort. Reacting Sarno's idiosyncratic belief that egg-shaped structures relaxed people, the casino was elliptical. A frieze depicting the Battle of the Etruscan Hills graced the wall next to the Noshorium coffee shop, a name that merged the Yiddish term nosh, snack, with the Orium that in American popular culture spells Roman origin. Roman-style fountains and statues decorated the property, with 18 huge fountains bordering the 135-foot 320 driveway. The 800-seat Circus Maximus Theatre, patterned after the Colosseum in Rome, hosted only the top acts of the day. Frank Sinatra and Barbra Streisand headed the bill. 24 During this era, pension fund money also financed other, less distinctive new resorts. During the early 1960s, the fund granted loans that supported the construction of the Landmark Hotel, the Four Queens, the Aladdin, and Sarno's Circus. The Landmark had begun as the project of a wealthy Kansas City, Missouri, developer, John Carroll, who began construction with $3.3 million in funding from the Appliance Buyers Credit Corporation, a subsidiary of Whirlpool. Lacking the additional $10 million the plans for the resort demanded, Carroll built apartments and a small shopping center while searching for additional funding. In a typical partnership between an unknowing legitimate front man and mob-controlled money, the Central States Pension Fund came up with a $6 million loan in August 1966, offering Carroll the opportunity to build his resort. 25 By the time Carroll received the loan for the landmark in 1966, the pension fund had become the dominant source of capital in southern Nevada, which was dependent on any sources of capital that could support its growth. The internal funding that had supported early development was insufficient to meet the growing costs of resort development, particularly after Caesar's Palace was built. Valley Bank was the sole source of local funds, and the growing industry required upward of $100 million in development capital between 1960 and 1965 alone. Although the Golden Nugget made a public stock offering in the late 1940s, traditional sources of capital such as stock and bond offerings were by and large blocked. Wall Street was not ready to take a chance on gaming. This left its potentially lucrative rewards to the pension fund and the organized crime bosses who ran it. By the 1960s, Las Vegas was thus beholden, not to industrial America, but to parasitic forces that preyed upon it, and the people who were attracted to the gaming industry were not bothered by this. The veneer of typicality was quite thin in the Las Vegas of the 1960s. Las Vegans argued that, behind the glitz, they lived in a normal town, but their definition of normal was quite at odds with the rest of the nation's. Nevada's gaming laws contributed to its unique form of well-paid colonial status. In an effort to counter what state authorities perceived as the organized crime menace, state-level regulation of gaming began during the mid-1940s. Prior to that time, counties and their sheriffs 321 licensed and administered the industry. The 1947 murder of Siegel contributed to new statutes, which also gave the Nevada Tax Commission the power to investigate, license, and monitor gaming. This remedy hardly succeeded. Clark County Commissioner Harley Harmon complained during 1952 hearings concerning the license of the Sands Entertainment director, Jack Entrater, that the tax commission had let every syndicate in the country into Las Vegas, and subsequently, the Nevada Gaming Control Board and the State Gaming Control Commission were created to administer the gaming industry. Even the establishment in 1960 of a mechanism to bar undesirable people from casinos, the so-called Black Book, formerly known as the List of Excluded Persons after 1976, amounted to little more than a public relations ploy. 26 Beginning in 1955, one cardinal state regulation had determined the pattern of the gaming industry: every stockholder of a gaming establishment had to be licensed. Although the Legalization Act in 1931 permitted corporate ownership of casinos, the 1955 regulation effectively eliminated that prospect. This effectively barred large publicly held corporations from owning stock in the gaming industry. 27 Qualifying the seemingly finite number of stockholders in any major publicly traded corporation was a daunting if not impossible task. In an era when Wall Street shied away from Las Vegas, this did not pose a problem, but as American culture liberalized during the 1960s and some of the stigma associated with gaming began to diminish, Nevada law effectively blocked the most important source of capital for the expansion of gaming. In the process, there was a dramatic unintended consequence. Instead of freeing the gaming industry from the inions of organized crime, Nevada law enshrined it. The law made the Teamsters Pension Fund the only source of capital upon which Las Vegas could rely, achieving exactly the opposite of its framers' intentions. As long as the only source of capital in town stemmed from organized crime and Southern Nevada needed that capital for growth, the vaunted Cowboy County Commission and other civic leaders recognized that they needed the mob as much as the mob needed them. Rather than a place under control of local cowboys, as depicted by popular lore and LMS such as Casino, 1960s Las Vegas was a partnership between local interests that needed capital and mobsters who were the only source of it locals could reach. The combination of the stigma of gaming and the Nevada statute denied legitimate capital to the gaming industry when it needed it the most. 322. Moving to the mainstream. Two events changed this equation, leading to the transformation of Las Vegas from a mob-dominated gambling town into a corporate-owned modern resort. Neither of these had anything to do with the actions of Frank Rosenthal or Anthony Spilatro. The RST was the return of the reclusive billionaire Howard R. Hughes to a suite atop the Desert Inn in Las Vegas in a typically bizarre fashion on Thanksgiving Eve, 1966. After a few weeks, the management of the Desert Inn sought to persuade Hughes to leave so that they could return the suite to the use of the high rollers on whom the casino depended. Instead of leaving, Hughes thereupon paid approximately $13 million for the resort, where he remained cloistered in the penthouse for 4 years. His choice to locate in Las Vegas initiated a buying spree for Hughes. He bought the Frontier for approximately $14 million, the Sands for $14.6 million, and Castaways for $3 million, as well as the Silver Slipper, a television station, airlines, and small airport facilities. Hughes also made overtures to purchase Caesar's Palace, the Riviera, and the Dunes in Las Vegas as well as Harrah's in both Reno and Lake Tahoe, but an antitrust suit halted negotiations. Even before the Nixon administration overruled Justice Department objections to the purchase of the famous Harold's Club in Reno and Landmark Hotel, just off the Strip, in a maneuver that was later exposed as resulting from a bribe, Hughes controlled about 1/7 of the state's gaming revenue, 1/4 of that in Las Vegas, and more than 1/3 of the revenue generated on the Strip. 28 Hughes's entrance changed the face of the gaming industry. Hughes was a public relations dream for the besieged state of Nevada and its most important industry. In 1966, another in the seemingly endless series of scheming scandals had broken wide open, pitting the state against the FBI and the federal government. The FBI had been engaged in a series of illegal wiretaps of casino offices, and the information from those wiretaps had been leaked to newspapers such as the Chicago Sun-Times. When the state initiated its own investigation, the information gathered through the wiretaps was not made available to state officials. This impugned the integrity of the state's oversight of gaming and enraged Nevada, where the doctrine of the individual's preeminence over any germ of community sanction was RMLY ensconced well ahead of the rest of the nation. Hughes's reputation as a brilliant entrepreneur who would not invest in anything that was not a genuine moneymaker. 323. Served to remove some of the tarnish that was spreading across Nevada gaming. 29. Howard Hughes's entrance into the gaming industry was pivotal. He was part of the old and a harbinger of the new, the RST wealthy entrepreneur with the resources and the desire to compete with organized crime, the RST set of truly deep pockets to seek to make Las Vegas his own. He arrived at the perfect moment for a new entrepreneur, exactly as his predecessors in the industry began to give way. As the RST generation of mob impresarios, men such as Meyer Lansky and Jimmy Allo, aged, some tired of the constant federal surveillance that they experienced. From this perspective, selling out to Hughes, whom they likely regarded as the quintessential sucker, seemed a good idea. They took their prots and largely left the eld. 30. In some ways Howard Hughes was more like the gangsters he replaced than the corporate America that revered him. Gaming was a natural for Hughes. He was the sole stockholder of Hughes Tool Company, meaning that only he had to pass gaming commission investigations. A man of his stature and wealth had little problem stalling state regulatory bodies. Hughes also had immense assets and cash that he could use to nance any deal he wanted. Just like Bugsy Siegel, Hughes relied on capital that was personal and private. The reclusive billionaire was different because his vast empire had no public taint of organized crime associated with it. He was a forerunner of the new Las Vegas, whose interest helped legitimize investment in the gaming industry. The second change made the mobsters who sold out look like geniuses. In 1967, at the behest of William F. Harrah and Barron and Conrad Hilton and with the support of Nevada's governor, Paul Laxalt, the state passed the Corporate Gaming Act, which eliminated the requirement that each stockholder had to pass a Gaming Control Board background check. 31. The door opened for an infusion of corporate capital. The RST purchases by major multinational hotel chains followed quickly on the heels of the new law. In 1970, the Hilton chain bought the Flamingo and the International from Kirk Kerkorian, a self-made multimillionaire who also sought to make Las Vegas his own. Kerkorian had made his money in crop dusting and expanded into entertainment. The 2 Las Vegas hotels that he sold were a prelude to his dream of a new, world-class resort, the MGM Grand Hotel. The sale moved him closer to his goal at the same time as it fully inaugurated the new capital regime. With the arrival of the Hilton Corporation and its enormous 324. Success in Las Vegas. By 1976, 43% of the gross revenues of the 163 hotel chain came from its Las Vegas operations. New and legitimate capital became available in ways it had never before been. 32 Holiday Inn and Ramada followed closely behind Hilton, and a new form of financing supported the development of Las Vegas. In this climate, organized crime suddenly became financially obsolete. Wall Street could invest a great deal more money than organized crime ever could. The $269 million the Teamsters Pension Fund had invested in Las Vegas in the late 1960s may have remained the largest single pool of capital in southern Nevada, but it had ceased to represent the growth sector of gaming capital. In an instant, the passage of the revised Corporate Gaming Act redistributed power in Las Vegas away from Teamsters capital and toward Wall Street. This was the context in which the story told in Casino took place. In 1974, Alan R. Glick, a largely unknown San Diego businessman, received a $62.7 million loan from the Teamsters Pension Fund to purchase Recrian Corporation, which owned the Stardust, the Fremont, and the Marina. Glick was a Vietnam veteran and a hard-nosed enterprising businessman who worked in real estate. A partner directed him toward Las Vegas, where Glick bought the bankrupt Hacienda Hotel and Casino at the southern end of the Strip. Glick's takeover of another bankrupt casino, at Lake Tahoe, brought him into the orbit of the Teamsters Pension Fund. Soon afterward, he sought to pounce on an opportunity to purchase Recrian and needed money fast. After efforts to raise it elsewhere, he came to the Teamsters at almost the same time they sought out his clean-cut image. What followed was predictable. At the Stardust, a 1950s-style mob scheming operation was installed, under the watchful eyes of the chairman of Glick's Argent Corporation Executive Committee, Frank Lefty Rosenthal, utilizing the skills of the famed slot cheat-turned-counting room boss Jay Vandermark and supported by the enforcement power of Tony Spilatro. 33 There was a difference in the result. In the mid-1970s, there were other sources of capital to support the tourism industry, and Nevada authorities neither needed nor chose to look the other way. In addition, the Stardust was beset by problems almost from the beginning. The 1975 murder of a San Diego woman tied to Alan Glick's real estate endeavors there opened some eyes, as did the earlier murder of a Caesars Palace employee with known mob ties who had had an altercation with Glick 1 week before his execution-style murder in the parking lot. In another suspicious move, Rosenthal received a 10-year, $250,000 per year con. 325. Tract from Glick the week before his licensing hearing. The contract stipulated that Rosenthal would be paid regardless of whether he received a gaming license. In January 1976, the Gaming Control Board informed Glick that Rosenthal, a gambler since his youth, could not be licensed to run casinos. Despite Vandermark's expertise, a May 1976 Gaming Control Board raid on the Stardust counting room uncovered a scam in process that was later thought to total more than $7 million from slot machines alone in the space of 1 year. 34 Even more pivotal was a 1979 Gaming Control Board hearing in which Frank Rosenthal's license was permanently denied. After his ouster from the CEO position at the Stardust, Rosenthal continued to receive his $250,000 annual salary from Argent for serving as entertainment director of the Stardust. Rosenthal hosted a local television show and played the role of man about town while trying to clear his name. He took his case to the Nevada Supreme Court, challenging the state's right to regulate his ability to work in the gaming industry and, thereby, the state's right to regulate the industry at all. Rosenthal's defense was the old argument that legalized gambling had evolved from illegal gambling, and that everyone else in the industry had had run-ins with the law too. On the steps of the state Supreme Court, after the decision went against him, Rosenthal argued that the issue was constitutional in character and informed the press that he intended to pursue it. Perhaps naive, perhaps megalomaniacal, Rosenthal fully expected to have his license restored at the 1979 hearing. 35 In the LM Casino, De Niro Rothstein Rosenthal is shocked to end his license denied and responds with a tirade against the commission. It is a largely sympathetic portrayal. De Niro seems the embodiment of honesty and integrity, a businessman trying to leave his illegal past behind who is persecuted by the law and manipulated by the cowboy county commissioner, whose brother-in-law he recently read. De Niro is livid in the LM, but it is the righteous anger of one wronged by a venal and vindictive system. 36 Once again, Casino romanticizes a two-bit hustler operating within the canons of a worn-out system that had become anachronistic. Once again, it elevates the individual above the institutional, belying the realities of corporate America. Actual footage of the hearing reveals an entirely different picture. Replete in a yellow pork pie hat placed at jaunty angle, yellow suit, off-eye necktie, and ascot, Rosenthal attacked the Gaming Commission's chairman, Harry Reid, who later became U.S. Senator from Nevada. Rosenthal accused Reid of a range of duplicity, smirking for the camera. 326. Swearing, and belligerently threatening, not only the commission, but a county commissioner, members of the governor's staff, and members of the press. Rosenthal regarded the action as evidence of the hypocrisy of a state that permitted gaming but did not want a professional gambler to run a casino. When a reporter began to query the defensive and clearly uncomfortable Reid about the allegations, Rosenthal cut off the questions with one of his own that was designed not to incriminate Reid, as had the reporter's question, but to have Reid withdraw his characterization of Rosenthal as a liar. Vain, arrogant, and clearly wounded by the decision, Rosenthal cared only about vindication, not about exposing any manifestations of the corruption he alleged. "You're all so self-righteous," he sneered at the press just before he departed, transferring a characteristic he evinced in quantity to those seeking to report the events of the day to the society Rosenthal disdained. 37 The drama of the situation and the inaccuracies of its portrayal in the LM are significant, but the main thing was that the Gaming Commission rendered such a decision at all. Its new posture revealed the exibility of standards of suitability for licensing at the same time as the beginning of a pattern of normalizing the casino industry, and, with it, the state of Nevada, became evident. The burden of proof of suitability fell on the applicant for a gaming license. It was the acknowledgement of suitability that in effect demonstrated community standards. By the 1970s, those standards had changed. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, gaming regulators routinely licensed a range of thugs to run casinos. During the 1950s, the Sands was run by Joseph Doc Stocker, who had a record of arrests that dated from the 1920s and included New York and Nevada convictions during the 1950s and a grand jury appearance in Los Angeles in 1962. Stocker's preeminence in gaming testified to the ineffectiveness of regulation. L.B. Benny Binion, who arrived in Las Vegas in 1946 with an arrest record in his hometown of Dallas, Texas, that dated back to 1923, was granted a gaming license in 1951. Listed hotel owners in 1963 included Mo Dalitz, Ruby Khalid, Morris Kleinman, and Sam Tucker at the Desert Inn, Edward Levinson, Stocker's known front man, at the Fremont and the Horseshoe Club, Ben Goffstein and the Gus Greenbaum estate at the Riviera, and Jack Entratter at the Sands. These legal listings were the tip of an iceberg. Even in the 1960s, all kinds of people were licensed to own and work in casinos. 38 Clearly, the world of Las Vegas had changed. The most important source of capital in the 1960s, the Teamsters Pension Fund, still had 327 immense sums of money invested in the town, but it no longer dominated local politics and the state gaming board. The suitability standards applied to Rosenthal, whose worst crime was to be unethical as an illegal gambler, held the gaming profession to a new corporate standard. No one from the RST generation of Las Vegas gaming executives could have passed without the application of considerable political onions, demonstrating the shift to corporate capital and power. The cowboys of the county commission did not get even, as the LM Casino suggests. They had no such pretension. They simply behaved as colonials around the globe do and moved on from that source of capital and power to the next, more powerful source. In the process, they used the tools of political power to reshape the nature of gaming in Nevada, moving it away from career gamers and tainted Teamsters capital and toward more conventional sources. 39 There were still problems with access to conventional capital for casino development in Las Vegas. Throughout the 1970s, large national banks continued to shy away from Las Vegas, even after the Hilton Corporation purchased the Flamingo and Kerkorian built the MGM Grand, after taking over MGM Studios in California. Only the legalization of casino gambling in Atlantic City and the large prots that investors raked in persuaded East Coast and California banks that Las Vegas might be a legitimate place in which to invest. Through the auspices of the Del Webb Company, the Sahara received $135 million from New York banks for improvements to the resort. It was $10 million more than requested. At about the same time, Aetna Insurance Company loaned Caesars World, the parent corporation of Caesars Palace, $60 million. Soon afterward, First Interstate Bank began to develop a sizable casino and gaming loan portfolio. By 1980, the VE-dominant gaming organizations in Nevada, Harris, the MGM, Del Webb, the Hilton, and Caesars World, were all publicly held corporations. 40 Given the nearly unlimited capital that public financing could potentially generate, Las Vegas was again transformed. Two visionary entrepreneurs, Kirk Kerkorian, who sold his interests and departed Las Vegas in the mid-1980s, but returned even more grandiosely a few years later, and Steve Wynn, who raised the ante of casino financing, laid the basis for the reinvention of a new and presumably competition-proof Las Vegas. Their genius lay in seeing the possibilities that the broadening of access to capital provided. Large-scale funding meant that Las Vegas could become more than a mecca of glitz and excess. As its capital came from the mainstream, its attractions could be shaped to the tastes of the 328 mainstream audience. The gradual easing of the stigma on gaming and the willingness to meld gaming with conventional post-war attractions on the scale of Disneyland meant broader reach for Las Vegas. Not only did people who wanted to gamble come to the transformed desert town, so did people who wanted to see the spectacle and enjoy a vacation. Sin City became more palatable and maybe marginally even less sinful. The two catalysts were typical of the breed of entrepreneurs that built Las Vegas. As the apocryphal story goes, Wynn was a protege of E. Perry Thomas, who had parlayed a small share of a casino and a liquor distributorship into the purchase of the only piece of land that Howard Hughes ever sold, a parking lot next to Caesars Palace. Wynn sold the property, netting a $766,000 prot, enough to let him buy a sufficient stake in the downtown Golden Nugget to develop a controlling interest. By June 1973, he was running the Golden Nugget as vice president. In 1978, Wynn bought into Atlantic City, securing the backing of the financier, and later convicted felon, Michael Milken and the Wall Street RM of Drexel Burnham Lambert. Before the end of the decade, Wynn had made his casino the most profitable in Atlantic City and secured his ties to a major source of development capital. He had also built a tower on the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas and begun to plan to take it upscale. 41. By the early 1980s, Wynn had larger plans. Milken, who had had dealings with Wynn since the latter's entry into the Atlantic City market in the late 1970s, was the obvious source of capital. In 1989, Wynn opened the $630 million Mirage Resort, adding the dimension of fantasy embodied in its title in a new and spectacular way at a cost of $500 million more than any previous casino resort. Through Milken and Drexel Burnham Lambert, Golden Nugget, Inc., the parent company of Wynn's Enterprises, borrowed $535.1 million to finance the Mirage, in what observers of the financial markets called a work of art. The money came from junk bonds sold through Milken. Wynn's equity came from the sale of the Nugget in Atlantic City. With fantasy become reality as a theme, and a volcano kept cool by water in a desert locale, the Mirage embodied the essence of what Las Vegas could offer a tourist. It invented a reality that only rarely required the suspension of disbelief. Siegfried and Roy and their famed white tigers were part of this ambience, as were dolphins, and, later, the Cirque du Soleil. In the process, Drexel Burnham Lambert became the dominant financial force in Nevada gaming. By 1989, the $2.57 billion invested through the RM in 329. The Silver State represented as many as 100,000 new Nevada jobs during the 1980s. No less a financial luminary than E. Perry Thomas recognized the impact. In 1989, he told a reporter that Milken has been the primary mover in Nevada for the last several years. In a nod to the difficulties of acquiring capital before corporate gaming, Wynne referred to Milken's influence as being on a par with that of Thomas during the 1960s and 1970s. 42 Kerkorian continued to set new standards with his plans for the second MGM Grand Hotel and Theme Park, complete with an Emerald City and Wizard of Oz motif, which was announced in the late 1980s. After selling out to Bally's in 1986, Kerkorian began to contemplate a return to Nevada gaming. His $594 million arrangement with Bally's forbade him to use the MGM name in Nevada for 3 years. In 1987, Kerkorian had bought the Sands and Desert Inn hotels from Hughes' Summa Corporation, and in early 1988, the Sands became the MGM Sands. Within a year, however, Kerkorian had sold the hotel to the casino impresario Henri Lewin. By 1989, he planned a full-fledged return and began to put the financing together for a new resort of unparalleled proportions. After selling MGM UA to Turner Communications, run by Ted Turner, for $1.5 billion, Kerkorian had the capital to finance his newest endeavor. A sale of $140 million of stock in his parent MGM Grand, Inc., reduced his holding in the company from 98% to 72% and allowed the financing of what became the MGM Grand. By the time it was completed, the cost approached $1 billion. 43 As gaming spread, Wynne, Kerkorian, William Bennett of Circus Circus, and others in Las Vegas recast the town as a family entertainment resort. The exotic themes of earlier resorts, the dunes and its Sahara Sultan motif, the Tropicana's Cuban decor, Caesar's Palace and its Greco-Roman theme, the Rio and its Carnival theme, and others were replaced by an iconography derived from popular culture and directed at younger people. The opening of the Grand Slam Canyon at Circus Circus, the Luxor, Wynne's Treasure Island Resort, and the MGM Grand in 1993 signaled a new Las Vegas, designed to appeal to adults and young people alike and eager to continue the adaptable traditions of its past. This is part of a major metamorphosis in Las Vegas, Mayor Jan Laverty Jones said when the MGM plan debuted. Las Vegas is changing from just adult entertainment to a resort destination. 44 Sin City was hardly sinful anymore, as it had so often done before. Las Vegas had obliterated its past in its ongoing search to fool the desires of the 330 American and international public. Its unparalleled malleability made it once again timeless, always chameleon-like and supple, always prepared to reinvent itself as it catered to a broadened and different audience. In a 1994 cover story, Time magazine declared that Las Vegas had become an all-American city, the new typical American hometown. The rest of the nation had become more like its capital of sin, Time averred, arguing that there had been a convergence between Las Vegas and the rest of the nation and assigning Las Vegas a leading role in the service economy that has become, for better and worse, the future of the nation. 45 What the magazine failed to note was that at the same time that the rest of the nation had become more like Las Vegas had become more like the rest of the nation. As the nation moved toward a service economy, the advantages of Las Vegas seemed more and more apparent. In this mecca of gaming, unskilled individuals with high school education levels could still earn a middle-class income. The culinary union helped keep wages high, and some hotels, most notably the second MGM, were willing to pay higher than union wages and provide better than contract benefits in order to discourage unionization by employees. Las Vegas had become like the Detroit of the 1950s in the way it provided solid pay for unspecialized work. For anyone with a modicum of skill and grace, it was an easy place to do well in service positions. The transformation was completed by the way in which the Las Vegas experience became ordinary. By the 1990s, ITT Sheraton, Hilton, and other major hotel chains owned big casino hotels. Graduates of the Wharton Business School made decisions. The new hierarchy of the gaming industry resembled that of the army. Special training was essential for leaders. There was even a glass ceiling in gaming. No longer could dealers work their way off the ore to management positions. In the large resorts, the upward mobility that being connected had assured during the reign of organized crime disappeared. Pit boss was now as high as a dealer or ore worker could expect to go. The management positions were led by MBAs, professional business people, who although they did not repeat Howard Hughes's mistakes, also did not truly understand the gaming industry. The personal side of gaming, the ore manager who recognized and took care of patrons, had become scarce. Gaming had become an industry just like any other. Although still a colony, Las Vegas had begun to have more in common with the rest of the nation. It depended on the same sources of 331. Capital that other communities did and had become subject to many of the same rules and regulations. It was not only that the rest of the nation had normalized the Las Vegas lifestyle, had become more like the center of gaming, cheap sex, and easy living, in the locations of its power, in its hierarchy and distribution of wealth and status, in the stratification of its labor force, Las Vegas had become more like the rest of the nation as well. The transformation of gaming and tourism had truly become a two-way street. 335. Catherine House-Beck. Who puts the sin in Sin City Stories? Girls of grit and glitter in the city of women. Those who fail to reread are doomed to read the same story everywhere. Roland Barthes, S/Z. The universe isn't made of atoms, it's made of stories. Cafe Bathroom Graffiti, The Paradox. Las Vegas is a city of stories. Stories of a lush green valley in the desert with little more than a ranch and a railroad stop that was turned into the world's most notorious 20th century city, celebrity stories about Bugsy Siegel, Frank Sinatra, and Elvis, origin stories about the birth of a neon resort dreamland from the vice-ridden loins of the mob, stories of decadence, delirious riches, and debt, fantasy stories of love, lust, and loss, old stories about money, sex, power, and artists, all are intimately interconnected with new stories of families, suburban growth, little league sports, churches, and tradition building. All of these and countless other tales are woven together to form the delicate fabric of a community. Las Vegas is a culture full of exuberant and exhausted tourists, visionary creators building fame from the gritty sandbox of the Mojave Desert, and immigrants, who settle here at the astounding rate of $6,000 per month in search of a new script for the story of their lives. Las Vegas is the classic tourist town with a twist, namely, there is little that is classic about it. Neither city nor country, it is all simulation. 336. Along the Strip and all suburbs around it. It is an urban landscape whose history is cinematic and entertaining. We know Las Vegas because of its legends, and its lore is its lure. The two words Las Vegas traditionally connote images of big-time gangsters, the Rat Pack, the ching-ching of slot machines loosening up for lucky players, swank cabarets and shows, and the favorite local pet, lounge lizards. The surface of this city space is smooth and alluring in its unique decadence. It is the new land of promise and possibility, where taking a gamble is more normative than deviant. In this simulated world, the childishly innocuous term gaming has replaced gambling, with its connotations of vice. Sex is entertainment, another commodity to be bought. Everyone is beautiful under the neon lights. The desert landscape is watered and dotted with imported hours, palm trees are transplanted from Central America. Anything appears possible. No street in the world imports more delicacies than Las Vegas Boulevard, the Strip. From every corner of the earth, exotic vegetables, meats, cheeses, drinks, spices, and fruits travel to the heart of Las Vegas. The four corners of Tropicana and Las Vegas boulevards are said to have more hotel rooms than the entire city of San Francisco. In this version of Las Vegas, everything is bigger than life, the buildings, the extravagance, the characters, and the stories. Coexisting with this is a social environment characterized by the largest tourist-based service economy, the most highly organized and unionized service workers, and the fastest-growing residential community in the country. As the title of this anthology suggests, there is grit beneath the glitter, and an unassuming urban and suburban culture amid the grit. This is the invisible Las Vegas, the city that sleeps, the community that votes and builds and educates and grows and does all the mundane things that individuals, families, and communities do all across the country. There is a twist. This quotidian experience is enacted daily in the shadow of the Las Vegas neon, and billboards, slot machines even in grocery stores, and well over 100 pages of listings for private entertainers and strippers in the city's yellow pages swamp the residential landscape with the values and images of the tourist culture of Las Vegas. Las Vegas sits at a crossroad between these two worlds. The city nestles uncomfortably between at least these two different realities. On the one hand, it is a typical southwestern Sunbelt city, with its familiar pastel architecture, strip malls, suburban sprawl, and influx of opportunity seekers. On the other, it is a mold-breaking carnivalesque hub of gambling, sex, and entertainment. This tourist side of Las Vegas is itself 337. Multifaceted. There is the glimmering vacation getaway and conference destination of tourist brochures and convention bureau ads, and there is the harsh and gritty reality of vice and addiction that comes with this 24/7 town. From the green felt jungle, fear and loathing in Las Vegas, and countless other literary excursions into the heart of Las Vegas darkness, to Ocean's 11, the Beavis and Butthead movie, and a tantalizing array of LMS made in and about Las Vegas, the stories of this city are replete with as much glamour, glitz, and glitter as grit, gore, and guts. It is a sparkling wonderland at the surface, but the enigmatic magic of Las Vegas works because of persistent hints of a dark and dangerous underbelly that lures the lascivious and titillates the dreamer and the voyeur. In its persistent contradiction, Las Vegas is a playground of paradox, a collection of stories that merit reading and rereading if one hopes to generate a new understanding of the complexity of this city. One such rereading is a closer inspection of the production and consumption of sin in Sin City, legalized and extravagant gaming, legal brothel prostitution in rural counties outside of Las Vegas, and plentiful illegal prostitution within the city, all meld together to construct the Sin City facade. While gaming receives exorbitant amounts of attention and analysis, the sexual economy of sin in Las Vegas has garnered less serious consideration. This is the story I want to tell about Vegas. This Las Vegas is a city clothed in its lights, its architecture, and its vibrant and miraculous sanctuary-like splendor. Beneath these sheaths is the eshy seduction of the body of the city. The curves of its underbelly fattened by the coffers of gambling, its moist breath warmed by the heat of desire and fanned by a burgeoning sex industry, and the adrenaline heartbeat pulsing to the rhythm of showgirl reviews and high-tech production shows. This is the postcard Las Vegas, where the suburban sprawl of communities is little more than glimmering lights around the glowing strip in a standard nighttime photograph, the brightest spot on Earth from outer space, a visual icon of both human ingenuity and vice. In the stories, in the community, in the collective imagination of the world, there are few absolutes about Las Vegas, that it is an enigmatic city whose public persona barely masks a permanent tension between the paradoxes that saturate it may be its only secret truth. For this reason I liken this touristic, lore-laden Las Vegas to a woman. Despite a long history of being debated, controlled, and examined by science, medicine, psychology, psychoanalysis, the law, and the state, the concept woman is unknowable, uncontainable, irreducible, and 338. Excessive. One need only travel a short metaphorical distance to move from the notion of the dark continent of women's sexuality to the seductive allure of Las Vegas, that which is contradictory, elusive, multifaceted, sensual, and mysterious. At this gendered interface is the lore of Sin City waiting to be reread and retold. With the phallic grandeur of Bob Stupak's wet dream casino fantasy, the Stratosphere Tower, situated midway between the heart of Las Vegas Boulevard casino development to the south, and the newly renovated Fremont Street experience at its northern base, the strip opens up like a woman's legs straddling the spectacle. All along it, posters, placards, handbills, statues, billboards, and actual bodies of working, walking, and consuming women dot the landscape like holographic reminders of the larger character of the city. And yet the suburbs grow, the number of families and retirees making their homes and building community here expand. A woman as mayor, a woman president of the university, women-owned building and development companies, a woman as state attorney general, mothers, grandmothers, professional women, these models of women flourish here, too, beneath the showgirl billboards, down the road from the adult bookstores and strip clubs. And, of course, the showgirls are mothers, suburban wives are strippers, and unionized culinary workers, cocktail waitresses and maids are grandmothers. This is a world of women, and the lines and categories between sex and suburbs, bad girls and good girls, are endlessly blurred. It is in this fantasy space between the contradictions of real women's lives and the images of showgirls and strippers that soak up the sunlight of the bright desert and turn it into a dimly lit eroticized zone, that the new script of my life, the Vegas chapter, unfolds. I was just another girl amid the grit and glitter, trying to build a career and make a life like all the other immigrants to this enigmatic metropolis. My story is twofold. It is the tale of my personal transformation within this ironic funhouse of a city and of my professional emergence as a sex industry researcher and theorist. In the process of writing and rereading these personal vignettes, I want to tell a slightly different story that is bigger than my own, a story of Vegas as a city of women, replete with girls doing the gritty work and wearing the glitter that makes this playground possible. The Grit, one girl's story. As a new bottle blonde by choice, I was beginning a critical feminist ethnography of my body as a cultural site in the late summer of 1995. 339. As I moved between the East and West Coasts to start an academic career in a town scarcely known for its avant-garde intellectual culture, I was moving to the state with the lowest percentage of high school students going on to college, to a community where collegiate basketball trophies are the holy grail, where castles and pyramids sit side by side down the gold-paved road from an erupting volcano and a live-action buccaneer battle that ends with a barrage of cannonry, plumes of smoke, and fully costumed sailors tumbling into the water as the perfectly simulated British ship sinks into the abyss in front of the hotel casino complex. This is a pirate's town, everyone is searching for a treasure, and none of them are hidden in Umberto Eco's books or on the shelves of wonderful old libraries. Nonetheless, here I was embarking on a new life adventure as an academic in this deliciously lowbrow city. With these and 1,000 other thoughts racing through my mind, my little red car lurched along the curves of the road, through the dark night, into the Vegas Valley, a jet-black canvas splashed with Jackson Pollock-like neon designs. Sin City engulfed me like a tsunami. Around a treacherous bend on the side of a desert mountain, the valley below was suddenly awash in a hazy glow. My pulse quickened, like Poe's telltale heart on speed. The normal tick-tock of my pulse vibrating in my veins, rumbling through my body, suddenly felt like a tribal drum pounding in unfamiliar rhythm. I live here? I live here. The city looked as though it was built within rigid boundaries, the pulsing fluorescent and neon lights were packed in, and then it simply ended. The edge wasn't soft. There was no gradual fading of lights indicating breathing space between built environs. It was simply an explosion of light and life, and then it stopped, like an invisible wall encircling the city, with the harsh, dark oblivion of the desert mountains on all sides. I had the distinct feeling that I was landing in a brave new world. It was an epiphanic moment. I could feel my life changing inside me, as if the process of adapting to this space had somehow already begun. It was as if I was at the top of the RST Great Peak on a roller coaster about to plunge down the tracks too fast and too steep to let the scream escape from the constricted chamber of my throat. My red car dipped with the shoulderless mountain road, and the bounce jolted me to my senses. I was on the edge of possibility staring into the impossible, 1.2 million residents in a world of tourists in the middle of the Mojave Desert. My only prior visit to the city had been months before, when I in for my job interview at the university. The plane was struck by 340 lightning about half an hour outside of the city, but we landed smoothly, with the rainbow stretching across the sky, a plane full of tourists cheering about the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Mine came in the form of a set of prescription medication bottles after getting so sick that I passed out during my job interview. It was not an auspicious beginning. At 2:30 a.m. on my second night in town, sitting in a hotel room whose walls, carpet, bedding, and curtains were thoroughly saturated with stale cigarette smoke from the thousands of gamblers who had rested if not taken solace here before, I realized that my fever was soaring. I needed aspirin or ibuprofen, and for the rest time I appreciated the fact that I was sitting in the belly of the 24-hour beast. Surely I could enter a gift shop open in the hotel casino. Wearing shorts and a tank top that I had packed for sleepwear, my blonde hair swept into a messy ponytail, and with a feverish face and weary eyes, I descended upon the lobby with my room key in one hand and a $20 bill in the other. It was closed. So much for the city that never sleeps, I thought. I was directed to walk through the parking lot, diagonally across the busy street I hit, and into one of the countless 7-Eleven convenience stores dotting most every intersection in the city. It was dark, I was sick, dizzy, and exhausted. The parking lot was mostly empty, and a patch of scraggly desert littered with garbage stretched out next to it. Despite the neon mega-resorts just a block away, I felt alone and vulnerable. I crossed the street without the bonnet of a stoplight, because the nearest one was a long block away. This required darting cautiously around cars careening at seemingly outrageous speeds. I heard honks, and a loud deep voice yell something, and a hoo-hoo-ee-ee cat call from a car going in the other direction. It felt as though I had stumbled into a foreign world when I opened the door to the brightly lit store. It was crowded, especially for the middle of the night. Everyone looked like a character out of a pulp fiction detective novel, and I giggled about my real Vegas moment. It wasn't until a minute or two later that I realized just how Vegas an experience this was. The tall, paunchy, chalky-faced man behind the counter stared blankly at me when I asked for aspirin or Tylenol. He shook his head woefully as he reached behind him to grab the bottle, then held it in front of me so that I had to reach up and out to get it from him. I thought it odd when I caught a glimpse of the young man behind me in line in a stainless steel rickshaw behind the counter. He was staring at me, looking me up and down, and chuckling. I turned, startled. He looked away laughing, and the clerk said in a slow, low voice, "Do you want 341? Me to call somebody for you? Are you okay?" "Yeah, I just have the U. I'm here on a job interview at the university and this sucks. How much for the aspirin?" The man behind me laughed out loud, and the clerk told me to be really careful. "Are you sure you don't want me to call the cops or something? You're in bad shape." It hit me so hard I gasped, blushed, and raged inside my head in the same instant. They all thought I was a prostitute. As I walked out of the store, an old man with a big bottle of beer asked leeringly and jokingly, "How much tonight, baby?" The cat calls from cars made sense, the looks from the clerk and other customer made sense, the city suddenly made sense, everything made sense in a burning instant except one thing: I didn't make sense to myself. How had I, a young but serious grad student, whose biggest concern was presenting herself as a legitimate academic at the job interview, come here and ended up with a U that transformed me in the eyes of the streets and the city into an entirely different kind of working girl? It took 2.5 weeks after moving to Vegas, for reasons wholly unrelated to the tourist economy or sex industry, for me to be propositioned once again. Sitting in my red car at an intersection, I felt the burn of eyes on the side of my face and glanced at the car next to me. A clean-cut middle-aged man was cranking his ST in a circle in a signal for me to roll down my window. I did, noting the arid early September heat and the politeness of this fellow citizen, who, I speculated, would be asking for directions or informing me of a need for air in one of my tires. Instead, he yelled, "How much?" I felt my head cock sideways just a bit as I wondered why he cared how much my car cost. "Hey!" He repeated his question with a lascivious grin and a chuckle. I recognized the laugh from the man outside the 7-Eleven. Blonde hair. Youngish woman. Red car. A mile from Las Vegas Boulevard. At a red light half a block from the Palomino all-nude dance club billboard. The equation was as simple as 1 2 3, I must be for sale. It began to make sense, and I began to make sense of myself in this city. 2 months later, there was a major electronics convention. The city was swamped with conventioneers, and even the nightly news did a piece on the crowds at restaurants and strip clubs. I was at a red light at the intersection next to campus when it happened again. This time the line was, "Hey, do you work?" from a man with a plastic-covered badge still stuck to his plaid shirt, driving a rental car. I had only rolled my window down because I assumed he was lost and in need of directions. Wrong again. This time, though, the response in my head was different. 342. I decided, for certain, then and there, to start studying the sex industry. I didn't choose it, the industry and Sin City chose me. It chooses all women, really. In my new role, trying to make sense of the contradictions of femininity and sexuality in Las Vegas, I frequented strip clubs, adult stores, S&M shops, and even a swingers club. With my colleague Barb Brents, another feminist faculty member, who had been living and thinking about these Vegas issues for 8 years, I visited legal brothels and spoke to local officials and insiders about illegal prostitution. What became evident was that the culture of sex that sells the lure of Sin City inevitably sexualizes its inhabitants, especially women. From the revered and legendary showgirls, many of whom perform topless, to the strip club dancers, internet porn stars, and prostitutes of every ilk, the sin of Sin City takes the shape of a woman's body with a price tag. These same women leave their work and stand in line unobtrusively at the grocery store, the bank, along the RST baseline at the Little League game, or waiting to get into church. They are mothers, students, activists, wives, voters, moviegoers. And women who don't work the gritty jobs that fuel the Sin City coffers, from professors to waitresses, from businesswomen to cleaning ladies, from poor women to suburban wives, are always subject to the undressing assumption that they might be, or must have been, an entirely different kind of working woman. Some signs of femininity and sexuality: red cars, lipstick and dresses, blonde hair, high heels, even just simply jeans and a t-shirt on a woman's body become nearly universal symbols of sex for sale. The evanescent and evolving realities of Las Vegas lend themselves to this kind of Mobius loop femininity. Every woman may be a sex worker, and sex workers are every woman. In the paradox playground of Sin City, the vice isn't the reality, it is the seductive illusion that anything is possible. And, where anything is possible, every woman may be a working girl. The glitter, Sin City sex? Girls wear the glitter in Las Vegas. Actually, maybe the glitter wears the girls. From 30 pounds of sparkling costuming adorning the bodies of showgirls to the glitzy uniforms of cocktail waitresses, the sexy and sparkling clothes worn between sets by strippers, and the women of Caesar's palace who are literally sewn into their costumes at the start of each shift, it is the shimmering fantasy space of women's bodies that 343 secures the image of Las Vegas as opulent and high energy. Sure, the neon, the glimmering chandeliers, the intricately designed carpets, and detailed decor that swallows visitors upon entry into the clockless, white noise-laden space of casinos helps to make the city glamorous. But it is the moving, oding, all-pervasive presence of sexy and glamorous women that transforms intense interior decorating into a more visceral and immediate reality. And yet even the glitter-clad women are mere surfaces, costumed and playing a part in the scripted stories of Las Vegas. Behind the sequined scenes is a different reality. Las Vegas's glitter barely covers the grit, not unlike the miles of hidden tunnels full of costume shops, heavy machinery, and exhausted workers that make Disneyland/World into the family fantasy space that it is. Pawn shops, trailer parks, urban ghettos, suburban slums, homelessness, and bail bondsmen all give peeks into other sides of the Las Vegas experience. For example, an accountant who is being sexually harassed by her boss and does not earn as much as her colleagues tells me about reading men to gauge who will give her the most tips tonight in the strip club, where her business suit is replaced by a shiny gown, which she will slink out of for the next guy who gives her $25. Other glances behind the glitter would reveal complex lives as well. A curious voyeur may peek behind the scenes at the young mother who wears a simple white underwear set. "It doesn't matter, it's coming off anyway," she says plainly, with lots of sparkly makeup on her eyes and cheeks. She is a dancer and strips nude on a stage at a peak show on Las Vegas Boulevard. Between sets, she types feverishly on a computer terminal hooked up to a video camera working an online paid internet site where she writes provocative notes to interested netters, emails them a photo of herself to preview, and then secures their credit card number before stripping nude and writhing in a little cushioned cubicle for them through the computer. This young woman goes home after 10 hours of this double work life to a husband she believes is her soul mate, and to a daughter she dreams will go to college to avoid the hard work of this, her mother's, life. There is the mature phone sex worker who met her current husband at work and who bakes cookies for her grandchildren while she tantalizes her clients with hushed whispers and moans through the telephone line. Or, the single mother who spends a month of her summer allegedly camping and traveling through the Southwest while her child visits her dad, when she is really working as a prostitute in a licensed brothel in Nevada to make money to niche. 344. Cosmetology School. A cocktail waitress at a gentleman's club goes to law school during the day. A sociology undergraduate starts her own internet sex business on the side, and a welfare mother works the streets at the end of every month to support her family. Despite these scenes of high-gloss glitz and hard-edged grit, Las Vegas is not really best described as Sin City, if by sin we mean access to sex. While this city is the symbolic center of the American sex industry and famous for the array of illicit delights it offers tourists, conventioneers, and locals, it is neither particularly sexually libertine in its culture nor expansive in the number of adult businesses it contains, relative to the size of the tourist and residential population. Sin City is an alluring facade, where sexy images and sexualized women are plentiful, but where actual sex and businesses that sell it are rather well hidden and under nearly constant siege by police, local government officials, and licensing agencies. The shimmer of Las Vegas's aura covers these realities. Prostitution exists but is illegal in Las Vegas itself. There are fewer strip clubs here than in several other large American cities, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Houston, to name a few. A local dominatrix had her dungeon business closed down on prostitution charges despite the fact that she only sold discipline, never consummating with sexual contact, and the out-call stripper services are nearly constantly in a court battle over the ability to advertise and exercise their First Amendment rights as legal businesses. If this is a city of sin, real sexually oriented businesses and activities are excluded from a truly bawdy celebration of vice. Without passing normative judgment on whether this is good or bad, it is once again an interesting paradox that the glitter sells the town, the appearance of sin characterizes the city, but the actual sex industry remains on the, no doubt protable, but still marginalized, periphery of this paradoxical paradise. Conclusion: Girls in a city of women. In a city that depends on the labor of working women for the smooth functioning of its hotel and casino culture and expansive service industry, and that commodies and glories at least one prevailing notion of women's sexuality, it is paradoxical that negative stereotypes of sex workers persist, and the airbrushed fantasy space of typical Vegas girls lends itself to a devaluing of all women through their objectification. And yet there are other realities here as well. Like Las Vegas. 345. Diverse, enigmatic, contradictory. The images and roles available to women in this community are plentiful. The multiple realities of gender and of woman that are identifiable in Las Vegas open a playful space for envisioning and articulating gender roles and identities that resist the traditional good girl versus bad girl dichotomy. Just as the city continues to grow, implode old casinos and erect new ones, and evolve in its character, the competing histories and identities of this schizophrenic city and the women in it make rereading Sin City, and rewriting the script of gender in the service industry, in the suburban world of strip malls, in the strip clubs and adult industry, and in the urban spaces of fantasy cities, not only possible but inevitable. Through my own lived experience of Las Vegas, and in incident after enlightening incident doing sex industry research, I began to re-examine the story of Sin City and narrate it differently. I don't do sex work, but I research it. Does that make me a type of sex worker? I am just another woman moving about Las Vegas, but I have repeatedly been solicited by total strangers. The lines that blur the reality of Las Vegas are even more obscured when it comes to being a woman and enacting femininity and sexuality amid the multiple messages in this city. Sin City is not a town rife with sex, but it is a city that systematically uses women's bodies to sell everything other than sex. The hint of sin coded in the very presence of the female form is sufficient to connote vice, intrigue, glamour, and sex, not necessarily in the service of a massive and visible sex industry, but in the service of cultivating a unique tourist experience that sells potential. The ability to consume the image of sexy women, to experience a safe proximity to the seedy world of sex, or to purchase a sexual encounter is sufficient. The actual deed is less important than its apparent availability. This is the bottom line. Potential, a belief in the possible, is the most valued commodity in a city that dees reality. Dreams LOL casinos and hotel rooms and draw exuberant optimists and weary desperados alike. This is the role of the sex industry in Las Vegas, to cultivate a sexualized climate that makes visitors comfortably and seductively aware of their power to purchase these unusual delights, without actually growing into a massive, visible, seedy, highly accessible industry. A contained amount of smut and grit is essential to Vegas culture and lore, especially as it is evidenced through the display of women's bodies and sexuality, but too much defeats the purpose of cultivating an atmosphere of clean, safe, glimmering potential. Las Vegas is the new exotic, where women sell the city, and girls. 346. Of all ages juggle the complexity of their lived gender experiences within the connected context of this gritty and glittering town. If the universe is made of stories, and Las Vegas is made of its lore, it is time to peek behind the veneer and reimagine the scripts of women and sex. I did, and it has permanently changed the plot line of my life. I became a tenure-track professor in Las Vegas, and a woman who takes sex workers seriously. I'm still learning how to live and make sense of the paradoxes here, and of the paradoxes in me that this town emphasizes. Fortunately, Las Vegas has almost as many storytellers and commentators as it does stories, and I continue to learn from them. On one occasion, after I gave a talk on the sex industry in Las Vegas at a conference, a man told me that he loved and hated my new hometown. He went on to explain that it reminds him of his days in Saigon when he was on leave from the army during the Vietnam War. It was crowded, noisy, full of shops and signs and excitement. You never knew what was going to happen, but you could get anything at all you wanted. Nothing was impossible if you had some money in your pocket. You could buy absolutely anything or anyone. This is the secret sin of Sin City, the invisible magnet of the tourists' playground that is Las Vegas: gluttony, excess, rabid commodification, and, most important, a belief that you can be anyone and can have anything if money is in your pocket or lady luck is on your side. Who puts the sin in Sin City? Girls, women, our bodies, our sexuality, but it is all in the service of selling the image of endless potential, the seductive myth that everyone can be beautiful, glamorous, and have their deepest desires fooled, more than it is about actual sex. Even I find myself wanting to believe that this can be the land of opportunity. In this town, Lady Luck herself is the emblem and mascot, and she wears glittery costumes and keeps things sexy. But the real fantasy is bigger than sex, it is success, or at least the temporary fantasy that the world really is your oyster. Here is my Vegas dream, which feels very possible, but I might be seduced just like everyone else by a well-packaged faith in making the impossible probable, that with a little rereading, the fantasy world of gritty and glitter-clad girls that is Sin City can and will give way to a more deft analysis of Las Vegas as a city of women, full of potential and the possibility of a more diverse, equal, and enlightened model of gender and female sexuality. I'm still working on it, but I'll send a postcard with a pirate's treasure and a showgirl on it when I get there. 347. William N. Thompson. Nevada goes global. The Foreign Gaming Rule and the Spread of Casinos. In 1993, I got a call from Jack Binion's secretary asking if I could come to the Horseshoe Casino and meet with him. I said, of course, and we set up an appointment. When I met Jack, the son of the legendary Benny Binion and CEO of the Horseshoe, famous for its World Series of Poker, he told me, I saw you on that culinary union video and I didn't like the way you appeared to be speaking for the union. I said, if you listened to my words, it was clear I was being neutral on labor issues. He conceded that he could tell that, but it was obvious they were using you. I didn't like it. You shouldn't have done that. Then he said, well, forget about that. I want you to do a job for me. I want to get a casino in Louisiana, and I want you to tell the Louisiana Gaming Board why I should have it. I accepted the assignment, and we discussed the spread of gambling around the country. He suggested that they, meaning the Nevada casino industry, had probably screwed up. We should have gone into Iowa and Colorado and put our money down against the spread of gambling. We would have all been better off just staying in Nevada. It wouldn't have taken much of an effort to stop all of this, but now we got it. Now we got it. The Las Vegas casino industry now has competition from casinos in half the states in the United States plus half the provinces of Canada. And now Jack Binion is very happy that casino gambling has spread. He is the proprietor of a leading revenue-producing casino in Louisiana, and also the #1 casino in Mississippi. He Contin. 348. UEs to pursue casino licenses in other jurisdictions. So do Philip Sater, the CEO of Harris Casinos, Mirage Casinos Steve Wynn, and the managements of the Hilton, the MGM Mirage, Circus, Lady Luck, Stations Casinos, the Boyd Group, and every other large Nevada gaming interest. Now we got it. We didn't want it, but we got it. This essay looks at two considerations, RST, how the Nevada gaming industry became a major participant in the forces spreading casino gambling throughout the United States, and, second, how the spread of gaming into other jurisdictions has affected Nevada. In 1956, shortly after the Nevada Gaming Control Board was created, in 1955, as a specialized agency within the State Tax Commission, the subject of foreign gaming was placed on the decision-making agenda in Nevada. It was RST thought that the board should use its discretion in deciding whether a Nevada casino operator could have an outside gaming interest. Gaming Control Board Rule 3.060 of 1956 provided that licensees could not engage in illegal gaming, but that the board would examine requests to be involved in legal gaming elsewhere. After Casino Control was reorganized and the Control Board was made the enforcement arm of a new Nevada Gaming Commission in 1959, new ideas prevailed. An amended Nevada Gaming Regulation 3.060 referred to as the Foreign Gaming Rule, foreign meaning outside of Nevada, was adopted. It clearly prohibited Nevada casino licensees from being involved in gaming activities outside of the state. The rule was in appearance absolute, but the Commission could allow for exceptions, as in the case of a licensee who already had outside interests and was operating in an acceptable manner. Regulation 3.060 was adopted in part in response to federal pressure. Indeed, the entire Nevada regulatory structure was set up in the 1950s to assure the federal government that gambling in Nevada could operate without unsavory criminal elements. A U.S. Senate organized crime investigatory committee, under the chairmanship of Tennessee's Senator Estes Kefauver, met in 1950 and 1951 and held televised hearings throughout the United States. The committee concluded that gambling was the most important economic activity of organized crime in America. Voices in Washington, D.C., actually suggested that all casino gaming be terminated. As an aside, it is interesting to note that our federal government at the same time was helping Hilton establish a casino in Puerto Rico as part of President Truman's Operation Bootstrap. Congress also permitted U.S. taxpayers' funds to be dispensed to Travemünde, West Germany, to 349. Open a casino as part of the Marshall Plan strategy for getting Western Europe back on its economic feet. These cases are evidence of an ambivalent public attitude toward casino gambling, an ambivalence that continues today. While the creation of a specialized gaming control board and independent Nevada Gaming Commission was reassuring to the federal authorities, their probes into Nevada gaming did not end. Arkansas Senator John McClellan chaired another committee investigating organized crime and casting its scornful eye on Nevada. Part of the state's response was the creation of the Black Book listing notorious individuals that would be banned from entering any casino in the state. Another response was the foreign gaming rule. The foreign gaming rule was thought to be necessary to give the federal government an assurance that Nevada operators would not be joining hands with bad people who were outside of the reach of state regulators. There were also concerns that casino operators might commingle funds from Nevada casinos with those from other casinos and somehow become vulnerable to scheming schemes, whereby funds are subtracted from the O's of gaming money without the knowledge of government regulators. Scheming is done to avoid taxes and to give prots to unauthorized, hidden, owners. Additionally, Nevada wanted to guarantee the federal government that our gamers would not be part of the imam-type gaming houses proliferating in many parts of the world, stimulated in part by the rush of marginally honest casino operators out of Cuba when Fidel Castro took over that island. The foreign gaming rule wasn't adopted just for the federal government. Nevada interests also saw advantages in the regulation. As a commission chairman said, "I don't want Nevada operations to be dragged into a bankruptcy because of a licensee's activity somewhere else." The foreign gaming rule gave comfort to both federal and state authorities, who feared that Nevada casinos might promote campaigns for casino legalization in other jurisdictions. Officials were relieved that Nevada casino owners would not be spreading the evil effects of what one sociologist labeled a pariah industry. Nevada officials were also relieved that state casinos would be spared competition with gaming in other parts of the country. One small break in the rigid application of the foreign gaming rule came in 1973. Steve Wynn owned legal bingo halls outside of Nevada. After purchasing a volume of stock in the Golden Nugget, he gained an 350 appointment to the board of the casino company. The move required licensing. The state examined his bingo interests, which in comparison to his Golden Nugget position were quite minor, and granted him licensing, permitting him to keep the bingo interests. Caesar's Palace was also given a waiver so that a facility it owned in Pennsylvania could sell Pennsylvania lottery tickets. A federal position that casino gaming should be conned to remote regions separated from urban centers was expressed in 1976 by the Commission on the Review of the National Policy Toward Gambling. Ironically, in the same year, the voters of New Jersey authorized casinos for Atlantic City. It was not a Nevada gaming operator, but rather Resorts International, a casino interest operating in the Bahamas, that pushed the legalization campaign. The New Jersey situation changed Nevada's thinking about the foreign gaming rule. Atlantic City promised to be a gold mine for gambling companies, and Nevada wanted to share in the new bonanza. In 1969, Nevada had altered its licensing laws so that publicly traded corporations could have casinos. Several nationally based companies entered the casino field. Most of these, especially Hilton Corporation, were not Nevadan. Like Nevada Resorts, they wanted to go into New Jersey. The casinos turned to the Nevada legislature for a remedy. They were not disappointed. The Nevada General Assembly took cognizance of the fact that New Jersey was adopting a very strict regulatory framework, and on May 16, 1977, it passed Assembly Bill 375, abolishing Regulation 3.060. In its place, it provided that the Nevada Gaming Commission could give prior approval for a Nevada licensee to be involved in outside gaming under certain conditions. The outside gaming had to be legal, and it had to be judged not to pose a threat to the interests of gaming control in Nevada. Nevada regulators had to receive full access to information regarding the outside activity and any persons associated with the Nevada interests in the outside ventures. The act was later amended to allow the Commission to use its discretion to waive these provisions under certain circumstances for specific companies. The Nevada Gaming Control Board made a study of New Jersey regulations, and the go-ahead was given. In rapid fashion, the Golden Nugget, Sands, Harris, and Elsinore entered Atlantic City. Caesar's Palace, the Tropicana, and the Showboat followed. But that was New Jersey. From the beginning, New Jersey was so suspicious about gaming that regulators assumed that without constant surveillance, operators 351 deemed to have a clean bill of health would lose control of their casinos to organized crime. The New Jersey official position resulted from the lack of a general consensus about the desirability of casino gaming. Only 56% of voters favored casinos, in a campaign in which proponents outspent opponents nearly 100 to 1. That was New Jersey. In Nevada, there is a consensus that casino gambling is not only legitimate but desirable. There is a lot of second-guessing in New Jersey. There has been no second-guessing of the legislative decision of 1931 that legalized casinos in Nevada. The concern in Nevada has always been the legitimacy of the casino industry in the eyes of outsiders. The foreign gaming rule lay dormant as a policy consideration throughout most of the 1980s. The industry was reconciled to the notion that it would get prior approval for ventures in New Jersey. It also had a tacit understanding with the gaming authorities that it would not actively lobby or otherwise influence efforts to legalize gambling in new jurisdictions. Indeed, what lobbying it did was to stop the spread of gambling, specifically gambling on Native American lands. U.S. Senator Harry Reid, himself a former chairman of the Nevada Gaming Commission, was instrumental in drafting federal legislation that was supposed to block expansion of Native American gaming. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988 was passed after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that states could not regulate Native American gaming without congressional authorization. Tribal gaming interests were able to block a federal rule that would have delegated regulatory authority to the states, and Reid crafted a provision for Native Americans to enter into compact negotiations with states. The compacts would provide for mechanisms for regulation of the gaming. The Nevada interests thought they were stopping Native American gaming, perhaps because a tribe in Nevada had voluntarily negotiated a casino compact that provided for full state regulation of its casinos. Tribes in other states, however, were not so cooperative. Where the states did not allow Native American groups to operate casino facilities, they sued in federal courts and frequently won judgments forcing the states to allow them to have casinos. In 1996, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that provisions of the 1988 law authorizing tribes to sue states in the federal courts violated the 11th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. However, by then, it was mostly a moot issue, because Native American gaming had spread across the land. Native American casinos existed in more than 20 states. 352. Nevada state officials and congressional delegates and the Nevada Resorts Association, a key lobbying group for the largest casinos, vigorously protested that the federal judiciary and the executive branch were misreading the 1988 Act, but other casino operators in Nevada wanted to operate some of the Native American casinos. Toward the end of the 1980s, other external developments also affected the Nevada casino industry. In 1988, the voters of South Dakota authorized limited stakes, maximum $5 bets, for casinos in the town of Deadwood. In 1989, the Iowa legislature passed a law permitting limited betting on riverboats. Casinos opened in Deadwood in November 1989, only 8 days before the Berlin Wall fell, followed by a general rapprochement between Eastern and Western Europe. Former Eastern Bloc nations wanted casino gambling too. Canada also opened its RST permanent casino, the Crystal Casino in Winnipeg, in 1989. As the 1990s began, the Nevada casino industry looked out upon a very different world. Casino gambling was being legalized in a majority of U.S. states, and casino companies were announcing attempts at legalization. Canadian and European casinos were being established at a rapid rate, and these foreign jurisdictions sought experienced companies to run their new operations. Nevada casinos had a tremendous opportunity. They also faced their own wall, the foreign gaming rule. Nevada's big companies reached out to win licenses for gaming boats and for contracts to build and run Native American gaming facilities in some places. They began looking around the world for new jurisdictions where it might be possible to reap the benefits of a temporary monopoly. But they were at a disadvantage. They could not be trail makers because they needed Nevada board approval, and that delayed processes to the point where non-Nevada competitors were in the door while they were still checking out addresses. A case study from 1990 is illustrative. A Nevada licensee had the correct entrepreneurial spirit. He wanted to ND opportunities, exploit them by rendering good service, and cash in. He was a good, clean operator. The Nevada gaming authorities had raked him over the coals, as they do everyone applying for a license. He had passed muster. He was competent, scally sound, of good moral character, and without any disqualifying baggage in his background. He was licensed in Nevada, and he ran a casino honorably. He wanted to pursue his American dream in a country that used to be behind the Iron Curtain. He had an 353 opportunity to become a partner in a casino. His partner was to be the government of that country. The Nevada licensee traveled to the country. There he found a commercial disaster of sorts. He found people that needed a lot of commercial advice. The bookkeepers had no understanding of profit and loss statements. The workforce had no work skills, and, on top of this, they had bad work habits. They needed equipment and supplies. Worse, no bank or financial house would loan money for such a venture. All costs would have to be met up front. The country had no public laws on casino gambling. And as if that wasn't enough, it was going to be difficult getting money out of the country if profits were realized. The Nevada licensee concluded that he could participate in a casino in the country only if it was small, at least at the beginning. If it was successful, he could reinvest all profits in expansion. He wanted to start with 20 slot machines. His investment in the machines, 100% of their cost would be totally at risk. But the key to the formula was to start small. Also, starting small, the Nevada operator could be influential in developing local standards that would assure that future larger casinos in the country would operate with high standards of integrity. The foreign government agreed to allow the Nevada operator to come in and start the small casino. However, as soon as the Nevada licensee had put his plan on paper and identified all the resources he would need to make the project work, he realized that he could never make it. Why? The stopper was the Nevada foreign gaming law. He calculated that in order to install 20 machines, he would have to pay to have Nevada gaming agents travel to Eastern Europe, he would have to pay for translation services, and he would face impossible delays, because the foreign government itself would have to be persuaded to open up its books to Nevada regulators. When they opened the books, moreover, they would not meet Nevada accounting standards, and the Gaming Commission would see no gaming regulatory structure based upon written laws. The prospects of getting Nevada approval for such a foreign gaming venture were remote. Even if the Nevada board gave its permission, the cost of a positive ruling would not be justified for a small casino. This was a real-life case where a Nevada operator fully qualified, certified as clean by virtue of his Nevada license, knowledgeable about gaming, and commercially wise was denied the opportunity to export. 354. His expertise to a gaming establishment in another jurisdiction. Nevada was thus denied an opportunity to display its gaming technology and skill in a foreign country. A chance for Nevada to build a positive image abroad was lost. This licensee could have been reassured that neither the board nor the Nevada Gaming Commission had turned down any applications for foreign gaming permission. That is, they never turned down requests from applicants who were informally told to take their cases for a foreign gaming approval all the way to the board and commission for approval. Others, no doubt, had been dissuaded from going through the process. On the other hand, the costs and delays incurred by having to go through the process amounted to a constructive denial of permission. There are other situations where prospects of foreign gaming regulation by Nevada authorities had a similar chilling effect of stopping potential ventures. I asked this licensee who he thought would jump into the void and undertake the venture in the Eastern European country. He thought that perhaps the Germans, Austrians, or Italians, who had more experience dealing with Eastern Europeans, might be interested. A few weeks later, I picked up a copy of the Las Vegas Review-Journal and found out that the who jumping into the void was not a European but an American, a Las Vegan at that. A businessman who has been involved in casinos all over the world negotiated to work with the country in question. He made an agreement to start small casinos in partnership with the government. He didn't have to worry about the Nevada Gaming Board. He didn't have a Nevada casino license. Actually, at one point in his career he had been denied a Nevada license. His career was replete with episodes of questionable casino practices in many places. He was the subject of one of the stories in Ed Reed and Ovid Damaris's Greenfelt Jungle, a 1963 expose of the seamy side of Las Vegas. Nevada regulators had not certified his managerial and financial capabilities, as they had done with the Nevada operator who gave up on the foreign venture. Instead of one of Nevada's licensees overseeing the casino in the Eastern European country, this man was given the opportunity. Some Nevada regulators might say that this was all to the good. We would not want Nevada's reputation to be put at risk in a country where rigorous regulations are not in place. Perhaps so, but the conclusion does not necessarily follow. The gentleman who won the opportunity to go into the country named his casino Las Vegas. The case study suggests why the foreign gaming rule was simply 355. Untenable as public policy for Nevada in the 1990s. Casino gaming was spreading to new jurisdictions within the United States and around the world, and the best operators, with proven records of integrity, were being placed at a competitive disadvantage. Unqualified, incompetent, and unscrupulous operators were put in a position of competitive advantage. The policy was also untenable as a matter of constitutionality. The foreign gaming rule was constitutionally suspect, because it represented an unreasonable state burden upon interstate commerce. Certainly, the rule restricted interstate commercial activity. Such a restriction would be permissible only if there were an overriding state interest in protecting the health, safety, and social welfare of Nevadans. In 1990, two state interests, the integrity of the industry and the economic health of Nevada, were no longer served by the application of the act. The legitimacy of the industry was no longer under challenge, and it was economically healthy. The state no longer had to carry the unique burden of protecting the reputation of casino gambling. Indeed, in the 1988 Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, the federal government had proclaimed that gambling was good as a tool for economic development. The casino industry no longer belonged solely to Nevada. Forces that might compromise the integrity of the industry might lurk out there, but if they did, the foreign gaming rule was counterproductive. It kept good operators out of other jurisdictions, heightening the possibilities of all kinds of hanky-panky on the Mississippi or Missouri rivers or in South Dakota. In the case reviewed above, we see the absurdity of having the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission directly regulating offshoots of a foreign government that proposed to act as partner to a Nevada licensee in running a casino wholly within its own national boundary. There was no easy opportunity for challenging the constitutionality of the foreign gaming rule. In the court system, a party needs standing and individual interest in the outcome to make a challenge. A Nevada licensee is constantly under the scrutiny of the Nevada Gaming Board and Commission. It was difficult politically for a licensee to make a judicial challenge. The only practical way of challenging the rule was to appeal to the Commission, and then to the State Assembly to make changes. In 1991, that process began. The Board and the Commission were somewhat responsive to the need for changes. They allowed for some selective adjustments in the rule. They invited gaming licensees to apply for special prior permissions to make arrangements for gambling operations outside the state. To get 356 such prior permissions, the license holders had to come before the Board and Commission and justify their need for prior approval. A few larger companies did so, including Caesars Palace and Harris. They could make any outside arrangements to run gambling operations they thought appropriate for a one-year period of time. After they made the arrangements, they had to come back to the Board and Commission and report on the activity. Prior approvals were called shelf approvals. A similar process has been used by agencies such as the Securities and Exchange Commission in giving certain companies the right to make IPOs, initial public offerings, and report the fact later. The Nevada gaming authorities turned down several requests for shelf approvals, based on the rationale that outside gaming operations might hurt Nevada. They feared that a small company's outside casino might fail, and that companies might shift revenues from their stronger Nevada operations to the other places, hence hurting the state economy. The 1991 attempts at reforming the foreign gaming rule with shelf approvals thus proved inconclusive. The following year, the atmosphere surrounding the rule changed. While licensees had a tacit agreement with the board and commission that they would not encourage or enhance the spread of gambling into new jurisdictions, several large companies simply ignored it. In 1992, Circus Circus, Hilton, and Caesars Palace approached the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois with a plan for resort casinos within the city. The companies risked the ire of the Nevada authorities, because the stakes were very high. The proposed Chicago projects had potential revenues well in excess of $1 billion a year. The companies might have rationalized their disobedience with the thought that the state of Illinois already permitted riverboat casinos outside of Chicago. Nonetheless, the Nevada Gaming Board was being presented with a frontal challenge to its informal if not its formal authority. Yet these were three of the biggest and best companies in Nevada gaming. The board is charged by the Nevada Gaming Act to meet the policy goals that recognize that the gaming industry is vitally important to the economy of the state and the general welfare of the inhabitants. That the continued growth and success of gaming is dependent upon public confidence and trust that licensed gaming is conducted honestly and competitively. The decision regarding what to do about foreign gaming was, however, taken away from the board and commission in 1993. The essence of the foreign gaming rule was repealed with the passage of Assembly 357. Bill 470. The new law did require that licensees notify the board of their outside gambling ventures after the fact, and that the board be allowed to review the involvements to assure itself that they were proper. Assembly Bill 470 meant that all Nevada companies big and small could immediately go out and seek to win licenses elsewhere. The horseshoe jumped at the chance, so did Station Casinos, the Boyd Group, the Lady Luck, Fitzgerald's, and Harvey's. The big companies also sought new ventures with renewed enthusiasm. There was a rush of activity, infusing the national gaming scene with of new capital for expanded projects everywhere gaming was legal. The legislative decision of 1993 coincided with eagerness on the part of Wall Street to embrace casino gaming. Many IPOs were issued in 1993 and 1994 for casino ventures. Established Nevada companies with commercial track records gave Wall Street the confidence to back the issues. An inversion in the value of casino stocks naturally occurred, and as a result, IPO activity was reduced in 1994 and 1995, when stock prices took an inevitable fall. The Nevada companies were also able to command far greater loans from traditional lending sources than casinos had ever done before. New sources of capital has been funneled into casino projects throughout the country. For the RST time, Nevada companies were freed to openly and vigorously campaign for proposals to legalize gambling in new jurisdictions. The Nevada industry became heavily involved in the Florida casino campaign of 1994, which spent $17 million, the largest amount spent on any referendum campaign in the United States up to that time. In 1996, casino supporters spent $8 million in Ohio. While these two campaigns were unsuccessful, the industry won several bids to legalize riverboat gaming, and it also won a contest in Michigan that resulted in the authorization of 3 major land-based casinos in Detroit. Everywhere gambling has been legalized, Nevada companies are ready to move in and operate new casino facilities. The spread of gambling across the United States in the years since the 1993 legislative decision on foreign gaming has been greatly enhanced by that decision. The 1993 decision to abandon the restrictive foreign gaming rule has had positive benefits for the Nevada gaming industry. By participating in gaming in other locations, Nevada concerns can enhance their abilities to develop and train personnel. Casinos in other jurisdictions, especially ones that may be restricted to lower gambling limits or to smaller gaming areas, can be great places for training dealers and managers. These personnel can then aspire to move to their company's home. 358. Casino in Nevada. For years, Casinos Austria has used cruise ships and foreign casinos as training centers for dealers and managers. Once trained, they return to a home casino in Austria. By the same token, a home casino in Nevada can improve the morale of its staff by offering career ladders that have geographic diversity. Americans are people on the move. Certainly, all of us in the American West have the relocation bug. With branch casinos, operators can satisfy employees' desire for mobility. Additionally, Nevada casinos operating casinos elsewhere can market their Nevada operations through them. New jurisdictions generate new customers for established casino jurisdictions for both Nevada and New Jersey. Nevada can best exploit new market possibilities if Nevada operators are out in the field. A few examples are illustrative. Land's End, a catalog merchandiser of clothing, found that many people were reluctant to buy clothing from a catalog. To overcome that barrier, the company opened small stores to sell its products. The stores are not designed to turn a profit. Rather, they give potential catalog customers a chance to examine the quality of Land's End products. Once customers have bought Land's End products over the counter, they are more willing to order from a catalog. In the gaming field, Aspinalls of London reached into the Asian market in a similar manner in the 1980s. The exclusive London casino was prohibited under British gaming law from advertising in England. Aspinalls opened a casino in Darwin, Australia, without advertising restrictions. Asian players were brought to Darwin and exposed to Aspinall operations and Aspinall hospitality. When these players went to London, as Asian business people frequently do, they made Aspinalls of Curzon Street their preferred London casino. With satellite casinos in other jurisdictions, Nevada operators will also be able to identify valuable junket players more accurately and provide them with complimentary services and credit play. Nevada needs new investors. A wealthy investor wishing to enter the casino gaming industry as an equity participant can choose among New Jersey, Nevada, riverboats, reservations, South Dakota, and other locations. Once successfully involved in gaming, the investor may decide to expand and start more casinos, maybe in several jurisdictions. An investor starting up in Nevada must, of course, be licensed by the Nevada Gaming Board and Commission. But then, under the foreign gaming rule, the investor would have had to go through the Nevada gaming regulatory bureaucracy every time he or she moved into another juris. 359. Diction, in addition to having to go through the other jurisdiction's licensing process. If the investor had any concern about government bureaucracy and over-regulation, he or she would have invested outside of Nevada RST and saved Nevada for last. By abolishing the foreign gaming rule, Nevada has become much more attractive to outside investors. Should Nevada be concerned that its licensees may take their profits out of Nevada and invest them in casinos elsewhere? Why? Isn't this what all owners do? There is no rule saying that casino stockholders can spend dividend checks only in Nevada. If there are better opportunities to make money from investments outside their state, Nevadans would be foolish to convey all their investments to it. But, on the other hand, if opportunities are better in Nevada, those investment dollars will stay in the state, whether there is a foreign gaming rule or not. If the Nevada operator has facilities elsewhere, it is quite likely that earnings in other jurisdictions will go to facility expansion in Nevada. Perhaps the foreign gaming rule was part of the Nevada gaming scene because officials in the Silver State feared that if there were a lot of casinos elsewhere, if Nevada did not have a monopoly on casino gaming, the state's basic industry would be hurt. In other words, they thought Nevada could not stand the competition. Is this the case? Nevada should not fear losing markets to casinos in other states. Nevada still has a comparative advantage. Nevada is a casino specialty store, a vacation resort with a vast array of gaming possibilities offered in a free enterprise atmosphere. Nevada can offer a multitude of recreation opportunities, outside and inside its resorts. Las Vegas is the entertainment capital of the world. The gambling product of Nevada is a specialty product. People make conscious planned decisions to go to specialty stores. People are willing to travel distances to go to specialty stores. People spend time shopping when they reach specialty stores. Casino gaming is offered across the United States and Canada in the form of convenience products in convenience stores. People gamble on a riverboat, or in a Native American casino, or in Gary, Indiana, or Winnipeg, Manitoba, because that is the most convenient place. Large numbers of people do not travel great distances to gamble in Deadwood, South Dakota. Even Atlantic City, which attracts a large number of tourists, still has to base its economy on convenience gamers from the New York, Baltimore, and Philadelphia metropolitan areas. Nevada is a supermarket of gambling, not a 7-Eleven. The spread of 7-Eleven casinos can stimulate latent demand by people who otherwise would never have thought of buying gambling products. And once they buy, they will start thinking about shopping at a store with a little more ambience. After all, Americans do enjoy shopping, and 7-Elevens do not satisfy all their shopping desires. So much for the arguments, but do the facts back them up? Has the spread of gambling been good for Nevada? Table 1 shows the growth in the number of casinos in the United States outside of Nevada from 1989 to 1995, the growth of their revenues, and the growth in gaming revenues in Nevada itself. Table 2 shows the number of visitors to Las Vegas in those years and their economic impact. Table 3 shows the distribution of visitors to Nevada from different regions of the United States. It is clear that the expansion of gambling across the United States has not cut into Nevada markets. Indeed, as gambling expands to new jurisdictions, the proportion of visitors from those regions to Las Vegas has remained roughly constant, and the numbers have actually increased. From 1989 through 1995, the number of casinos outside Nevada increased from 53 to 300. Nevada revenues increased by $2.370 billion over the same period of time. With the addition of each new casino, Nevada revenues went up an average of $9.6 million a year. Gambling revenues outside Nevada increased by $11.910 billion during this period, while they increased by $2.370 billion in Nevada. For every new $5.02 of outside casinos revenue, Nevada casinos brought in an extra $1. Also, for each extra $1 million wagered outside of Nevada, Las Vegas gained 900 new visitors. There is not a shred of evidence to support the hypothesis that riverboat gambling will take gambling away from Nevada or New Jersey. Michael Evans, a professor of economics at Northwestern University, told the 1996 International Gaming Exposition in Las Vegas. He is right. It hasn't happened. It won't happen. Not with riverboat gaming, small stakes gaming in Deadwood, or even high stakes in Native American casinos. The competition only makes Nevada gaming stronger. 362. A few years ago, I got a call from Steve Wynn. Why do you say casinos that have local gamblers just suck money out of local economies? He asked angrily. What's your proof? Come on. Come on, you said that in the newspaper, now what's your proof? What makes you think you can get away with saying these things? He was yelling at me. This was the god of casino heaven berating me. It was good practice for a future encounter with St. Peter. I tried to explain that, before speaking to the press on the subject, I had interviewed 785 players on Illinois riverboats and 697 in Wisconsin Native American casinos. Yeah, is that proof? He demanded. Well, it's evidence, anyway, I replied. What about Mississippi? He asked. Mississippi is doing a fair job of drawing in tourists, I said. Wynn was planning on having a major casino property on the Gulf Coast. But he was still irritated that I could think that riverboat casinos in Illinois that draw money out of the pockets of poor local residents might be a bad thing. We ended the conversation with a fundamental difference of opinion over the value of non-tourist casinos. I continue to wonder why Wynn, who has run very successful commercial casinos, aimed almost exclusively at tourists, got angry over someone advancing the idea that other casinos might be bad for local economies. Maybe there is a very good reason. Perhaps he, too, sees a linkage between all the casino gaming in America and the interests of Nevada. He knows that the spread of gaming in America, whether to the beaches of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, the semi-sleazy riverboats of Galena, Illinois, or Keokuk, Iowa, or the Spartan gaming halls of Red Lake or Leech Lake, Minnesota, is a good thing for Nevada, and he wants to see casinos perpetuated even in their worst form. The spread of gaming has given the state of Nevada a renewed legitimacy in the eyes of all America and won Nevada new customers, who can satisfy their demand for casino gaming by visiting Steve Wynn's must-see properties. Moreover, the abolition of a very unwise policy, the policy enunciated in the foreign gaming rule, contributed to the making of a gambling America that can only help Nevada. Postscript: in 2000, Kirk Kerkorian's MGM Corporation purchased the Mirage Corporation and all of Steve Wynn's interests in casinos. Wynn subsequently purchased the Desert Inn and announced plans for yet another mega resort.